Don't force yourself to eat soft rice. When Ren Fan woke up, he was dumbfounded. He remembered that he was doing handicrafts at home and was very happy. Perhaps because he was too excited, his brain was congested with blood, his eyes went dark, and he passed out. When he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. The bed is not the same bed, the home is not the familiar home, and even the things related to happiness have changed. A new star player signed by Werewolf Club. I was forced to terminate the contract due to the hidden rules. You are not allowed to sign with any club again within 1 year. A large amount of memories flooded into his mind, and Ren Fan realized that he had come to a new world. What a coincidence, the owner of this body is also called Ren Fan, and he is a contracted player of a werewolf killing club. Werewolf is a language logic reasoning and high blood pressure game that tests eloquence and acting skills. It is extremely addictive and depressing. The game is divided into 2 camps, werewolves and good guys. Each faction has different identities and skills. As a werewolf, you must be good at hiding and disguising your identity, using your speeches to incite and trick good people into making wrong choices. When all the gods, people, or civilians are eliminated, you will win. As a good guy, you need to make rational use of your skills and use various means and methods to find the hidden werewolves. When all the werewolves are eliminated, you will win. Ren Fan is considered a hardcore werewolf fan, but this game is too niche after all, and sometimes it is difficult to get a table of people together offline. As a result, he could only play online killing games with his mobile phone, but the gaming experience was worrying. There were many people cursing and swearing at others, which made the game tiring. In this world, werewolf killing is unprecedentedly popular. There are all kinds of werewolf killing variety shows and werewolf killing competitions, which are dazzling. There are many werewolf clubs and werewolf experience stores in every city. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a paradise for werewolf lovers. Originally, Ren Fan was a contracted player of the New Star Werewolf Killing Club, and he barely made a living by relying on the rewards from playing in competitions. But if a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. That day, he accidentally ran into the manager of the club, a fat woman with a face that looked like it was covered with putty. This is where the nightmare begins. When the other party saw that he was handsome, she wanted to discuss life and dreams with him in depth. At first he was quite tactful, but later he showed his true colors and threatened directly that if he didn't comply, he would not have the chance to play in the game. If I give in, forget it, I really can't give in. In the past, Ren Fan was particularly envious of those who lived off women, who worked hard at night and drove Ferraris during the day. But when he thought of the fat woman, he suddenly felt that it would be good to rely on his own efforts. At least the pressure would not be so great. It's more than 200 kilograms, enough to be slaughtered. It's really unbearable. Besides, people say that men are as strong as wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. His small body can only withstand a few beatings, and by then no amount of whipping can make up for it. Later, Ren Fan had no choice but to terminate his contract with the club. When the fat woman heard that he wanted to terminate the contract, she flew into a rage and scolded him for being ungrateful and said she would make him regret it. Do you know what the consequences are of voluntarily terminating the contract with the club? Until now, these words still echoed in Ren Fan's mind. After he leaves the Rising Star Werewolf Club, he cannot sign a contract with any other club within 1 year. This is the rule of the Werewolf Tournament Alliance. In this world, if you want to participate in any werewolf competition, you must be a contracted player of a werewolf club. Otherwise, you can't even register. In other words, Ren Fan will not be able to participate in any werewolf killing competitions within a year because he is not qualified. In addition, the fat woman also asked him to pay a penalty of 50,000 yuan for breach of contract. Ren Fan replied to her, I don't have the money, and I don't want my life either. Alas, these days, boys have to learn to protect themselves when they go out. Ren Fan looked in the mirror and had to admit that he looked pretty handsome now. No wonder the fat woman was so attracted to him. Fortunately, this guy has moral integrity and sticks to the bottom line, otherwise, he would probably be squeezed dry in less than half a month. From then on, Ren Fan's motto was never to sell his body unless the other person was very beautiful. It's just a low-level werewolf club. I didn't expect there would be such a thing that destroys one's worldview. Through the memory of the original owner, Ren Fan knew that all the werewolf killing clubs in this world must be registered with the Werewolf Killing Club Alliance. Only after passing the review can they obtain the corresponding club number, and the hierarchy is strict. The top ones are the 24S level werewolf killing clubs, which have permanent seats in the Werewolf Killing A level league. After that are the 36A level werewolf killing clubs, which have permanent seats in the Werewolf Killing Secondary League. The lowest level, and the most numerous, are the B-level werewolf killing clubs, most of which are branches of the upper-level clubs or branches in various cities. They are mainly responsible for recruiting and discovering new players with potential. The Rising Star Club where Ren Fan is located is a Class B club. Although it is only Class B, it is quite famous because many well-known players and anchors have come out of this club. There are even rumors that the New Star is a branch of an S-level club. If he performs well, he will have the opportunity to advance directly to the highest level A league in the werewolf killing competition, so many people are flocking to it. My only chance to turn things around now is to get the invitation to the Werewolf Champions Cup Challenge. Ren Fan thought secretly in his heart. The third Werewolf Championship Challenge will officially kick off tonight. In the past, there were 3 tracks in the Champions Cup Challenge. One is club recommendation. Class B clubs have 1 spot, Class A clubs have 2, and Class S clubs have 3. Second, a well-known werewolf killing anchor received an invitation to participate in the qualifying round. Third, the champion of the previous Champions Cup Challenge, the werewolf killing a league champion and the secondary league champion will be invited to advance directly to the semifinals. This time, the Champions Cup Challenge has added a 4th track, online auditions. In the end, 3 lucky players will receive invitations to the Champions Cup Challenge. However, players who have signed with a club cannot enter the Champions Cup Challenge through this track. This is why Ren Fan wanted to terminate his contract with the club. He wanted to get an invitation letter as a free man and promote his worth and fame. If you stay in the New Star Club, there are only 2 options, either you become a Land Rover or you become dirt. However, this is not what Ren Fan wants. Now he has no way out. If he wants to continue to stay in the werewolf killing circle, he must give it a try and get the invitation letter. Getting up from the bed, Ren Fan simply ordered some noodles. There was also a bottle of sauce and 2 bottles of Fat House Happy Water on the table. This was his dinner. Life is indeed a bit difficult, but there's nothing he can do about it. It's just his fate. It is said that reincarnation is a technical job. In fact, time travel is the same. It starts off very hard and there is no system or anything. The main thing is 2 words, luck. I looked at the time, it was 6:30. There is still half an hour left before the online registration for the Champions Cup Challenge opens. While waiting, Ren Fan opened Weibo. The second most searched topic is #Werewolf Champions Cup Challenge online registration hashtag. The first is #Werewolf Champion Challenge Cup adds a 4th track hashtag. This world is different from Earth. You cannot buy trending searches on Weibo. They are all real popularity. And it's not boring at all, unlike some blogs, where all day long it's about this star being sick, that star being injured, today he getting married, tomorrow she cheating, this one fighting, that one falling in love. It's all the same trivial things over and over again. I don't understand what the Tournament Alliance is thinking. Online killing is just for entertainment. When it comes to offline competitions, they will be defeated immediately. There is no need to add this track. What do you mean? You look down on those who play online killing, right? To be honest, I'm really not that good at net kills. My logic is much worse, and I like to play positional games. It's so funny, there's no logic in killing with a net, but there is in killing with a face. Aren't they all killing with expressions, hitting the database? How do you kill with facial expressions in the Champions League? Have you watched the live broadcast of the game? The entire game is AI powered, and even the voices are specially processed. You're telling me about killing with facial expressions, database. I think the addition of online auditions is great. Previously, only players signed to clubs and big anchors were eligible to participate, but now it's more accessible to the general public. Net kill, garbage. Face-to-face killing, garbage. The 2 groups quarreled with each other and despised each other. Those who often fought offline looked down on the otakus who hid behind the screen and played online killing. The online killer king is very disgusted with the face-to-face killing of the hexagram, the database. The game experience is extremely bad, human relations and social skills are ranked first, and logic is secondary. What's the point of playing the game then? Just as Ren Fan was watching the 2 groups of people scolding each other with relish, he suddenly saw a message at himself. With a confused look, Ren Fan clicked it and his face instantly fell. Announcement of personnel changes in the New Star Werewolf Killing Club. Because the player at Ren Fan disobeyed the arrangements of the event management team and the operation department and made rude remarks and insulted the club manager, it caused a huge negative impact. The club has communicated and advised him many times, but Ren Fan still failed to recognize his mistakes. In view of his stubborn personality, he was expelled and the matter was reported to the club alliance for record. The club reserves the right to pursue the losses caused by this, and hereby announces it. Fuck you. After reading this at his announcement, Ren Fan was so angry that his nose was crooked. This is simply the bad guy complaining first. It was clearly his initiative to terminate the contract, but he was said to be fired, and the facts were fabricated and distorted when reported to the club alliance. After this, which club would dare to sign him in the future? You should know that the Club Alliance's archive system can query the information, past, and honors of any contracted player. Xing labeled him as
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Fired, obviously wanting to make it impossible for him to continue in this industry. It turns out that women are the most vicious, especially old women. Ren Fan thought that the fat woman would trip him up when she was angry, but he didn't expect her to be so shameless, confusing right and wrong and putting all the problems on him. Who is this guy? He was actually expelled from the club, and the announcement showed no mercy at all. I'm afraid he won't be able to continue in the circle in the future. Indeed, directly announcing the expulsion is extremely bad in nature, not to mention that Xing has to report the matter to the Club Alliance. This is a permanent stain. This is the first time I've seen the Rising Stars Club use such harsh words to evaluate a signed player. What on earth did this person do? Is there anyone who knows the situation and can reveal the details? If your eyes are not good, you can donate them to people in need. Didn't you see the notice saying that you are disobeying the arrangements of the operation and event management team and insulting the club manager? You should be fired and keep him for the new year. Players with bad morals should be kicked out of the circle. Some people have bad tempers and blame others when they lose. It's disgusting. No, I'm going to scold this guy, otherwise I'll feel unhappy. Take me 1+1. In less than half an hour, Ren Fan gained more than 2,000 followers, all of whom came to scold him. Later, he simply allowed only followers and comments, and his fans increased by another 5,000. Ren Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that being scolded was so satisfying. He was extremely happy with the increase in fans. Although they are all black fans, they all speak rudely to him and their comments are even more obscene and disgusting. But there is a saying, black and red are also red, and this is also a kind of root. Thinking of this, Ren Fan immediately posted a status. It can be summed up in 5 words. Green corpse contains warning. This move is only to stir up the emotions of netizens and get more people to scold him, so that he can gain more fans. It would be better to make this matter more lively. He kept twists and turns, and finally produced evidence to refute his opponent's ideas, gaining a lot of little fans who turned from haters to his fans. His fame was thus established. Non-Werewolf players, please check the game flow introduction, terminology explanation, and character skills related to the work. At the end of each chapter, graphic illustrations of the players' comments will be uploaded, making the reading process smoother when combined with text and graphics. During the period of the new book, due to the need to be recommended, the editor did not allow more updates, and maintained about 5,000 words per day. On the day of the book's release, 100,000 words were updated, and then maintained a daily update of 10,000 words. End of this chapter. They are all monsters. 8 p.m. The online registration channel for the Werewolf Championship Cup Challenge is officially open. In just a few seconds, the number of applicants soared to hundreds of thousands, and the number is still rising at an extremely terrifying rate. Seeing this scene, Ren Fan couldn't help but take a breath. Outrageous? It's too ridiculous. The people in this world are so crazy about werewolves that it's like a sex maniac meeting a beautiful woman. Everyone pounces on her like crazy. After signing up, Ren Fan began to check the rules of the competition. The online track of this Champions Cup Challenge is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the audition, and the top 100 players in each city's points ranking can advance. The second stage is the knockout stage. All qualified players will receive a unique number. Each player will then be randomly matched with 5 games. The top 48 players in terms of points will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. In the third stage, the 48 people who stand out will be randomly divided into 4 groups, with 12 people in each group. Players in the same group will play 3 games, and the top 3 will advance. A total of 12 players advanced from the 4 groups. The 3 places for the 4th track of the Champions Cup Challenge will be decided among these outstanding players, but the official answer to how they will be decided is yet to be determined. However, the official live broadcast room of the Werewolf Killing Tournament Alliance will broadcast live at that time, giving the players enough exposure and bringing the attention to the top. It can be seen that the Event Alliance attaches great importance to the 4th track of the Champions Cup Challenge. Ordinary competitions are not qualified to be broadcast on the official live broadcast room of the Tournament Alliance. After all, that is nearly 1 billion traffic resources, which is extremely terrifying. Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends on this opportunity. Ren Fan thought secretly in his heart. To be honest, it is not easy to stand out from so many contestants. In addition to top level and strength, luck is also indispensable. That's right, it's luck. We have to admit that winning or losing in the game of Werewolf does involve a certain amount of luck. If you are unlucky, no matter how good you are at playing, it will all be in vain. After understanding the rules of the game, Ren Fan started the first game on the matching page. He originally thought that the gaming skills of people in this world should be very high. After all, they are all avid fans. But it turned out that he thought too much. There are noobs in every world, and not just 1 or 2, but a bunch of them. In the first round, Ren Fan's trump card was a civilian, and the werewolf came out to act tough, and the first sentence was a spiral explosion. I am a prophet, not a wolf. Good people should stop messing with this game. Let me jump against the prophet. Ren Fan was so happy to hear this, he really knows how to chat. As expected, the wolves lost. With teammates like that, it was hard not to lose. In the second game, Ren Fan's trump card was Hunter. The witch on the police station deliberately reported false information that she was stabbed and poisoned a certain player last night. As a result, the stupid wolf behind the police station jumped out and beat him, saying that he reported the knife edge incorrectly and it was definitely not the witch. The result is predictable, the wolves are overjoyed and Ren Fan wins easily. In the third game, Ren Fan was the wolf. The first person to be killed in the evening was player number 3. After the police badge landed, his teammates were so stupid that they said that last night on Christmas Eve, either the witch prescribed medicine to save player number 3, or the guard happened to be guarding player number 3. His blood pressure went up at that moment, and he thought to himself, what kind of monsters are these? Are they talking without thinking? They can even talk about the edge of a knife. Fortunately, he is good at playing the role of incitement and single-handedly led the wolves to a comeback. In the fourth game, he was a good guy, but the prophet didn't jump out when he was on guard. Later, when asked, he said that there was no check, so he jumped out for fear of being stabbed. Hearing this, any mortal would be broken-hearted. The players matched in this first stage were really hard to describe. They were very similar to when he first played Werewolf. In the 5th round, he was the wolf, and once again he had a god-level teammate. Don't ask me why I threw gold water at the police, because I just wanted to canvass for votes. Ren Fan was speechless. With this level of skill, he was still shouting that he wanted to jump into the police's room. He didn't think before he spoke. When you were checking him, you didn't even know whether he was under the police or not. How did you know he was under the police? Did you want to check him for canvassing for votes? 3 explosive points in one sentence, just a trick. In the end, even Ren Fan was powerless to save the situation and lost. Throughout the night, Ren Fan played 9 games, winning 7 and losing 2, which was a good record. Originally he was thinking about showing off his skills and tricks, but after being beaten up by reality, he realized that most of the players in the first stage were weak. Don't try to play tricks with them, it's impossible to play, and forcing yourself to play will only get you into trouble. Are you good at logic? Sorry, I don't want to hear your words, I'll just kick you out. Later, as he played more and more, Ren Fan found that his mood flow was very good in this kind of game, and he could get into the right state, which was particularly useful and had a great effect. After the 9th inning, it was already past 1 in the morning. Ren Fan yawned, stretched, then quit the game and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. He hoped that he would not encounter such a bad teammate tomorrow. They were simply here to make fun of him. The next day, woke up. When Ren Fan opened Weibo, he found that his fans had soared from over 100 to 11,000, and all the comments below were cursing him. Ren Fan didn't care about this. He didn't even look at it and posted another update. A bunch of idiots who believe everything they hear. If you continue to curse, your account will be blocked. It was obvious that Ren Fan did this out of anger. After all, most people who were criticized by so many netizens would either apologize or play dead to keep things quiet. But he was different. Not only did he not repent, he also argued with netizens. Such an arrogant act will inevitably attract more haters, and this is exactly what Ren Fan wants. It would be best if he could be scolded and become a hot topic. It's a pity that live streaming is not popular in this world. Otherwise, after he was scolded and became a hot topic, he should have started a live broadcast to give benefits to his family. 9 in the morning. After Ren Fan finished his breakfast, he started his journey to rank higher again. Compared to yesterday, there are fewer teammates who are disappointing, some who self-destruct without taking the wolf, and some who even get disqualified for their mistakes. But the overall level is still on the low side. Some people can't even remember their speeches, which means they are destined to never become high-level players. Because remembering the speech and logic of anyone on the field on any day is the most basic thing. If you can't even do this, your level will always remain the same. Until the afternoon. Ren Fan's record is 18 wins and losses, with a total score of. Some people may say that points can be accumulated by frequency, but that is totally wrong. According to the scoring rules of the auditions, players get 1 point for each win, lose 2 points for a loss, and get an extra point for winning MVP. Under this scoring rule, it is impossible to accumulate points by repetition. If your strength is not good, the points will only decrease. 6 p.m. The standings of each city are officially announced. In Nanjiang City where Ren Fan is located, the guy with the ID name Qiangji is at the top of the list, with a total score of 35. The second place has a total of 33 points. The third place has a total of 32 points. The scores between the top 3 were very close, it was just a matter of winning or losing a game. Ren Fan's game ID is Yaeanewohi, and he is not on the list. He is not in the top 100 in Nanjiang City, which is fucked up. Although his record was good, it was definitely not the best. Moreover, this group of people had been gaining points overnight, so Ren Fan naturally fell behind after a good night's sleep. But he is not far from making the list, with a total score of only 21 at the bottom. As long as he works harder, he can squeeze his opponents out. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The 12-Man Wolf King Guards. In the first stage, the official only provides 5 boards for participating players to choose from. Predictor, Witch, Hunter, Idiot. Also known as the standard version, it is an entry-level board for Werewolf, and it really tests the player's basic speaking skills. If you have trouble playing this board, for example, you can't remember what you said, your logic is confused, you are stage frightened when speaking, you don't know what to talk about, and you don't know what to talk about in life, then don't play other boards, so as not to lose your family tree. In the online killing bureau, everyone is very aggressive and will not tolerate you at all. They will often drag your parents out for a fight. Even though swearing during the game is strictly prohibited, the intelligent voice recognition system will monitor in real time and immediately terminate the current game if any illegal remarks are made, but it still cannot stop the voice of the national quintessence. After all, many people are just playing for fun, just to join in the fun, and have no intention of advancing to the next round. If they are banned, then they are banned, it doesn't matter. You will feel better if you are scolded. This is the pain of low-end games. This applies whether you are playing games normally or competing in competitions. Fortunately, Ren Fan's score was high, and he ranked close to the top 100 in the entire Nanjiang City, so he managed to make it. The opponents he was matched with next, although not all of them were very good at playing, at least they had to be players with some level of skills and operation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand out among so many people. The second board is the Gargoyle Gravekeeper, a classic board where the big wolf and the little wolf don't meet, and there is a lot of room for the good guy show. However, if it is not a high-end game or the players on the field are of high level, it is not recommended to do any fancy operations, as it is easy to fail. The third board is the Wolf King Guard, one of the classic boards. The fourth board is the Wolf King Magician, a board that allows you to play some tricks and has a more complex logic line, which is very interesting. Ren Fan really likes to use the magician to show his skills. This card gives him an inexplicable pleasure. The last board is the Wolf Beauty Knight, and many players who are on the wrong side have a soft spot for this board. The knight's famous saying is still remembered today. Prophet, you can't hide. Since I set foot on this land, the werewolves were destined to toast me with a glass of wine. Although the cavaliers were criticized, he was able to put the good guys in a positive light on the first day, so his popularity has always been high. Yesterday, Ren Fan basically played the game of pre-Hunter White, which made him almost vomit. Today, he must change his taste. Thinking in his heart, Ren Fan clicked on the board of Wolf King Guard. The advanced version of female hunter buy is Wolf King Guard. Matching in progress, please wait. At the beginning, Ren Fan entered the game very quickly, almost every time within 5 seconds. However, as his points increased, the matching speed became slower and slower. This shows that the system mechanism is to match you with players of the same level, and there will be no unqualified players, except those who are lucky. Some people may not be that strong, but they can win without doing anything. It's so annoying. Matching is successful, please get ready, the game is about to begin. The current board is 12-man Wolf King Guard. Board configuration. Good Camp, Prophet, Witch, Hunter, Guard plus 4 civilians. Werewolf Camp, Wolf King plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a sheriff. The sheriff has the right to return the vote and has 0.5 more votes and seconds of speaking time. Double explosion swallowing police badge. For readers who are not werewolf fans, please check out the related articles, which include an introduction to basic trump card skills, a detailed explanation of the game process and terminology. I won't go into details here to avoid being accused of overriding the word count. The most common strategy for the Wolf King Guard board is for wolves to check and kill wolves. Sometimes, small wolves check and kill big wolves, and sometimes, big wolves check and kill small wolves. Each has its own benefits and disadvantages. It all depends on how the wolf team chooses. Hollow cards are being distributed. The Prophet, the Witch, and the Werewolf flashed quickly in Ren Fan's eyes like a movie, and finally stopped on the Hunter. Hunter? Commonly known as Gun Dad, he likes people to kneel down and lick him. Oh no, he likes people to kneel down and show their affection. A gun is standing here, who agrees and who opposes? Ren Fan was quite satisfied with his own cards, and took a look at his seat number 7. I calculated with my fingers and it was a good sign because there were 7 flights from Woohoo. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. In a net kill, the hunter does not need to open his eyes on the first night, but in a face kill he needs to confirm his identity to the judge and confirm the shooting status. Therefore, many people who play online killing are not very adaptable when they first start to kill offline. The most important thing is that you can't communicate with words at night and can only use gestures. Only large-scale competitions, clubs, or high-end werewolf experience stores have vacuum helmets that can block out sounds. Killing online doesn't have to be that troublesome. When communicating at night, you can even take off your pants, let alone talk. The night operation was quickly over. After daybreak, it's time to run for sheriff. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. A line of prompts appeared on the computer screen, and Ren Fan decisively chose to go to the police. There was no reason for a hunter card to hide under the police. What's more, does this game have any soul if it doesn't have police? Of course. Whether to serve as a police officer or not is a personal habit. Some people like to be a police officer, while others like to stay under the police force. You can do whatever makes you happy. 14578911112. Randomly start speaking from player 4 in reverse order. Player number 4, please speak. I'm not a prophet. I went to the police to avoid voting. I don't like to vote under the police because it's easy to get beaten. And I often stand on the wrong side. If I go to the wolves, I hope the prophet will help me. Just remember what I said. I am a good person. Don't ever treat me as a wolf. Whenever I take the wolf, I will definitely fight back. I will never charge forward. I will never do that in this lifetime. There's nothing else to say, and I don't want to have an awkward conversation, so let's just leave it at that. Player No 4's speech is meaningless, just a typical idle speech. With such cards, the police cannot define him, and can only wait until the police leave to see his side and the logic of his speech. Many people don't know what to talk about when they speak first, and Ren Fan has a lot of experience in this regard. You can briefly explain your purpose of going to the police. For example, player number 4 came to evade the ticket. Some came to comment on the prophet. Some went to the police out of habit and felt uncomfortable if they didn't go. After talking about this, you can speculate on the situation between the police above and below them, such as how many wolves are under the police. Regardless of whether it is right or not, it is better to talk about it than not. If it is a face-to-face kill, you can also guess the hexagram, for example, which player looks like a wolf or something. Finally, let's talk about the routines of this board and what good people need to pay attention to in order to elevate their status. If you are brave enough, you can also fake your identity in front of the police, say some naughty words, and do some unexpected things. All of these are possible. What I fear most is that I am a good person and I have failed. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Kill the Guards Since Ancient Times? Player number 1 please speak. I observed the sky last night and calculated with my fingers. There are wolves around. Player number 12. Unfortunately, you have been exposed. From what player 1 said, it should be the 12th throw after the prophet gave the alarm to check and kill. His speech was very relaxed, even a little playful, so given his state, we cannot rule out the possibility that he was faking his identity. It's hard to make any sense when speaking in a high-ranking position, but you can do some tricks, and identity fraud is the most common one. Police badge flow. Double pressure police, 2, 10, I have to canvass for votes. Wolves have brothers, but I don't. To be honest, ever since I got this card, I've only had enemies. If I talk a little bit wrong, I'll probably be beaten up by all 11 people in the audience. It's really painful, but I can't help it. Someone has to take care of the prophecy. If I don't go to hell, who will? But let me be frank. If player number 12 starts to fight with me, I will label anyone who speaks up for him or votes for him as a wolf. I will not tolerate any of that. If 12 didn't jump from the spot, but someone in the back position jumped out to save him, in this case, I still have some tolerance for people who stand on the wrong side and voted wrong. Player number 2, player number 10, you two have joined my police badge group, and you are both people I want to canvass for votes for. As the saying goes, you should look at the Buddha's face instead of the monk's. Now that I have said this, you must support me no matter what, right? You are going to vote for the wolf under the pressure of the police badge, but he may not appreciate your kindness. He may even try to get you to backstab him. After all, there is a wolf king on this board, and it is common for wolves to backstab him. Player 3, player 6, my badge flow didn't hit you, but that doesn't mean you're not in my field of vision. If possible, I would even like to keep all 4 of you in the police badge stream, but this is not the way to play the police badge stream, right? I've said so much, but actually I just want you to vote for me. The police badge is too important to the prophet. I'm just going to put it this way. No matter if you're in my police badge flow or not, as long as you give me a ticket, I'll take you on. I won't bet against you on the first day. If you dare to vote for me for the police badge, I will dare to put the 4 wolves on the police force. I will keep my word. It can be seen that player number 1 is doing his best to win votes. Just as he said, the police badge flow can usually only beat 2 people. If he can keep more, he really dares to suppress 4 police officers and canvass for votes indiscriminately. No matter whether you are a wolf or a good person, he will cheat the votes first. Only player 4 spoke in the front row. How should I put it? He sounded like a good person. At least he has a good mentality and can think of talking to the prophet. If he accidentally gets into the wolf team, don't call him a wolf. Try to pull him back. This shows that 4 is not a stubborn person. He knows that he will often be wrong if he chooses a side, so he thought of talking to the prophet in advance to give him a shot of prevention. If he was a wolf, he might not have such thoughts, so I think 4 identities is good. Of course, if he really joins the wolf group, I can't persuade him to change his mind. I didn't do anything wrong in my speech. I will point him to the wolf pit without hesitation. I know that when I jump from this position to the 12th level of the police, many people will think that I am the wolf king who jumps to the police to check and kill the prophet. It's normal for you to have such thoughts from a closed-eye perspective, but I hope that good people can put aside these distracting thoughts and trust me for once. To be honest, I was quite excited when I found out that 12 was a wolf last night. It's the first time to check and kill. As long as the good guys stand on the right side, they will basically win. I'm just afraid that you guys will think too much. Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. The police jumped out from a high position. I can't figure out any logic except to report a person for verification and leave a police badge. The police will click on the wolf pit again. That's it. It's over. Player number 12 please speak. At first I heard you speak like you were faking your identity, but the more I listened the more I felt something was wrong. Brother, you were too immersed in the drama. You went too far. If you were faking your identity, you wouldn't have spent so much time canvassing for votes. You would have just put extreme pressure on me and then watched my resilience and reaction to judge my identity. But you don't have that mentality, so player 1, you're not trying to deceive me, you're trying to kill me. If I'm wrong, you're lying about your identity. It's not too late to refund now. Once I reveal your identity, you won't be able to refund me. At this point, player number 12 was silent for a moment, apparently waiting for player number 1 to make a choice. Still not backing off? Then I'll just shoot my identity, the trump card guard. Tisk tisk. Sure enough, it has been a long time since the beginning of time to find and kill the guards. Isn't there anything new? For example, recognize a wolf? Even though 12 spoke with confidence and as if he were a god, most good people didn't believe him as a guard. Anyone who has played Werewolf a lot knows that in this board, the wolf likes to pretend to be a guard as soon as he receives the check, because this card cannot prove its identity, but it is extremely important. After jumping the guard, as long as the conversation is not too bad, the good people will not dare to resist him easily. The most important thing is that jumping the guard can force out the real guard, making it much easier for the wolves to fight. The deterrent effect of a guard hiding in the dark and a guard hiding in the surface on a werewolf are completely different. Player number 1 jumped behind the police and threw a check. I think it's the Wolf King. I can't kill him today. Absolutely not. If he shoots and takes me away, it will be difficult to win this game. The Wolf King is a great bargain for the wolf team because he can't play the number 1 player today. Let's play him in an external position. If the prophet can check and kill him, that would be the best. If not, let's play the one with the worst speech. It has an inner taste. The more Ren Fan listened, the more he felt that 1 and 12 were like wolves checking and killing wolves and beating them with sticks. Player number 12 pretends to be the guard, he should be the Wolf King, and player number 1 is the little wolf. Their purpose is to find the guard, and then make player number 12 talk more explosively. After being pushed out, they shoot and take the real guard away. The benefits of this strategy are huge. Not only can it get rid of the guards, so that the wolf team swordsmen no longer have to worry about the consequences, but it can also act as a prophet for the high wolf teammates. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One threw a check at me, obviously wanting to kill the prophet. After the alarm, I'm afraid he'll use multiple wolves, and I can't even rule out the possibility of 4 wolves and the alarm. And I kind of suspect that 1 and 11 will double up and kill me. Player 1 saw me on the alert and was afraid that I was a prophet. Last night, he or 11 touched him, so he jumped up first to throw a check to me. In this way, if I jump again, it will be the so-called jump from the spot to receive the check. There is no way that the good guys will stand by me. It doesn't matter if I'm not a prophet. I'll just take a shot if there's a chance or not. Anyway, he will lose the check anyway, no matter who loses it. So I hope the prophet can use the first badge flow on 11. I won't let him go until I find out the gold water. Player 4 should be a good guy. This is what 1 told me. Judging from his attitude towards 4, it doesn't seem like 1 and 4 have met before. 2 and 10 both entered the police badge stream of player 1. They are probably canvassing for votes. If the police opened the wolf, it should be between 3 and 6. I haven't heard their speeches yet, nor have I seen the vote pattern, so I won't jump to conclusions. I'll say it one last time. I'm a guard. I really am a guard. If I could, I would even take my heart out and show it to you. Brothers, trust me once. I am definitely not a wolf who pretends to be a guard to find a guard. If the police don't recognize me, I will explain my logic to you. After talking for a while, you will be able to tell whether I am real or not. That's it. Pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. You, the guard, smell like a wolf. Player number 11, please speak. Brother, don't even mention taking out your heart. I won't believe you even if you take out your lungs. Since ancient times, guards have been found and killed. Few of them are real guards. Most of them are wolves wearing clothes to avoid being pushed. What's more, you're still talking about 1, 11, 2 wolves trapping you. That's so rude. I haven't even said a word when I went to the police station, but you've already pushed me into the wolf trap. What's the matter? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that's easy to squeeze? Player number 11 stood up and attacked player number 12. In his opinion, player number 12 was a wolf that was trying to jump onto the guard to look for the guard. If he slapped the civilians or jumped from the spot, he would be directly marked and hit by the wolf, and the benefit would be very low. Only by pretending to be a guard can the good guys be cautious. In this case, if the real guard does not jump out to take a picture of him, the good guy will have no choice but to acknowledge him. If the guard comes out to take a picture of him, his identity will be exposed. Regardless of whether the guard jumped or not, he had made a contribution to the wolf team after all. Even if he was pushed out, his death was not in vain. Player number 12 didn't jump from the same spot as player 1, and he also shot a guard. I feel like he might be the Wolf King who wants to shoot. But it's not so easy to fire this gun, because good people are very cunning. If he and player 1 jump from the same spot, someone will definitely bet on him as the Wolf King. He cannot be played. At that time, player 1 will probably return the vote in the external position, and then leave him for the witch to deal with. This is definitely a result that player 12 does not want to see. In order to dispel the concerns of player 1 and the good guys, he couldn't jump from the spot. He could only wear the guards' clothes to force the guards out. After he was pushed out, he shot the guards and killed player 1 at night. This is equivalent to 2 wolves for 2 gods. The wolves won't lose. In the future, it will depend on whether the wolves' teammates can hold on during the deep push. Of course, there is another possibility that 1 and 12 are both wolves hitting the board, and the wolves check and kill the wolves. It's a very common routine, but to be honest, I heard one speech sound like a prophet, so I don't want to go in this direction. Let's see how the prophet in the back position talks. I won't say anything final to avoid embarrassment later, but there is one thing I must say. I don't know player 1. Even if he is a wolf, it has nothing to do with me. Don't make a plan for 1 and 11 to be a pair of wolves. I am a good citizen, a very good citizen. Player number 11 was pretty good, as he mentioned that 1 and 12 might be 2 wolves hitting the board, but from his statement, he did not take this logic seriously, and just mentioned it symbolically to avoid being accused of not thinking enough. As for player number 4, to be honest, it is hard to tell whether he is good or bad just by listening to his speeches. Any identity definition given to him by the police is just subjective speculation. Originally I didn't want to talk about 4, because his comments are meaningless. How can we judge whether he is good or bad? But 1 and 12 both said that player 4 has done a good job, so I think that as long as 4 is not in the wolves, as long as he doesn't talk too badly, we can put him aside for now. Player number 4, if you don't know how to choose a side, then follow me. You should choose the side that I choose. Follow me and I will lead you to victory without any effort. For every 4 policemen, at least 1 wolf will appear. If anyone tells me that there are 4 wolves on the police, I will use him as a wolf trap. What a joke! If there are 4 policemen on this board and no wolf appears, no one will believe it. Oh no, I don't believe it even if a ghost believes it. Alright, that's all I want to say on the police. For now, I stand on the side of player 1. Player 12 is a pure fake. Anyone who speaks for him could be a wolf. That's it. Over. Player number 9 please speak. Whoever speaks for 12 is likely to be a wolf. I beg you to differ. What do you mean by likely? It must be a wolf. Let's not talk about the fact that since ancient times, guards have been detected and killed, and they all smell like wolves. Let's just talk about elementary school monk logic. If there is a detection, go for it. If not, you are a fool. There are no idiots on the field, right? They are all experienced, right? If that's the case, why keep player number 12? Just kick him out. The guard in the back position had better not jump. Why would you jump out? It's obvious that player 12 is looking for you. You can't let him get what he wants. I just like to see the wolf get angry. The angrier he gets, the happier I am. Player number 9 is also a ruthless person. He directly fast forwards from checking and killing the guards since ancient times to checking and killing them when there are checks. If you don't check and kill them, you are a fool. Although what he said was a bit brainless, it is certain that he must have been very sure before he made such a joke, and he definitely did not really want to do it when he saw the kill. I listened carefully to what player number 11 said. His attitude towards player number 12 is similar to mine, which means he should not be in the wolves. If 11 and 12 are both wolves, 12 is unlikely to beat his wolves so hard. There are even rumors that whoever speaks for 12 in the back position might be the wolf. Can we still play 11 and 12 as both wolves? Obviously, we can't. Although 12 is a wolf, it's best not to send him out today. Even if the guard doesn't jump, don't touch him. And don't bet that 12 is not the wolf king. There's no need to take the risk. Anyway, we have found the prophet. As long as we let one successfully test people for 2 days, the wolves will collapse. If 12 comes out, if he shoots and takes player 1 away, we can only make a deep push. In this way, our original big advantage will be gone immediately. So, I think we can leave 12 to the witch, and we can go out with a pair of prophet during the day. This is safer. Player number 9 doesn't know whether player number 12 is the wolf king, but no matter whether he is or not, just treat him as the wolf king and leave it to the witch to deal with. A good person just needs to make sure that the prophet can verify people for 2 days. This board does not have any fancy operations or complicated logic lines. As long as the prophet reports the results of the 2-day test, the wolves will definitely lose. In this case, we cannot give the wolf any chance to turn the tables. It would be foolish for player number 12 to play, even if the guard does not jump. 1236210. Because I suspect he stepped on 3 and 6 to set an identity. He will be checking and killing the fake guard. His own identity is about to be exposed. Before that, he has to help his teammates. Stepping on them to create an opposing side is undoubtedly the best choice. Although this is just my personal speculation, I think it should be correct. He can't step on 2 good people to sell his perspective. Anyway, I'm looking for wolves under the police, so I'm keeping an eye on players 3 and 6. I won't play 2 or 10 until I get rid of them. But I still hope that player 1 can change the police badge flow and go to 2 or 10 to test it. Sometimes I can't say that my calculations are correct just by listening to the comments. I won't talk much about player number 4. Let's see how he chooses to side. If the wolf pit can be fully occupied, let him go. If not, we can only let him make up the number. If you ask me, the wolf should stop jumping. It's useless even if he jumps. He can't get 12. It's better to sell him to the enemy. Of course, if you don't believe this, just try it. You will die if you try it. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. You'd better think before you speak. Player number 8 please speak. Police badge flow 11, 7 are tested. Player number 9, your gold water is tested in vain. Player number 8 stood up and reported the flow of police badges first, and then reported the person to be checked. This is actually the correct approach. Whether you are a tough guy or a prophet, you should speak like this. Don't talk about irrelevant things or useless things. Some people pretend to be fortune tellers, but after talking for a long time we still don't know who they have tested, or after reporting that they have tested someone, they don't leave their police badges, which is really frustrating. During this period, if the werewolf chooses to self-destruct, wouldn't the prophet be useless? Therefore, the prophet has to keep 2 things in mind, verifying people and the police badge, and put everything else aside. Player 1 must be a wolf. He threw a check to 12, and 12 jumped to guard. Before someone jumps out to shoot 12, I have to recognize him as the guard. And I think 1 and 12 are unlikely to be the wolf checking and killing the wolf. 1 can throw a check to 12 after the warning, probably to fight the prophet. 12 talked about this, which shows that there is nothing wrong with his perspective and logic. In fact, when I used the first badge flow to hit player number 11, I felt that 1 and 11 might be a double wolf that would kill player number 12. It's impossible not to play in this situation. Plus, 11 stood up and immediately pinned 12 to the ground, completely ignoring the possibility of 12 being a guard. I think there is something wrong with his mentality. He must be ranked first in the police badge flow. Although wolves often pretend to be guards when they take over the check, this does not mean that 12 is definitely a wolf. To put it bluntly, 12 is lucky to be a guard. If he was a prophet, he would have been killed by the wolf. The good guys would have attacked him as a wolf and then jumped from the spot. Wouldn't this game be over? We can't treat a joke as a wise saying. It's all nonsense, okay? We need to analyze each case specifically. We can't just read from a script. You all say that player number 12 is not a guard. It's his logic that's wrong, his speech is not good, or his state of mind is not good. We have to point out his wolf-like qualities. You can't say he's a wolf just because he jumped the guard post, right? That's not how you play it. Don't think that I'm saying that 1 and 12 are most likely not wolves checking and killing wolves, but as long as someone jumps the guard to shoot him in the back position, I will consider the possibility of 1 and 12 double wolves. Comparing the two people's speeches and logic, and considering them comprehensively, I think this is the mentality that a good person should have. 9-11 is just too much. I found out that player number 9 is a bad player, but it's different for player number 11. Whether it's from the position or the behavior, he may be a wolf teammate with player no 1. It can be heard that player number 8 on the police did not want to be hit by the double wolves number 1 and number 12. From his perspective, player number 1 threw a check to the back of the police, and this action was too much like the Wolf King fighting the Prophet. It's just that 1 was unlucky and the check didn't hit him, but 1 was targeting the Prophet after all, which means 1 and 12 are not on the same side. It is precisely because of this that player number 8 does not want to have wolves 1 and 12 check and kill the wolves. He prefers that player 12 is the guard who is unlucky to be checked and killed. But we can't say for sure. It depends on whether there is anyone in the back position to jump guard with player number 12. If so, what will be the response? The second police badge flow hits player 7 because I suspect that the police queen has opened multiple wolves. 9 is gold and water, and 11 has entered the first police badge flow. The remaining players 5 and 7 are more suspicious. I feel that one of them is going to be a wolf. I'm going to play it according to the pattern of 3 wolves above the police and 1 wolf below the police. If the player number 7 is a good person, then number 5 will show his identity. If he doesn't have an identity and can't be recognized, then he will be rejected. If it turns out that player 7 is a wolf, player 5 can be put aside temporarily, but not completely, especially if player 11 is not a wolf. I'm not afraid to offend anyone. If 11 is not on the wolf team, we can't rule out 5 and 7 being double wolves, because player 4 sounds like a good guy. If we want to find 3 wolves on the police, it's nothing more than 1, 5, 7, and 11. Player number 8 was really brave. When Ren Fan and player number 5 didn't say anything, he pushed them into the wolf pit. It was a bit suicidal. 8112915711. But the problem is that putting the focus and doubts on him and player number 5 so blatantly is too easy to make people feel disgusted. Player number 8 was only thinking about logic, and never considered that this game involves more than logic, but also social skills, and that speaking requires skills and methods. 362101. It will depend on how 3 and 6 get votes and what their subordinates say. Whoever talks the worst will get voted on by the bandits and fall into the wolf's den. But players 2 and 10 can't be completely recognized. Player 1's badge flow only means that they are probably not on the wolves, but it doesn't mean they are definitely not on the wolves. I said so much just to hope that the good guys can recognize me. Once I get the badge, the balance of victory will tilt towards the good guys. Otherwise, it will be difficult to win. From my perspective, player number 1 is the Wolf King. We can't use him today. If he is used, the guards will be in trouble. So he has to be voted in from the outside. As for who will be voted in, we'll talk about it later. Okay, I've said everything I wanted to say. I'll repeat it one last time. The trump card Prophet, the police badge flow 11, 7 smooth verification, no police canvassing or anything like that. That's it, passed. Player number 7 please speak. As for the side, I'd better stand on the side of player 1 first, because I'm the guard. Ren Fan had already marked player number 12 as a wolf. In his opinion, no matter who was the Prophet between 1 and 8, 12 could not take up the Guardian card. Not to mention how small the probability is for a guard to be killed by a wolf, just the statement made by 12 is problematic. The Wolf King's board, no matter whether the police queen opens wolves or how many wolves are opened, as long as there is one Wolf King jumping out, it will not prevent him from throwing checks and killing at the police queen. It would be best if he can kill the Prophet, but it doesn't matter if he can't. 8 It is wrong or unnecessary to keep worrying about how many wolves should be fired after the police are alerted. These two people made the same mistake, and it was not a small mistake, so that Ren Fan couldn't play 1 and 12 double wolves even if he wanted to, and could only stand on the side of player number 1 to play 8 and 12 double wolves. Today, player number 12 will be released. If player number 1 doesn't return to player number 12 after getting the police badge, I'm afraid that player number 12 is the Wolf King and will shoot him. Then I'll play player number 1 and player number 12 to check and kill the wolf and hit him with a board. The so-called player number 12 is the Wolf King, but it's just an excuse for not wanting to resist the wolf teammates. 8128121112. Let me put it this way, player 8. I am only temporarily on side 1. I haven't made it to the final side yet. If you are the prophet, you should play the wolves at 1 and 12, because I am the guardian. Player 11 was very hostile to player 12. He stood up and said that he did not recognize player 12 as a guard. His words and actions were well prepared. 11 and 12 are unlikely to become wolf teammates, unless 11 sells out his teammates for identity. How should I put it? This possibility does exist, but there is no reason to think badly of 11. He even said that guards have been detected since ancient times. A wolf wouldn't say such a contrived thing. Anyway, I'll recognize player number 11 on the first day and decide whether to deal with him later. Player number 9 was dumped by player number 8. I think player number 8 and player number 9 should not meet. If 8 is a prophet, 9 is a good guy. If 8 is a tough guy, 9 should also be a good guy who is being canvassed for votes. What's more, he also told the people in the back position not to jump against player 1. Whoever jumps is the wolf. Logically speaking, once such a statement comes out, I don't want to think that he is the wolf anymore. And he is also hostile to player 12. If he has a chance to check and kill, he should go and check and kill. If he doesn't go and check and kill, he is a fool. This is similar to what player 11 said about checking and killing to get out the guards since ancient times. So, from my perspective, 9 and 11 are most likely good guys, and there are 2 wolves among 1, 8, and 12. Today, no one should find any excuse not to vote for 12. Put your votes on 12. Ren Fan is really brave. His trump card is not a guard, but he dares to put on the guard's clothes and resist the player number 12 who jumped the guard. Although the possibility of 12 being a guard is indeed very low, it is better to be safe than sorry. In this situation where there are all kinds of people, no one should be so confident, as one may get slapped in the face. Player number 4 didn't hear it. I think if the police are unsure, there's no need to force an identity. Let's wait and see. There's no rush, right? It's the same with the police. There are 4 people, 2, 3, 6, and 10. Can the badge style played by 2 prophets determine who is a wolf and who is a good guy? Definitely not. Some wolves will deliberately hide their perspective, or predict the logic that good people might plot, and then trick good people into giving their identities to their wolf teammates. So, don't jump to conclusions before you listen to their speeches. The most frightening thing about this game is preconceived ideas. Once your mind is biased, logic will serve the conclusion, rather than drawing conclusions through logic. Let's have a final conversation with player number 8. Don't keep worrying about how many wolves the police queen has. The police queen doesn't have a single wolf. Player number 1 is the wolf king, so why doesn't he throw his check to the police queen to kill him? You said you suspected 1 and 11 were both wolves, which is understandable, but you opened 3 wolves on the hard disk alarm, and didn't even listen to the speech of me and player 5 before clicking into the wolf pit. It's too outrageous, brother. If you insist on doing this, even the gods can't save you. Including your recognition of player 2 and player 10, I think it was rather hasty. It's true that they entered the police badge flow, but werewolves are not as simple as you think. This is what I have to say to you from the bottom of my heart, player 8. Of course, if you are a wolf, just pretend that I didn't say anything. In fact, I am afraid of the wolves 1 and 12. You are the prophet who speaks poorly, don't you know? That's all I have to say for now. Guard the bottom card. Give me all the votes to kick out player 12 today. Don't worry about players 1 and 8. Let them investigate for another night and debate for another day. That's it. We passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. There's something wrong with this person. Player number 5, please speak. Good chat, player 7. You said everything I wanted to say. 8 and 12's comments are obviously problematic. They have the Wolf King board, but they are so arrogant that they lose the check and kill, and they don't care whether you can open the Wolf King after the police. It's ridiculous. Just like player 7 said, whether you open the wolf after the alarm or not, it doesn't affect player 1's fight against the prophet. As a result, player number 8 insisted on calling for more wolves after the warning, and even pushed me and player number 7 into the wolf pit without listening to their speech. Can this mentality be that of a prophet? I was originally wondering if 1 and 12 might be wolves checking and killing wolves, but after listening to the speech of player number 8, I felt that I was overthinking. 8 and 12 are definitely the 2 wolves. I'm going to side with player 1, and they're basically the type that won't look back. It can be said that the side chosen by player number 5 is in line with the thinking of most good people who close their eyes. Some people had previously wondered whether players 1 and 12 could be a pair of wolves, but now they have put that idea to rest. A waste of expression. Judging from the speech and logic of player number 8, he is really not worthy of being a good person to play the double wolves 1 and 12. If he is a prophet, then there is only one word, bad. Either he is a prophet, or he is not good enough at pretending to be a good person. Although what he said could not be considered as a defense, it still had a bit of the flavor of carving on shit. At least that's how player number 5 sees it. 8's blind spot puts him in the wolf's pit. Based on this alone, he doesn't want to think that 8 is a prophet anymore. Not to mention 8's perspective, there are problems with the definition of the pattern under the police. Let's put it this way, there are some logical number 8 players, but they are all average and nothing eye-catching. When all the good people believe that everyone is guarding, and it is a low probability event for 1 and 12 wolves to check and kill wolves, who would stand on the side of 8? Player number 9 is 8-shot Goldwater. I feel like they shouldn't meet. Although some wolves will throw gold water to their wolf teammates, they are very rare. And the hostility between 9 and 12 is very high. I don't hear any wolf flavor from him at the moment. Player number 11 stood up and attacked player number 12, who was not a guard. The hostility was obvious. There was a high probability that the two would not meet. As for stepping on a wolf teammate to establish an identity, if you don't discuss it on the first day, for situations like this that are illogical and have a low probability, you have to wait until the third day to discuss it. The police don't know how many wolves will be opened. If there are 2 wolves, then it will be 8 and 12. If there are 3 wolves, there will be another deepwater wolf among 4 and 11. But I think there should be only 2 wolves on the police. The identities of 4 and 11 are pretty good in my case, so I prefer 2 wolves on the police and 2 wolves below the police. Player number 8 didn't use the police badge flow. I guess he was afraid of losing the perspective. In that case, it depends on who votes for him. Based on 8's remarks, I'm afraid the only one who can vote for him is Wolf. Listening to the speech of player number 5, Ren Fan frowned. To be honest, he felt that player number 5 did not do a very good job in the chat. You don't have to side with player 8, there's nothing wrong with that. The key is that player 5 seems to want to kill player 8, and he seems to be trying to put pressure on the players below him so that they don't dare to vote for player 8. On the bright side, he was worried that the werewolf would rush to vote and cause the police badge to fall into the wrong hands, but on the bad side, he was just setting the pace and charging, and his attempt to nail 8 down was a tough move. This mentality seemed a bit bandit-like to Ren Fan, and maybe 5 was actually a wolf. Player number 7, from your perspective, player number 12 is a fixed wolf. It is understandable that you want to get rid of him, but I think you should think about it again. If he is the Wolf King, he will be out and shoot you and take you away, and the good guys will suffer a great loss. In fact, on this issue, I agree very much with the idea of player 11. He said why player 12 didn't jump from the spot. It's not that he didn't want to, but he was afraid that the good guys would treat him as the Wolf King. If they didn't push him and left him to the witch poison, it would be embarrassing. He simply pretended to be a guard to find a guard, and then sold a wolf teammate in the external position. In the end, the result was 2 wolves for 2 gods. The more I think about it, the more I think what player 11 said makes sense, so try not to play player 12, carry player 8 away first. Wouldn't it be better if the witch feeds player 12 coke at night? Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. If players 1 and 7 must play player 12 first, then that's fine too. After all, they have the right to vote, and we are just tools to follow the votes. That's all I want to say, officer. Stand with player 1. You officers can vote. Pass. The speech for the sheriff's election is over. Players under the police are invited to start voting. As soon as player number 5 took the microphone, a line of words appeared on the screen. There should be no suspense in this round of sheriff voting, and it is likely that player number 1 will get the police badge. Not to mention that it is unlikely that a good guy will come up and kill the wolf with 1 or 12 wolves and beat them with a stick. Just the attitude and identity definition of the player under 8 towards the police means that he is doomed to have no chance of getting the police badge. 210118. People 1 have the strength they need and the speech they need, and Ren Fan jumps the guard and shoots 12, which also raises the profit level of 1. In this case, unless 2 and 10 are crazy, they will go to stand on the side of 8. 368-21036. With such remarks coming out, they still have the mood to vote for player number 8. Don't even think about it. Therefore, Ren Fan didn't even need to look at the ticket type to know that it must be player number 1 who got the police badge. Although may first not be a profit, under the current circumstances, it is obviously not right to let 8 get the police badge. If his own remarks are problematic, don't blame the good people for not standing by him. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 2, 6, and 10 choose to vote for player number 1. 3 chooses to vote for player 8. Seeing this vote pattern, Ren Fan smiled. It was not bad. Player number 8 at least did not have his head shaved. Player number 3 gave him a vote, which was a comfort to his injured heart. I just don't know whether player number 3 is a wolf or a good guy. No matter what his whole card is, he dares to vote for 8 at this time. I respect him as a man. Player number 1 was elected sheriff, Christmas Eve last night. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Seeing the 3 words Christmas Eve, Ren Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's Christmas Eve, it's Christmas Eve. He had been frightened by some evil spirits. Not only did he not save anyone on the first night, he also poisoned people and did a lot of stupid things. Although this game does not stipulate that the witch must save people on the first night, not to mention that not prescribing the antidote may cause the werewolf to kill himself and his plan to gain an identity will fail. But listen to my advice, the witch must prescribe the antidote to save people on the first night. Don't bet on the werewolf stabbing himself or that the one who gets stabbed on the first night is not a god. There is no need to do that. To put it bluntly, if the hunter gets stabbed and defeated on the first night, and then shoots the witch away, won't the good guys collapse immediately? Do less of the crazy operations that bring almost no benefits, and the family tree will feel better. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 His water is to get out. Player number 12 please speak. I don't understand. I really don't understand. How can you think that player number 7 is a guard? Putting aside other statements and logic, just the fact that he insisted on killing me, can it be a guard mentality? There is a wolf king on this board, everyone. Moreover, the police of player number 11 said that I am very likely the wolf king who is posing as a guard looking for a guard, and I am ready to shoot and take the guard away after I am eliminated. As a result, player number 7 didn't take player no 11's warning seriously at all. He was like a madman and insisted on killing me. He didn't worry at all that I was the wolf king. Is this normal? There must be something fishy going on. He can't hold up the guard card. He's just a pure werewolf trying to push me out of the game. Can't you see through his little trick? If he really is a guard, and he saw me taking over his clothes, and with the reminder from player 11, he should have told the good guys not to send me out today, and it would be safer to send player 8 out first. After all, no guard wants to die under the gun of the Wolf King, let alone on the first day. However, player 7 insisted on putting me out first. How can you recognize him as a defender with this mentality? I really can't understand it. If I were the last player to speak, I would have smashed 5's head with a hammer. He even thought 7 was a guard and was beating me up like a wolf. It's really funny. If 7 had thought about it more, he wouldn't have said such a thing. 9 and 11 are even more outrageous. When they were speaking, player 7 hadn't jumped against me yet. One of them always checks to kill out the guards, and the other has to check to kill. If you don't check to kill, you're a fool. Tisk tisk. Luckily there are no idiots on this board, otherwise, I would have thought that 2 idiots jumped against each other. As soon as these words came out, Ren Fan's face suddenly showed a knowing smile. This sentence seems to be an insult, but you can't say that he violated the rules because idiot can be a card. But everyone knows that what player 12 said was definitely not an idiotic card. As for his logic of beating Ren Fan, it doesn't hold water at all. If you have the Wolf King's board, you can't play a pair of jumping wolves? If you want to play a pair of jumping wolves, your mentality is wrong. What kind of bullshit logic is this? When the police officer first heard the 12 jump guard's words, he felt that he was most likely not a guard. Now he is even more certain of this idea. Now we can be sure that 1 and 7 are double wolves. Player 7 is afraid that the night will be too long and there will be more trouble. He wants to set the pace and quickly push me out of the game to avoid any more complications. But his talk exposed his wolfish ambitions. Player 5 didn't bring out such an important logic in the last position, and he also led the rhythm to attack me. I feel that 5 and 7 are probably a pair of wolves. Oh, by the way, player 7 told me and player 8 that no matter whether the police queen opens wolves or not, or how many wolves she opens, as long as the wolf king jumps in, she will go to the police queen to fight the prophet. So, our logic is wrong. This statement may sound reasonable at first glance, but it is actually a substitution of concepts. In fact, whether player 1 is the Wolf King or not, as long as I accept the check and kill at this position, I can open multiple wolves after the alarm. Besides, this is just a guess. It could be right or wrong. We can only make further judgments after listening to the speech. As a result, when it came to player number 7, it became that I had to call the police and then open multiple wolves. To put it bluntly, he was distorting and tampering with my words, and his behavior was a traitor. Even though I'm not a guard, I'm a good guy in the external position. When I heard him talking like that, I could tell he was a wolf. But unfortunately, player 5 was still so excited that he recognized player 7 as a guard. Except for player 3, everyone else under the police was voted a bandit. You guys really have so many complaints, I don't even know where to start. Player no 12's words were full of complaints and sarcasm. This is a way of playing with emotional flow, gaining the trust of good people through negative emotions such as complaints, sarcasm, ridicule, anger, etc. Some people think this is a violation and that his emotions are close to his face. However, according to official regulations, as long as there are no obvious curse words and speech or off-site remarks, it is not a violation. Strictly speaking, this is acting. Get emotional, play with your state, and play with your mentality, as long as you can make good people believe what you say. The reason for this is that Werewolf is not a purely logical reasoning game. Sometimes emotional state, the way of speaking, and even certain details are more important than logic. It may be a little scary to say it, but the wolf pits I ordered now are 1, 5, 7, and 11. The police don't even open wolves. Although 2, 6, and 10 are all on the list of criminals, and there are 4 people under the police, it stands to reason that one of them will be a wolf. But after listening to the speech of the police, I feel that the people I just pointed out are all likely to be criminals. There's no need to say more about player number 1. He's a wolf and should be buried in the ground. Player number 11 was suspicious to begin with, but he went so far as to accuse me of being a wolf. During the entire speech by the police, he never considered the possibility that I was a guard. Is this the mentality of a good person? It's true that werewolves like to pretend to be guards when they are checked and killed. I admit that, but I just happened to be checked and killed in this round. What can I do? As player 8 said, if I were a prophet, wouldn't I be a werewolf who jumps on the spot? In fact, I am not a wolf. Don't say that guards taking over the kill is a low probability event. In any game, it's 50 to 50. It's either yes or no. There is no probability. Understand the applause. Player number 7 jumped towards me and killed me immediately. No more words. Player number 5 is in the last position, but he didn't play anything that he should have played. He even helped the wolf to vote and incite. It's hard not to think that he is the wolf. If he is really a good person, then he can be treated as an extracurricular wolf. There is nothing we can do about it. No matter what, good people can't put their votes on me today. If I'm pushed out, I'll lose. Player number 7, number 1 is definitely the Wolf King, and number 7 is the little wolf. As long as you can recognize me and put the ticket on number 7, the witch will poison number 1 at night, and I guarantee that you will win. Guaranteed win? Ren Fan curled his lips. Is it to ensure that the wolves will win, or to ensure that the good guys will win? I still want to push him back, but any good person with a brain would not vote for him. If 12 is really a guard, there is no need to consider that player 1 is the Wolf King and cannot send him out. On the contrary, one must be sent out to let him shoot from a straight angle. Otherwise, the good guys will collapse immediately. However, player number 12 has been clamoring to be Ren Fan, which is obviously unrealistic. 12 knew that Ren Fan could not be sent out, but he still insisted on chatting like this, and seriously ordered the 4 wolves to be on guard, as if he was afraid that he would not attract enough hatred. He was just trying to make the chat explode. What was he talking about? He just wanted to get out and shoot. The new book will be updated with about 5,000 words every day. During the new book period, the editor will not allow more because of the need to arrange recommendations. After it is put on the shelves, it will be updated with 100,000 words, and then it will be updated with 10,000 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Take off the guard's clothes quickly. Player number 11, please speak. Brother, stop struggling. I don't know if player 9 is an idiot, but I'm definitely not one. Even if I am an idiot, as long as player 7 jumps the guard and shoots you, you have to take off on the spot. You said that player number 7 had to kill you, without considering that you are the Wolf King, so you don't have a guard mentality. But I can completely understand why he did that. After all, he is afraid that you wolves number 1 and number 12 will check and kill the wolf and beat him up. So he specifically said in the warning that if player number 1 is in the last position, he will not return the vote to you, but will directly play player number 8, and then the 1st and 12th wolves will be played. Although I think his worries are unnecessary, and it is not a wise choice to directly send out player number 12, but if you say this is his breaking point, his mentality is not like that of a guard, then he is really treating us like a hammer. Player number 7, I will listen to your vote today. I will vote for whoever you say, but I still suggest you think about it again. Don't take the risk of voting for player number 1 just because you are a little worried about the wolves of number 12 and no 12. To be honest, I think it's quite likely that player 12 is the Wolf King. If he is a little wolf and player 8 is the Wolf King, the wolf team will have no chance of winning. After the little wolf was eliminated, the Wolf King ate poison at night. What was the meaning of 8 jumping out? Just to poison the witch? Obviously, this doesn't make sense. Listen to the advice and eat your fill. It's up to you whether you want to continue to vote for player number 12. It can be heard that player number 11 never thought that player number 12 was a guard. When Ren Fan jumped to the guard's position on the police, he accepted it directly. The only thing that made player number 11 a little dissatisfied was that Ren Fan insisted on playing 12 first. He knew that the reason why Ren Fan took this bad approach was largely because he was afraid of the double wolves 1 and 12. But this is a bit like throwing the baby out with the bathwater and putting the cart before the horse. Since you are on the side of player number 1, you should believe that he is a prophet and that 8 and 12 are both wolves, instead of being suspicious and taking the risk of betting that 12 is not the Wolf King. Therefore, he still advised Ren Fan to think carefully again and not to get stuck in a dead end. It was not easy to get a guard, but if he was taken away by the Wolf King on the first day, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable? Player number 8 threw the gold water to player number 9. It seems that player number 9 should not be in the Wolves team. Player number 12 has been checked and killed. It is illogical for him to make a Wolves teammate the focus position. Many fortune tellers have the habit of checking Jinshui, the tough wolf. Player 8 cannot be unaware of this, so I think 8 will not bring bad luck or trouble to his teammates. 8 and 9 don't meet, and 9 is a good person. Player 5's speech on the police line was pretty good, and he didn't sound too much like a wolf, but I didn't dare to recognize him because the wolf pit was a bit crowded. 7981245. Unless the police officer also opens fire, but I haven't even heard the police officer's speech yet, so it's hard to say. So, I'll still open a wolf between 4 and 5. May 5th be a good speaker, but he may not be a wolf. If you are a good person, I'll let you down for a bit. Among the 4 players 2, 3, 6, and 10, only player 3 voted for player 8. Judging from his behavior, he looks like a wolf. But we still have to listen to his speech. It's rare to see someone so stubborn as to charge his wolf teammates. I'm not afraid of you saying that I'm trying to help player number 3. In my heart, I actually think that player number 3 is a good guy who is on the wrong side. He might be the kind of person who is sober while everyone else is drunk. He thinks that everyone else is on the wrong side, but in fact, he is the only one who has fallen into the wolves team. Fools, being sold but still happily helping others count money. If someone wants to help him, he still thinks that others have bad intentions. But we still have to point him into the wolf pit. After all, people think differently. What if he likes to charge when he gets the wolf? In this game, there are all kinds of monsters. What player number 11 means is that this is a low-end game and cannot be judged by common sense. You think that he is a wolf and will not play like this, but he just doesn't think the same as you do. Ren Fan deeply agrees with this. He was tortured to death yesterday. All kinds of weird things appeared one after another. Some people started to expose the bandits and sell their perspectives while chatting. Some good people were stubborn and followed the wolf team and refused to turn back no matter how much they were persuaded. Some people cursed at people in the face and some people sacrificed their family tree if they disagreed with them. Although they will be banned and disqualified if they speak in violation of the rules, they don't care at all. They just come to join in the fun. This round was relatively normal, and the speeches were all good. I guess they were all like him, having just escaped from misery. If player 3 is not the wolf, after listening to the speeches of players 2, 6, and 10, I will say who among them is likely to be the hook tomorrow. I won't say more about this round. That's it. Pass. Player number 10, please speak. Player number 7, please step down. I know you want to protect me from the attacks, but it's totally unnecessary. Although you mean well, I don't like to lend my clothes to others. The first words from player number 10 stunned Ren Fan and the good guy in the external position. Ren Fan didn't know if 10 was a real guard. If he was, his brain might not be normal. He had already put on his clothes, so why did 10 jump out so stupidly? The good guys in the external position were a little speechless. If 10 were civilians who wanted to block the knife for Ren Fan, it would be an insult to the werewolf's IQ. They were not stupid. On the contrary, if 10 is really a guard, and Ren Fan takes off his clothes later, then he is a big idiot, a complete lunatic. Wouldn't it be good enough if there are people to block the bullets, but he has to take the blame himself? Isn't that a masochist? Player 8 today, don't play 12. The witch will poison him at night. I agree with the idea of player 11. 8 is there to give away. The purpose is to let the good guy play 12. Otherwise, 12 will have no chance to shoot. As for whether 1 and 12 are likely to be wolves checking and killing wolves, they were possible before I heard the speech of player 8. After 8 finished speaking, I was too lazy to discuss it. I won't say that 8 policemen are obsessed with opening multiple wolves after the police are on the plate. Just saying that he can rashly recognize me and 2 doesn't seem like a prophet. From his perspective, player 1 is most likely the wolf king who wants to kill the prophet, right? If so, we have to consider the logic that player 1 deliberately used the police badge flow to hit his wolf teammates to hide his perspective. Unless 1 is crazy about the police badge or is just a fool who doesn't think too much, otherwise, 8 should suspect that there is a wolf team made of 2 between me and player 1. He won't sell out 2 good people so easily. Does player 1's speech sound like a silly card to you? So player 8, as a prophet, you can't let me and player 2 go easily. When you say 2 and 10 are good guys, and 3 and 6 are wolves, I feel your logic is very mechanical and rigid. When you see the opponent beat us into the police badge flow, you say 2 and 10 are good guys. When you see 1 throws a check to the police queen, you say the police queen has many wolves. This is far from the prophet in my mind. Also, you played the badge flow, and tested 11 and 7 in sequence. I understand that you wanted to test player 11. After all, from your perspective, you should be suspicious of the first and 11th duo. But it makes no sense for you to use the second badge flow to test player 7. Do you know why you played like this? It's because your logic is wrong. The Queen of Police doesn't have to play with multiple wolves. Player 8, although I have been talking about your bad points, your speech on the police is not really explosive. But if you want to make the good guys play 1 and 12 double wolves, it is far from enough to talk like this. That's why I said that after listening to your speech, I'm too lazy to check and kill wolves and punish them with sticks. It's not worth it. Player number 10 was very dissatisfied with what player number 8 said. As he said, player number 8 could not be considered a complete bandit, but he had a lot of small problems which added up to make him full of loopholes. Most importantly, if player 8 wants the good guys to play 1 and 12 wolves, he has to talk very well, making people feel that he is a prophet, not that there is no desire to side with him. I think the police will most likely play 3 wolves, 8 and 12 are 2 fixed wolves, and then 4, 5, and 11 will play another wolf. The Wolf King's board, the wolf team must have hooked it, not to mention that with 12 being checked, it is estimated that except for player number 8, the rest of the wolf team will hook it. I won't talk about the first position speech of player 4. Although players 5 and 11 both sided with player 1 and beat player 12, not recognizing him as a guard, it doesn't mean that both of them didn't meet with player 12. My suggestion is that player number 1 should check one of players 4, 5, and 11 at night. Don't rush to identify someone just because they are on your side. You need to be very cautious. As long as player 3 is on the bandit ticket, I think he is a good person. If player 3 and player 8 are both wolves, he won't dare to rush for this ticket. Player 8 is not good at chatting with the police. Player 7 also wore my clothes and took a photo of player 12, and chatted like a guard. In this case, I can't think of any reason why player 3 would vote for player 8. In my opinion, he is just a good guy on the wrong side. The police opened the wolf in 2 and 6. They did a good job of voting for player 1, but they still had to hook the ball when they had to. Player 10's speech is full of anti-logic. There is nothing wrong with the speeches of 4, 5, and 11, and they don't sound like wolves, but because this is the Wolf King's board, selling out teammates and hooking them is absolutely inevitable. Therefore, when player number 10 said that there was a wolf among the 3 of them, even player number 11 did not dare to admit it. It is true that player number 3 under the police has won the bandit vote, but he is a wolf and is unlikely to get the vote, so he can only be a good guy on the wrong side. On the contrary, the numbers 2 and 6 on the upper ticket are more suspicious. What can I say about this speech? It does make some sense, but it's a bit too much. Listen to me, just play player 8 today, don't think about 1 and 12 double wolves. If player 8 is the prophet in this game, you can't blame the good guys if he gets pushed back. You should blame yourself for being a bad chatterbox. I might guard myself at night, but I might also guard player 1. It depends on the situation. I'll just gamble with the wolves. If tomorrow is Christmas Eve, it means my bet is right. If it is 1 or I got a card wrong, it means I missed a step. Alright, that's all I want to say. Guard the cards. Player 7, please stop making trouble. Take off your clothes, you hear me? Player number 9, please speak. If you say so, I am also a guard. I didn't intend to jump to the police station, but 7 and 10 both wore my clothes. If I don't show some expression, I'm afraid no one will believe me if I jump to the guard station again. Today, I'll go with player number 12. As I said before, if there's a check, go and kill. If you don't go and kill, you're a fool. If he has the guts, he can pull out a gun and take me away. Listening to the speech of player number 9, Ren Fan was thoughtful. 9 wants to go straight to 12. Don't be fooled by his nonchalant appearance and the way he seems to be talking nonsense, but you can bet he is really a guard. In fact, anyone who wants to resist player number 12 today may be a guard in Ren Fan's view. Because the guards knew that 12 was a wolf, and he was wearing clothes in front of them, so they were not afraid even if 12 was the wolf king. Therefore, there is no scruple at all, and naturally one would like to get rid of player number 12 as soon as possible, rather than getting rid of player number 8. Although based on the current situation, the possibility that 1 and 12 are twin wolves is very small, but it is better to be safe than sorry. On one side is Ding Lang, and on the other side is player number 8 who may still be able to make a prediction. It is undoubtedly better to release Ding Lang first. According to this idea, the guard will strongly support Ren Fan's idea in his speech, and directly push against player number 12 today, and it happens that player number 9 meets this characteristic. Player number 8, no matter how you talk on the police, I won't kill you because you threw the gold water at me, but today your vote will depend on player no 12. Because I'm a guard. I'm not kidding. Anyway, I'm going to say this. You, Jin Shui, have become a guard, and you're going to play player number 12. Do you want to follow suit? If you don't follow me, I will directly deal with you 8 and 12 wolves. As long as you put your vote on 12, I will consider turning back to stand by you. Really, I didn't paint a rosy picture for you, nor did I trick you into playing player number 12. I am really a guard. If you don't even believe what your own Jin Shui says, what's the point of playing the prophet? Police officer number 7 wore my clothes and jumped the guard to shoot number 12. I can understand and I recognized him, but I don't understand the operation of number 10. Why did he jump the guard and what benefit did he get? Go check 10. No matter which of you two is the prophet, I think 10's behavior is not very good. It's worth checking. Player 5's speech on the police line was pretty good. I could tell he was hostile to player 12, which means that 5 and 12 are unlikely to meet. Although it's possible that 5 will step on his teammates to gain an identity, I don't want to do that now. 11121227 nice 1112. In this way, if the police open 3 wolves, then it can only be 4, 8, and 12. If player 4 is not a wolf, I will prepare to find 2 wolves under the police. Player 10 is one of them. Although he voted for player 1 and stood on the same side as me, in my eyes he has a lot of bad intentions. He wore my clothes for no reason and voted for player 8. His motives are questionable. If 8 is the prophet, 10 must be the wolf. His purpose is to lead the good guys and force the prophet out of the game. On the contrary, if 8 is the little wolf and 12 is the wolf king, 10 talks to the good guy and asks him to play player 8 first and not touch 12 for the time being. Then his identity will be a good one. Oh no, not a good one, but a perfect good one. So, how to define 10's identity depends on whether 12 is the wolf king. As for player number 3, he voted for the bandit team. Judging from his behavior, he does look like a wolf. But if you think about it, if player number 3 is a wolf, how could he have the courage to vote for his wolf teammates? This doesn't make sense. So, my thoughts are similar to those of player number 11. I also think that the probability of number 3 not being a wolf is very high. In other words, he has become a bandit to the extreme and no longer looks like a bandit. Among the remaining 2 or 6, I'm afraid there will be another wolf. Even though they all voted correctly and behaved well, we still have to be suspicious. This board has a lot of hooks. Especially when 8 and 12 have already been labeled as wolves by good people, wolves should find ways to reverse hooks and establish identities, rather than just rushing for votes. I'm sure you can all tell that what I'm doing is anti-logical. Although it shouldn't be like this on the first day, compared to normal logic, anti-logic is obviously more in line with common sense when it comes to player 3's problem. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 12, that's it, passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 just do your best to die. Player number 8 please speak. Is it fun? Player 9, player 10. Each of you jumps guard, thinking you are very cool, but in fact, you are just a clown in the eyes of the wolves. To be honest, what benefit do you get from jumping like this, other than affecting the judgment of good people? Can you trick the wolves? If player 12 is really not a guard, and 1 and 12 are wolves checking and killing wolves, then in the eyes of the wolves, 7 is the iron guard. Otherwise, why would he be so hostile to 12? Why would he dare to jump out and shoot him? You two jumped guard and asked 7 to take off his clothes. After he took off his clothes, did Wolf no longer think he was a guard? I don't know what was going on in your heads. Especially you, player number 9. I threw gold water at you, not to let you run and vote for the wolves. If the gold water is on the wrong side, what's the point of testing you? Think about it carefully. If I'm not a prophet, and player 12 and I are teammates, will I throw gold water at you if I show up as a tough guy? Don't you like to play tricks? Have you ever heard of the principle of equal throwing and killing? My teammate has taken the check and is already in the anti-push position, so I will throw the check to the good guy and send him to the anti-push position as well. This way, both of us will face the same situation, and in the end, it will just be a matter of speaking. Not to mention that player 12 has already jumped the guard. If the person I throw is a civilian, who is more likely to be eaten by the resistance push. But I didn't do that, because I'm the prophet. If I were the wolf, you, player number 9, would definitely be checked and killed, and it wouldn't be your turn to stand there and laugh. Player no 8's tone was very bad, which was normal when you think about it. All his money had been turned back, so it would be strange for him to be in a good mood. And 4 guards suddenly jumped out on the scene, leaving him speechless. Especially player number 9 repeatedly talks to him, making sure to put the ticket on number 12, otherwise he will stand on the side of number 1 and not look back. What can he do? Since Jin Shui had said this, he had no choice but to go for 12, whether he was willing or not. There is a saying that goes, make an appointment for sex and do it with tears in your eyes. Player number 9, I have identified you as a good guy. Since you swear that you are a guard, I will put my vote on player number 12 today. But I have something to tell you. You won't die if you don't do anything. Don't do anything fancy. Just treat this game as a lesson for me. As for guards 7 and 12, to be honest, I can't tell them apart. Although the number 7 player on the police was on the side 1, I could tell that he didn't mean to beat me to death. Even though he thought my speech was not very good, he still kept hitting me with the double wolf on the 1st and 12th plates. I am a prophet who speaks poorly. This mentality is not like that of a wolf, but I don't agree with the points he made, and I don't think there is anything wrong with my speech. Player number 1 jumped to the police queen to check and kill. I definitely suspected that the police queen had multiple wolves. This has nothing to do with whether he is the wolf king or not. It is purely because of his behavior that I have no choice but to play like this. Actually, after listening to the speech by player number 7, I am more inclined to the 1st and 12th double wolves. But in this round under the police, player number 12 talked about why we should open multiple wolves after the police. This was a highlight in his speech, at least in my eyes, so I don't know how to choose again. But my Jinshui strongly told me to play player number 12. Otherwise, it would be 8 and 12. I had no choice but to listen to him and play player number 12. Without a police badge, I won't say who I will check tonight. If I can survive until tomorrow, I will report it myself. If I can't survive, it's useless to say who I will check. There are 4 policemen, and only player number 3 gave me a vote. I can only temporarily recognize him, but whether he is a good person or not, I still need to listen to his speech. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid he's a wolf, and he voted for me on purpose to help me fill the wolf's hole. Hearing this, Ren Fan curled the corners of his mouth. Not bad, not bad. Player number 8 finally had something to his satisfaction. He said a lot of nonsense in the beginning, which was basically all emotional outburst, sounding a bit frustrated. The more I listened, the more headache I got. Only player number 3 might be a cushion, which touched Ren Fan a little. He felt that player number 8 was like a prophet, but he was just like a prophet. Whether it was true or not still depended on the situation. If player 3 is the good guy on the opposite side, the wolf will be between 2 and 6. Because of the badge flow of player number 1, I was a bit hasty to hastily recognize players 2 and 10. I admit that. Now that I think about it, player 1 put 2 into the first badge stream, it might be for identity. Because most people subconsciously think that Wolf's first badge flow is canvassing for votes. If he is cunning enough, he can use this to create the illusion that he and player 2 are not meeting. Player number 2 should be the most suspicious. Unfortunately, I didn't hear his speech. Otherwise, I should be able to roughly determine his identity. Player number 10 jumped on guard. I think it is likely that he is a good person who wants to protect player number 7 from being attacked. Although the operation is weird, the starting point is good. So, 10 can be put aside for now. Player number 6 has been voted on by the bandits. I don't know if he is a good guy on the wrong side, or a wolf who is trying to get votes. But now we can basically confirm that the police will open the wolf between 2 and 6. 3 and 10 can be put aside. We can't get them for the time being. Player number 8 defined the identities of the 4 people under the police in great detail. Whether they admitted it or suspected it, he gave reasons and logic, which sounded quite reasonable. But the good guys may not buy it. In this situation, it is a bit difficult for player number 8 to get the good guys to stand on his side. Well, it is very difficult. The main reason was that he didn't talk very well in the police chat and lost the best opportunity. After all, the first impression is the most important. What can I say about player number 11? I suspect he and player number 1 are wolves trying to trap player number 12. But now I want to release player number 12, so I can't play with players number 1 and number 11 as wolves. Otherwise, I'd be schizophrenic. It's the same with player 5. 5 and 11 can't really share the same side with 12. If 1 and 12 are both wolves, you can only put them down first. Unless 12 is a guard, you can click them into the wolf pit. But I, Jin Shui, insisted that he was a guard. I don't know whether you believe it or not, but I don't believe it. But I can't not give him face, right? 124612121212. Player number 7, if you didn't tell the police that I was going to play 12, would you consider playing 1 and 12 wolves to check and kill wolves and hit the board? Do what you say, don't be a coward, that's it, it's over. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. I bet there's no bullet in his gun. Player number 7, please speak. Coward? That's not the case. I only have one word to say to you, just do it. Players 9 and 10 both want to take the blame for me. I appreciate their kindness, but wolves are not stupid, right? Player 12's gun is already pointed at my head. Now even if I talk a flower, I can't take off my guard clothes. In that case, I'll bet that there's no bullet in his gun. If he's the Wolf King, I deserve to be shot. But if he's not the Wolf King, you'll have to call me tomorrow. Ren Fan jumped to guard as a hunter just to get the MVP. All good people hope that player number 12 is not the Wolf King, but Ren Fan is just the opposite. He is looking forward to player number 12 shooting, and then he will give the Wolf team a surprise. Well, he didn't know whether there were bullets in 12's gun, but there were definitely bullets in his gun. In fact, when playing as a hunter, you should either stay hidden and not jump out, or hide in the dark, which is a huge deterrent to the werewolves. No matter they are killing people at night or resisting the attack during the day, they are afraid of hitting the gunmaster. Either look for an opportunity to take the knife or the werewolf's skills, and then shoot to help the good guys chase the rounds. The bullets in the gun have to be used up in order to realize the value of this card. Otherwise, it will be meaningless and will just be a waste of time. Now Ren Fan is just looking for an opportunity to take advantage of the Wolf King's skills, and then he will shoot and take away the tough wolf. By doing this, the wolf team will basically collapse, and the MVP will definitely be secured. After a pause, Ren Fan spoke again. I tend to side with player number 1 on the police, and it has not changed now. Let's see how number 1 does in the last position. As long as it's not too bad, I won't play the double wolf of number 1 and no 12. But I still say that the vote must be returned to player number 12. This is the basis for becoming a prophet. If it is not returned to player number 12, no matter what the reason is, no matter how high-sounding it is just an excuse to me. Player 1, you know how to avoid suspicion. From the moment you threw a check to player 12, some people suspected that the two of you were a wolf checking and killing the wolf, and you were in a melon field and plum field. If you are in the last position and still find ways to avoid returning to player 12, what will the good people think? Don't worry, even if player number 12 is the Wolf King, he can't get you. With a guard like me in front to block the bullets for you, you are absolutely safe. 48125911. Player number 5 on the police station stood up and recognized me as a guard without even a second thought. Can I tell him he is a wolf? Even if I want to tell him, it's not today's round. Not to mention player number 11, who held high the banner of killing the guards since ancient times, and rubbed number 12 to the ground from top to bottom, especially his rebuttal of no 12's logic of beating me this time, which was very powerful and reasonable. I don't want to point him into the wolf pit. Player number 9 is similar to player number 11. He hammered player number 12 into the ground with one sentence: if you have a check, go for it. If you don't, you're a fool. Player number 9 and player number 12 can't be a pair of wolves. Looking from another direction, 8 and 9 can't make a double wolf, so player 9 can recognize it. In this way, besides players 8 and 12, the only player who can click into the wolf pit is player 4. There's nothing wrong with his speech on the police, but it's a little worse than 5, 9, and 11. After all, these 3 have their identities ready, and 4 is an unknown. We have to listen to how he talks this round. If the conversation goes well, we can consider releasing 2 wolves under the police. If the conversation goes badly, he will stay in the wolf pit. What should I say to player number 3 under the police? If player 8 is a prophet, he could be a wolf. He should deliberately make a fuss to send 8 flying or to help 8 to form a wolf pit, so that the good guys won't be able to gather all the wolf teammates for, and then turn around and stand by him. But if 1 is a prophet, 3 should be a good guy. On this issue, I have similar ideas to 11. I don't think 3 and 8 can be 2 wolves. 3 is giving 8 a vote. Player number 10 jumped the guard and asked me to take off my clothes. I guess he wanted to help me block the knife, but it is not ruled out that he is a pretentious wolf, pretending to be a good person who took the bullet. It's just that because this is the first day, I don't think too much about it. Later, you can judge based on his speech whether he is a good man wearing clothes, or a wolf wearing clothes to identify himself. I haven't heard the speeches of 2 and 6 yet, so I won't talk about them. If I am shot and taken away, won't there be last words? I will define their identities then. Alright, that's all I want to say. The key is to put out player number 12. No one should change my vote. Player number 10, you put out number 8. This makes me a little suspicious that you and player number 12 are wolf teammates, understand? Don't play with fire. Just follow me. You can't control this game, so don't show off. Play by the rules. Ren Fan really had the nerve to say that, telling 10 seriously not to play with fire, but he didn't know that he was about to burn. Because of him, 4 guards suddenly appeared on the field. If you didn't know, you would think it was a guard battle. Especially the real guards, after hearing what he said, they didn't know what to feel. Player number 6, please speak briefly, explain why you don't want to side with player number 8, and vote for player number 1, so that you won't accuse me of charging and hooking. I think player number 4 is the one who has foresight and knows that it's easy to get beaten if he stays under the police, so he went to the police to evade the ticket. First of all, when 7 and 12 are playing guard, I definitely believe in player 7. His logic is very sound. When 8's speech was not very good, he did not kill 8 with one stick, but was still worried about 1 and 12 double wolves hitting the board. In my opinion, this is the mentality and thinking that a guard should have. 1128-112. Secondly, player 8 insisted on calling the police and then opening multiple wolves. He did not realize that this idea or logic was flawed, and even blindly called 5 and 7. Compared with player 1's statement, he was not even a little bit behind. And his attitude towards player number 12 was more protective. He didn't want to play the 1st and 12th duo. I felt like he was trying to forcibly save his teammates. Finally, player number 8 opened the wolf under the police. Among us, number 3 and number 6, number 2 and number 10 are all good people. If I vote for him after such a statement comes out, it would be a bit of a waste of time. I just don't like to do such shameless things, so I stand on the side of player 1, and I will naturally vote for him for the badge vote. Player number 6 listed 3 reasons and justifications for voting for number 1, each of which made sense. Apart from the fact that Ren Fan is more of a guard than player 12, the other 2 reasons are due to player 8 himself. Just like what 6 said, he has been led into the wolf's pit, but he still voted for 8, which is not justified. This vote is on 8, so he has to kill player 3 because 2 and 10 have been recognized by 8, and he is a good guy, so he has to use the wolf as a warning. As long as player number 3 is not killed, based on this logic alone, player number 6 will not vote for player number 8, let alone other aspects. The police are the wolves, and player number 3 is undoubtedly the most aggressive. You all say that 3 and 8 can't be teammates with the wolf. If 3's trump card is the wolf, he wouldn't be so stubborn and charge forward. But what I want to say is that everything is possible. There is nothing that wolves can't do, except what you can't imagine. You think you are a wolf and won't vote for player 8, but the difference between people's ideas is greater than that between people and pigs. Who knows what player 3 is planning? We can't guess his thoughts, but we can look at his behavior. Since 1 is the prophet and he voted for 8, then we'll play 3 and 8 as a pair of wolves. If he speaks well, we can choose him later. You all said in the front that 3 and 8 can't make a double wolf. I think you are complicating a simple problem. Perhaps player 3 simply wanted to vote for his wolf teammates. I've seen a lot of fools like this, so don't tell me you haven't seen any. Of course, if you think this is too much of an underestimation of player 3, you can also play it a little higher. 3 is betting with the good guys. He knows that he is giving votes to his wolf teammates. Good guys won't play 3 or 8 double wolves, so he uses this method to create an identity for himself. If you think this way, player 3 seems much more capable, right? As for logic, it doesn't matter how you play it. It's not good if all of you are cut from the same mold. Player No SIXS chat clearly shows that he wants to fight against the 3rd and 8th wolves. To put it simply, player number 3 is determined to vote for his wolf teammate. There are many players like this, and thinking too much about it would be a compliment to him. If we have to put it in a more high-end way, it is that player number 3 plays a trick and takes risks to gamble with the good guys to gain an identity. If this is true, then 3 does have something, at least he is brave enough. Anyway, no matter how the game goes, player number 6 doesn't think that player number 3 is the good guy who is on the wrong side. It is obvious that everyone on the police is on the side of player number 1, but he insists on being different. So he should stay in the wolf's den. He will not tolerate such people. If 3 is really not a wolf, and player 2 enters the pit, because I think player 10 is a good person, he can suddenly jump out as a guard, and then talk to player 7 to take off his clothes. This is not something a wolf would do, but there will definitely be a wolf under the police. After 3 and 10 are chosen, only player 2 is left. He will vote for player 1 and make a counterattack. 8 and 12 are 2 wolves on the police. Player 9 can take them, but 5 and May 11th not. I think one of them will make a hook. 4, 5, 11 are wolves. I'm thinking there will be 3 wolves above the police. Now I'm not sure who the wolves are. After all, I haven't heard enough speeches. But don't worry. There's plenty of time anyway. Whether to play number 12 today depends on what number 1 says. I'll listen to him and return the vote. That's it. It's passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, you pick on the weak, right? Player number 5 please speak. Go away, player 6. I feel like you are full of wolf spirit when I hear your words. From the behavior point of view, player 3 voted for player 8, so he can play 3 and 8 double wolves. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it and it is logical. But if you think about it a little more, you will know that the possibility of 3 and 8 double wolves is very small. If you can avoid it, don't play it this way. Do you remember what I said to the police? I said it's hard to say who is the wolf among the police. We'll see the votes later. Whoever votes for 8 will be the wolf. I'm putting enough pressure on you, right? In this situation, player 3 still dares to vote for player 8. Either he is really too stubborn and feels uncomfortable if he doesn't charge, or he is just a self-righteous good guy. I think most people tend to lean towards the latter. After all, it's a bit unreasonable to charge forward with 3 heads in the set. Player number 6 said that we are all playing against logic. Yes, it is indeed against logic, but this is the only way to play that is more in line with the actual situation. Playing against 3 and 8 double wolves is too, you know. Player number 5 stood up and put 6 points into the wolf pit. It was said that he forced 3 and 8 wolves and it was not a good mentality for him to do so. Although judging from the ticket shape, 3 and 8 look like double wolves, some things cannot be judged by appearance alone, the logical level must be higher. To put it bluntly, playing 3 or 8 double wolves is a bit insulting to player number 3. Is he so brainless? It was obvious that the wolf team's teammates made bad remarks and another one was checked and killed. The wolf team was in a very bad situation. If he wanted to win, he should have gone for the hook and found a way to raise his status instead of rushing for votes. 538638. If there is only one wolf under the police, I think it is player 6. I didn't hear what player 2 said, so I won't talk about him. 3 and 10 are probably both good guys. Player 10 jumped into the guard position to block the bullet for player 7. Although it's a bit awkward, his intention was good. If 3 wolves appear on the police, we can only play 4, 8, and 12. It's not like the 11th player and 12 will meet. Although we can play the wolf and step on the wolf, I think it's better to click 4 and enter the wolf pit now. If player number 4 is not a wolf, then the police will probably have to open 2 wolves, and player number 9 will not be able to play. In this case, if 8 throws gold water to his teammate, I can only say that he is a talent. Normally, 8 and 9 don't meet, and 8 throws gold water to 9 to win favor and votes. Also, player 9 said in the police report that he was checking and killing. His murderous intent and hostility towards player 12 are no less than those of player 7. There is one point I remember very clearly. On the police, player number 11 said whoever speaks for player number 12 in the back position might be the wolf. Then player number 9 said directly, it's possible. It must be the wolf. If 9 and 12 were teammates of the wolves, I'm afraid they wouldn't say such things. Player number 5 recognized both 9 and 11. From his perspective, there would either be 3 wolves on the guard, 4, 8, and 12, or there would be 2 wolves on the guard, and 2 wolves below the guard. Player 1, don't listen to 7. Go to 8 today and don't send out 12. I told you on the police call that 7 had to send out 1 because he was worried that you 2 players 12 and 12 would get into trouble. This is a bit risky, but at least we won't make the wrong choice. But I don't think it's necessary. There's really no need to bet that 12 is not the Wolf King. Judging from the current situation, 12 is basically the Wolf King. Anyway, my vote will go to 8. Since I'm on the side of player 1, I shouldn't keep thinking about what if 8 is a prophet. If he is, I'll just accept it. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Good guy with the bottom card, play 8, 8, 8. Important things must be said 3 times, that's it, passed. Player number 4 please speak. It's incomprehensible. I just went to the police station and basically just slacked off on the microphone, but this still led me into a trap. It's totally out of line. And have you ever thought about this question? If 9 and 10 both jump guards, what if there are real guards inside? Maybe I have a wild imagination. As soon as player 10 jumped onto the guard, an idea popped into my mind, 7 and 12 double wolves. When the police say player 7 jumps onto the guard, shoot 12. In the eyes of the real guard, 7 is just showing off his skills to block the attack, right? In this way, he doesn't have to shoot his identity. But what if player number 7 suddenly takes off his clothes? The guards don't jump, and then player number 12 will be the only guard on the field. Will the good guys dare to threaten to kill him? To put it bluntly, if 7 and 12 are 2 wolves, then when the police officer 7 jumps on the guard to shoot 12, it is not to block bullets for the guard, but to confuse the real guard so that he does not jump out. When we get to the police station, player number 7 will take off his clothes and say that he is just a knife blocker. At that time, as long as the real guard doesn't speak behind him, it will give the good guys an illusion that player number 12 may really be a guard. I've encountered this kind of routine before, and the prophet was pushed out of the game. I was deeply impressed by that game, so when I jumped to guard at 9 and 10, I thought of this possibility. I have to say that player No 4's train of thought is quite bizarre. He can actually think of 7 and 12 double wolves, and he can plan them very well. The most important thing is that he also said that he had encountered such a trick. It was just like telling a ghost story. He first told you that this was a true story, which invisibly increased its credibility. Ren Fan didn't know what player number 4 meant by suddenly placing 2 wolves at 7 and 12. Was he trying to set the pace and attack him as a werewolf who was playing tricks, or was he simply thinking of this logic and talking about it? Although Ren Fan is not a wolf in this game, objectively speaking, the possibility mentioned by player number 4 does exist in theory. The core logic is to take advantage of the time difference and turn the wolf teammates into unilateral guards on the field. This way, there is a chance to push the prophet out in one go, which is really a great show. I don't know if player 7 is a real guard. If so, just pretend I didn't say anything. But if not, guards in the external positions should be careful, especially good guys. 7910122712. People, most of them won't turn back until they hit a wall. Only when player number 12 is eliminated and taken away, will he regret it. Otherwise, he will try his best to come up with no 12. Also, don't use me to join the wolf pit. When 3 wolves appear in a game, I will be stepped on. I wonder if I am too soft in the police game. You think I can't stand up? I am easy to bully, right? In fact, if we were to say who on the police team is most likely to be the hook, it would undoubtedly be player 5. His attitude towards player 7 was just too flattering. After listening to the speeches of the police team, I felt that he was relying on beating up player 12 to elevate his status. In terms of logic, he just follows the crowd and doesn't have his own ideas. I think it's good that other people can do double wolves with 6 or 3 in 8 sets. Regardless of whether the set is correct or not, at least he didn't follow the crowd and say that 3 or 8 can't be double wolves. Player number 5, on the other hand, stood up and pinned player number 6 to the ground with a hammer, letting player number 6 fight with the wolf, and then recognized player number 3 who had the bandit ticket. I don't know where he got the courage to talk like this. Anyway, before I heard 3's speech, he was on the wrong side of the wolves. His behavior was just not good enough. Logically, 3 and 8 can't be teammates with the wolves, but there's nothing wrong with the correct logic, right? But in the eyes of player 5, getting 6 or 3 double wolves in 8 games is like committing a serious crime. He was directly beaten by the wolf. What kind of mentality is this? Having said so much, I just want to tell the good guys that player number 5 is very likely the hook, unless the police only open 2 wolves, then forget it. But if the police open 3 wolves, he will be the first to fall into the trap. It can be heard that player number 4 is very hostile towards player number 5. To this extent, he is basically on the opposite side of player number 5. A bunch of people in front of him put 3 wolves on the warning plate, and he was about to fall into the trap. Only player number 5 seemed to be following the trend and looking for resistance. Of course. Player number 4 is also picking on the weak. He cannot beat Ren Fan because he is the card that looks most like a guard. The speeches and identities of 9 and 11 are extremely well done. It is not easy to tell that they are wolves. In this way, player number 5 becomes his target of attack. Player 12 will be sent out. He will obey the guard's wishes. If he is shot and taken away by 12, the witch will poison player 8 at night. Tomorrow we will see how one flies the police badge. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Don't be stubborn, listen to others' advice, and eat your fill. Player number 3, please speak. Looks like I'm the only one playing 1 and 12 double wolf. You all think I'm on the wrong side and voted the wrong way, but on the contrary, I feel like you guys are on the wolves team. Assuming that there are 2 wolves at 8 and 12, and player 12 takes over the kill but does not jump from the spot, but instead places a guard, then he should be trying to eat the wolf king who is pushing out and shooting, right? If he is a little wolf, and then the wolf king jumps out to rescue him, that would be a trap. Isn't this like looking for the wolf king for the witch? So, we can only assume that 12 is the wolf king who jumped onto the guard and was ready to shoot the guard away, and that player 8 jumped onto the guard just to cooperate with him. Otherwise, 12 will still be treated as the wolf king and kept alive until the night when he will be poisoned. Then the question is, since player number 8 is a tough death jumper, why did he throw gold water to player number 9? What's the benefit? Not only does this not bring any benefit, but he also sold a good player for nothing. Maybe he thinks the wolves are not collapsing fast enough, so he wants to make more efforts. Obviously, the verification information provided by player number 8 does not match the situation of the 8th and 12th wolves, so the only options are 1st and 12th wolves. I have to admit that there are some minor flaws in the speech of police officer 8, but in some details, I can tell from listening to him that he is not a wolf. For example, when he talks to 9 and 11, don't use those jokes to play the game, but analyze the specific problems specifically. This is very well said. Like player 9, if there is a check, then go for the kill. Then all the tough guys will use the check instead of the gold water. As for player number 8 saying that the police badge flow between 2 and 10 is likely to be a good person, and the wolf is between us 1 and 3, that is just a simple speculation and judgment. As a person involved, I didn't get angry. Why are your reactions even greater than mine? The policeman opened the wolf, it should be player 6. He played our 3rd and 8th double wolf, which seemed to be nothing wrong, but in fact he just wanted to lead the rhythm and use me as a defense. Maybe the good people in the front positions all recognized me, which made him feel unhappy. I clearly voted for 8, so why can't I play 3 and 8 double wolves? He doesn't believe this and he wants to play. It doesn't matter that he played this game, but he exposed his wolf tail. In fact, from my perspective, the police can only start the wolf among 2, 6, and 10. Player 1 will use the first police badge flow to 2. I think the possibility of canvassing votes is more likely. Originally, player 10 was my main suspect, because some tough wolves like to beat their wolf teammates into police badges, so I thought about using 1 and 10 as double wolves. But when player 10 was on guard, a guard suddenly jumped out and asked player 7 to take off his clothes. This is a bit unworthy of the wolf card. He is a wolf and I am afraid he can't do such a thing. 1 and 10 are all eliminated, and the pits are all arranged so that player 6 is the wolf. In addition, he is on the board with 3 and 8 double wolves this round, so the bandit face is very close to being a wolf. Player number 3 acknowledged 2 and 10, and called player number 6 a wolf. This is not surprising at all, after all, 6 and 3 were both wolves in the 8th round. In this case, it would be strange if player number 3 could be nice to him. On the issue of taking sides, player number 3 still sticks to his own ideas. He felt that 1 and 12 were two wolves beating each other with a stick, and 8 was the prophet. It was just that 8's speech was not that good, and some flaws and problems were magnified by the good people. In fact, 8's talk was not that bad. The police will probably fire 3 wolves. If there are no accidents, it will be 1, 4, and 12. I didn't agree with the words of player number 5 on the police station, but his beating of player number 6 on the police station touched my heart. Player number 5 and player number 6 don't meet each other. Since player number 6 is a wolf, player number 5 must be a good person. 456384. So many people in the front position told you that I and player 8 can't be wolf teammates, but you didn't listen. You insisted on believing what player 6 said. Player 3 and player 8 are both wolves. Can this be the mentality of a good person? The most outrageous thing is that he can even play the double wolf at 7 and 12. I don't know how he could say such a thing. Could it be that from his perspective, the guard is opened between 9 and 10? If that's the case, then there is only one possibility. 4 and 7 are wolves. 4 knows that 7 is not a guard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a wild idea. Now my wolf pits are very clear, which are 1, 4, 6, and 12. The external positions are temporarily unavailable. Today, only player 12 can play. Let him shoot. But I told the witch not to poison player 8 at night. As long as your bottle of poison falls on player 8, the good guys will lose. I'm not trying to scare you, nor am I trying to get player 8. I'm telling you the truth. Think about it yourself and see if what I said makes sense. Anyway, after player number 12 is eliminated and shoots, the outcome will all depend on your decision, the witch. You will decide the final outcome. That's it. It's over. Player number 2, please speak. Are you so stubborn? Player 3, how should I put it? I don't think you sound like a wolf when you speak, but do you really think you are on the right side? You can play the prophet in level 8, that's fine. The key is that as a good person, you can't play the prophet only in level 8 and then beat the wolf in level 1. If he talks so badly, how can there be so many good people standing by him? You have been trying to persuade good people to turn back, but I want to persuade you to turn back. Don't just take one side. The person involved is confused while the bystander can see clearly. Now you are stuck in your own logical vicious circle and can't get out. All your logic and remarks just now revolve around the point that 8 is the prophet. Your ass is completely crooked. What you come up with is not objective and is full of your subjective assumptions. For example, if you have 2 wolves at 8 and 12, and player 8 wants to cooperate with player 12's death jump, he shouldn't throw away the gold water. It's more in line with the wolf team's benefits to throw away the identity of the checker. In theory, you are right, but not everyone can make the best choices and behaviors for the team in a short period of time. Do you understand what I mean? And everyone has different ideas. Some tough jumps never lose the kill, or 8 or 9 double wolves are not certain. It's just that it's hard to analyze the logic now. After all, the possibility is very low. What I want to say is that you are using a completely untenable logic to believe that 8 must be a prophet and frantically support him in his incitement votes. This is too hasty. Because you tend to side with 8, you have an unusual tolerance for him, you know? His remarks on the police are not good, and you yourself said that there are indeed problems. If that's the case, why can't you doubt his identity? Player number 2 did not mean to call 3 a wolf. In his opinion, 3 was most likely a good person who was obsessed with the devil. He only thought that 8 was a prophet and was too deeply addicted. If you can persuade him to change his mind, then do it. If he refuses to change his mind, there is nothing you can do. There are too many people like him who are stubborn and obstinate. Player 1, my suggestion is that you check 3. Just based on his stance and speech, if he were a good guy, he would be a perfect defense for the werewolf. I know you must be very upset with player 3. You think this guy is unreasonable. Your speech is obviously better than player 8's, but he just wants to join the wolf team. It's like he's possessed. It's giving you a headache, right? You even want to just play 3 and 8 as wolves. It's normal to have such thoughts, but as a prophet, you should remain calm. He is a good man and you are beating him like a wolf. Aren't we the ones who get hurt in the end? You can't get carried away just because of the comments of 1 or 2 people. To put it bluntly, the prophet is here to be bullied. Unless you don't want to win, then it doesn't matter. Player number 2 is quite good at counseling others and has a very positive and optimistic attitude. Putting himself in one's shoes, he knew that 3 must be very angry with and probably even had the urge to curse. If you don't beat such a person, you will think he is a wolf. Instead, you will criticize him for being a self-righteous good person. It's so frustrating. But there is no other way. Don't you want to win? If you don't care, who would indulge player 3? You would have already pinned him to the ground and hammered him. I checked that player number 3 is gold and water, and the wolf under the police is 6. I checked that 3 is a wolf, and 6 can be released with a high probability. In this round, 6 has 3 and 8 double wolves. I feel that they should not meet. There is no need to say more about the double wolves at 8 and 12 on the police, and there is also a wolf between 4 and 9. 98991281229. Most people think that player number 8 is unlikely to throw gold water to his wolf teammates. This is a logical trap. What if player number 8 uses this to give his teammates identities? Of course, I'm not talking like this to attack the 8 and 9 wolves. I'm just reminding the good guys and the prophets that 9 can't be let go easily. Today is the round of 8 and 12, right? Some people want to put out 8, some want to put out 12. It will depend on how player 1 votes. I'm fine with either. I'll put out whoever he votes for. That's it. Pass. Player number 1 please speak. Let's go with the badge 9 and 3. I have the same idea as player 2. Although logically 9 should be a good guy, it's better to be safe than sorry. If he is really a wolf, who can still deal with him after I turn over the cards? We can't leave any loopholes for the wolves. We have to check if the number 9 player is Jinshui. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. The second police badge flow was originally intended to attack player 6, but with player 3's comments and sideline, I really don't want to test him. To put it bluntly, if I throw some gold water at him tomorrow, he will think I am trying to win his favor and get his votes. Before, I was thinking about testing player number 6. If it's Jinshui, then 2 or 3 PK. I accept the number 10 player. I can't say he is a good person, but I can't get him right now. He suddenly jumped the guard under the alert, and even told player 7 to take off his clothes. This operation is totally unlike what a wolf can do. Player 2 suggested that I check player 3 to prevent him from becoming the werewolf's anti-push position. I thought it made sense, so I changed to check player 3. But there is one thing I must say, I checked player 3 just to check and kill him. Player number 1 stood up and changed the previous police badge flow to a 9-3 sequence, and explained the reason for doing so. To be honest, player number 3 was not worthy of the test, but they were afraid that he would spoil the whole barrel. If he really was a good person bewitched, the wolves would have a chance to turn the tables. In the final analysis, whether it is test 9 or test 3, it does not give the wolves any chance to find loopholes. I think player 2's speech was well prepared. The mentality he had when talking to me made me feel that he couldn't hold the wolf card. Would a wolf tell the prophet not to get carried away, not to get angry, and not to argue with player 3? Would he say it's best to check 3 off, so that the wolf won't use him as a counter push? The police opened the wolf, which should be between 3 and 6. It just so happens that the 2 of them are opposites. There will definitely be 3 wolves on the police. Apart from 8 and 12, I feel like player 4 has the biggest potential. Although player number 9 entered my first police badge flow, I said that it was for the gold water to test it, in order to make me and the good people feel at ease. Player number 11 is beating up player number 12 with a hammer. The old saying goes that guards are always found after checking, which shows that player number 11 is questioning player no 12. Most importantly, player 12 is also extremely hostile to player 11, so the possibility of the 2 becoming wolf teammates is very small. Player 5 has been chatting nicely. Although I dare not say that he is a good person, I really don't want to bet on him as a wolf. He is still in the last position to help me with the ticket. Even if I want to find a hook, this is not the right time, right? In this case, he can only click 4 to enter the wolf pit. Who can blame him for making the people in the external position have a higher status than him? Oh, by the way, player 4 returned the double wolf at 7 and 12 this round. There are only 2 possibilities for him to have such an incredible idea. Or it's like what player 3 said, 4 and 7 are both wolves, 4 knows 7 is not a guard, so he came up with this logic. Either he is a guard himself, he thinks more and has a clearer perspective. In short, the remarks made by player 4 are either from the wolf or the guard. But if he is a guard, it is unlikely that he will confront player 7. At least he will not do so today. This will easily attract the attention of the werewolf. And if 4 is the guard, he will definitely strongly request that player 12 be sent out. Anyway, even if 12 is the wolf king, he can't be defeated. It would be even better if 12 is not a little wolf but a little wolf. But 4 didn't seem to have such thoughts. He just said he could say 12, as if it didn't matter to him. So, from my perspective, player 4 should be the wolf. No matter how the game is played, he can't get the good guy card. 4128121211. The reason why police officer 12 didn't jump from where I was because he was afraid that the good guys wouldn't let him go, and that he would be killed by the witch at night. He doesn't want to drink coke, but I'm going to make it and feed it to him, so I'll just play player number 8 today. The witch will go to poison 12 at night. Believe me, this game is definitely not a wolf-killing wolf-hitting game. The explosive point of player 8 is that the alarm will be over when it reaches 7. You've heard what the police officer said. If 8 was a prophet, he would never say to put the vote on 12. Isn't this just to take advantage of the situation to rush the Wolf King out and let him shoot? Good people should never be deceived. Player 7, I feel you are a very stubborn person when I hear you speak, but listen to me, stop it, let player 12 go, hand him over to the witch, and you will come with me to play player 8. After listening to player no one's speech, Ren Fan already had an idea in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, 1 and 12 will be 2 wolves hitting the board. 1 doesn't want to bring out the Wolf King, so he wants to push the prophet out of the game as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. This is one of the places where 1 and 12 are like wolf teammates. In addition, player number 1 got the wolf pit at the last position, which made Ren Fan very dissatisfied. So 3, 4, 8, and 12 are 4 wolves, right? 3 4 6 3 8 5 6 4 5 6 3 8. From this point it can be seen that 3 and 4 do not meet, so how could they click into the wolf pit at the same time? Finally, there is the police badge flow of player number 1, 9, and 3 are tested smoothly. The more Ren Fan thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem. Although 9 is the gold water lost by the wolf, it does not rule out that 8 and 9 are double wolves, but it is impossible to put 9 into the first police badge flow. Ren Fan felt that player 1 wanted him to be the coroner and examine 9. This way, the gold and water would be gone, and he wouldn't have to hand over his police badge, so he could have the best of both worlds. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Why are your guards still carrying guns? Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. A dialogue box suddenly popped up on the screen. From 1 to 12, Ren Fan could choose any one. Naturally, he did not hesitate and directly clicked on player number 12. For each exile vote, the system only gives players 10 seconds to consider. Once the time is up, the vote will be deemed as abstention. This requires players to make their choices in advance and not to worry about it. Many people miss the vote because they worry too much. The same applies to going on duty as a police officer. You have to be quick to avoid being distracted and missing the deadline. 10 seconds passed in a flash, and the voting results were presented to everyone. 1256108. 3478911112. 12 chooses to vote for player 1. As soon as this ticket pattern came out, it was obvious that player number 12 was pushed out. 5.5 votes to 6 votes. Player 8 almost died. Player number 12 is out. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. Now is the exclusive time for player number 12. If he is Wolf Spear, he can happily take Ren Fan away. The Wolf King exchanges guards, and the Wolf team makes a huge profit. The next second, a prompt box appeared on the screen again. Player number 12 chooses to flip the card and shoot away player number 7. After seeing this message, the good people's hearts sank to the bottom. Player number 12 is indeed the Wolf King. If I had known this, I would have listened to player number 1. But the matter has come to this, and it's too late to say anything. Tomorrow, those of them who voted for number 12 will have to confess. Although number 12 is the wolf, he is the Wolf King, so those who voted for number 12 have problems. Player number 7 is out. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. However, no matter whether they were good guys or werewolves, they didn't take this reminder seriously, because this was the process. As long as there was a Wolf King Hunter's board, this would happen after someone was eliminated. But the next second, Ren Fan gave everyone a surprise. He defeated player 1. Player number 7 chooses to flip the card and shoot away player number 1. Seeing this prompt message, everyone was stunned. What the hell? The guard can actually shoot. Maybe he has mutated. Vulgar thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, but everyone quickly came to their senses. Ren Fan is not a guard, he is a hunter. No wonder he had to send out player number 12. It turns out they are sworn enemies. They both carry guns, so naturally they are not inferior to player number 12 at all. But the key is why he took player number 1 away. Is he so sure that players 1 and 12 are wolves checking and killing wolves? If you bring this wrong, Tiangzu will become a super ghost and you will be scolded to death. The next step is to enter the last words stage. Player number 12, please speak. Awesome, awesome. Player 7, you are really awesome. A hunter wearing guard's clothes. I finally understand now. You are not a fool, you are a minotaur. Player number 12 never thought that Ren Fan was actually a hunter. It was really outrageous. 12 was very depressed, but even though he was depressed, he also secretly admired Ren Fan. This operation was indeed a bit showy and full of courage, which was not something that ordinary people could do. If the good guys win this game, Ren Fan will be the MVP. Player number 7 is not a guard. In this case, the guard must be among those who voted for me. He will not rashly vote for player no 8. Under police 9 and 10 both jumped guard, and player 10 didn't hang the ticket on me, so he can only be a knife blocker. Player number 9 could be the guard, but the chances are slim. If someone stands in front of him and takes the bullet, he won't be so stupid as to jump out and say that he is the guard. So, 9 should just be a commoner. I thought he was a hunter before, since he was chatting so coquettishly. Among the remaining 3 players, 3, 4, and 11, the guard was chosen. Player 3 was able to vote for the police badge for player 8. I'm afraid it's not just because of his speech, but more because of the trump card. If I'm not mistaken, he is the real guard. As for player 4, he seems to be hostile to player 7. He played a hand of 7 and 12 wolves. Normally, he can't afford to take the guard card. After all, guards shouldn't be hostile to people who wear his clothes to block bullets. But nothing is absolute. Even a hunter can wear guard's clothes to take pictures of me. So what else is impossible? Player number 11 basically has nothing to do with the guards. I remember he didn't recommend playing me because I couldn't take the guard card. So the guard is either player 3 or player 4. Player no 12's analysis was very logical, with each step following the other, and he finally fixed the guard between 3 and 4. From his expression, it seems that 3 and 4 are not wolves, but in fact, 12 is deliberately hiding his perspective by talking like this. And Ren Fan also discovered a problem. After player number 12 fired the gun, his speech and logic were much clearer and smoother than when he jumped on guard. This means that the conversation before 12 was done deliberately in a bad way, and it was not really because of the poor logic of the speech. I won't say much about the rest. I've been talking so much just to tell me who the guard is among my wolf teammates. Player number 7, can you tell me your mental journey when you pretended to be a guard and took pictures of me? Didn't you ever think about what you would do if I was a guard? Player number 7, please speak. It's my intuition. The police officer heard you speak and felt that you couldn't hold the guard card, so he wore the guard's clothes to shoot you. Not to mention that the probability of a werewolf jumping into the guard's body is very low. Putting this aside, your ability is also very poor. Your position 1 and May 11th be double wolves trying to kill you. At first glance, this logic seems to be fine, and this possibility does exist, but I think if player 1 is a wolf, he would not sell this perspective. He will throw a check at you. If you hit a wall, for example, if you are a hunter or a witch, then player number 11 will become the focus, and the prophet will almost certainly verify his move. In this case, 1 is equivalent to pitting player 11. If he had been more careful, he would not have done this. It's not easy to lose the check. Give the number 2 player under the police a little stimulation. The opponent is likely to be a civilian. Unless the surface water is particularly eye-catching, otherwise, there is a high probability that he will be pushed out by the resistance. And when I throw a check on you, I'm afraid you're a hunter or a guard, and I'm also afraid you might sell 1 and 11 as a double wolf. So I don't agree with your logic that 1 and 11 might be a double wolf. Maybe you think that what you are doing is fine and makes perfect sense logically, but in my eyes, you are just a wolf. Your Highness, your statement that you are the Wolf King is even more obvious. You are deliberately putting the 4 wolves on the police station. The old man is hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Which guard would talk like this? And you want to kill me? Once you say this, I'm sure you have a gun on your shoulder, and it's you who will be killed. Ren Fan's words were full of confidence. He wore guard clothes to shoot player number 12. He was just suspicious of the 1st and 12th wolves. He tried the situation first. If he got it wrong, he would take off his clothes after the police. It was not a big deal. But the words spoken by player number 12 were too exaggerated. He was almost saying, I am the Wolf King. Get me out quickly. I want to get out and shoot with guards. 12 couldn't wait to eat the anti-push, so Ren Fan took advantage of the situation, making the wolves and the good guys think he was a stupid boy, but in fact he was Lao 6. Next, let me explain why I brought player 1. First of all, from the moment 1 lost the check to 12, I suspected that the 2 of them were a wolf checking and hitting the wolf. This routine is very profitable. You can sell your teammates and let them shoot and lead people. You can retreat and fool the good guys not to send out teammates first, and directly vote against the prophet. It is precisely because of this that I, the police officer, specifically talked to player 1. After you get the police badge, don't be afraid of the Wolf King. With me blocking him in front, he will definitely be fine. As a result, 1 was placed last and voted for player 8. Of course, this doesn't mean that 1 is the wolf. After all, a prophet has his own considerations. But there's something wrong with the wolf pit he ordered. How can 3 and 4 be a pair of wolves? If 1 thinks 4 is a wolf, then 3 has to be released. He is the good guy who is on the wrong side. 4638563845. From this point, it can be seen that player 4 hopes that the good guys will go to the wolf pit to play with player 3, rather than accepting player 3. Then player 3 and player 4 are opposites. On the one hand, you think that player 3 can't get the good guy card, and on the other hand, you say that player 4 is the most wolf-like on the police. This statement is a bit explosive, brother. Also, the speech of player number 8 in this round was good. At least he played the area that I wanted to guard. This is a good mentality. If he was a wolf, he would probably beat me to death. It's a double wolf in plate 1 and 7. The most important thing is that under such circumstances, player 8 still suspected that player 3 might have voted for him just to play as a cushion and fill the wolf pit. I don't think a wolf would say such a thing. He wouldn't even think of it. Plus, player number 3 said that if player 8 dies and jumps back, he will be killed by the good guys and his identity will be revealed. I agree with this. Don't say that people think differently, or that 8 couldn't have had so much time to think and make the best choice for the wolves. If everyone plays like this, there is no logic at all. So, I finally decided to side with player number 8, and play the double wolf on plate 1 and 12. Player 1 didn't want to play 12 in the last position, so he wanted to quickly push the prophet out of the game, so that the witch wouldn't have poison 8 at night and he would have to report for another day to check people. Including the police badge flow that was given to player number 1, it gave me the feeling that he wanted to be the coroner, so that the police badge would not have to be given to 9 and would always be in the hands of the wolves. Witch, don't poison player 8 at night. If you trust me and think I play well, send player 6 away. The wolf is revealed under the police card. It's just that between 2 and 6, the mentality and tone of the speech of player 2 don't seem like a wolf. He can even talk seriously to the prophet not to be angry with the hammer and stay calm. If his trump card is a wolf, it would be too contrived. Player number 10 jumped on guard to take the bullet for me. This is a bit insulting to the intelligence of werewolves. They are not stupid. However, player no 10's starting point is always good. He is probably not a wolf. Although I recognized 10, I'm still a little worried that he is a wolf pretending to be a good guy to take the bullet for me. So, player 8, I suggest you check player 10 tonight. Don't underestimate anyone. If he plays well enough, he can use this method to elevate his status. Trust me, there's no need for people in external positions to check. 1111112121112. Player number 4 followed the words of player number 6 and insisted on playing the 3rd and 8th wolves. He has a lot of potential. Let's play the 4th position tomorrow. 1461210. Finally, I'll have another conversation with the witch and the prophet. If they need to be poisoned 6, they'll be poisoned 6. If they need to be tested 10, they'll be tested 10. Just play according to my instructions and you'll definitely win. As for whether I might have chosen the wrong side, 1 is the prophet, so of course it is possible, but now that things have come to this, there is no turning back for good people, just follow me and go all the way to the end. Alright, that's all I have to say. I've said everything I need to say. As long as you don't mess around, you'll definitely win. Oh, by the way, don't listen to player 1's excuses. No matter how he talks or how emotional he gets, just remember these 8 words, don't listen. That's it. We're done. Player number 1 please speak. How dare you say that, player 7? Who is messing around? It would be fine if you were wearing a guard's uniform and carrying a gun to show off your skills, but why did you take me away? You can suspect me and player number 12 of wolves checking and killing wolves, but this is the first day, you know? You don't use logic, but you have to make trouble to show that you are better than others. In the end, you ruined the good situation. I am speechless. If you lead player number 8, the good guys will definitely win. Now they have traded a wolf king for a hunter and a prophet. We are already behind in turns, and our guards have been beaten to a pulp. How can we play this game? Player 1's tone was full of anger and annoyance, giving people the feeling that he should have been the one to leave as the prophet. Otherwise, why would he react so strongly? But Ren Fan didn't care at all. He had expected that player 1 would get emotional and win the trust of the good guy, and trick the witch into poisoning player 8 at night. This method is indeed very useful in low-end games and has been proven to be effective every time. Player number 12 fired. I guess I shot the wrong player number 3. If number 3 was in the wolf team and knew that number 12 was the wolf king, there would be no need to charge. I could just sell number 8 and number 12 the hook. So, 3 should be a good guy who is on the wrong side, but I really can't praise his speech and logic. He is determined to get into the wolves. Who can stop him? If the number 12 player hadn't been pushed out and shot, I still wouldn't have recognized him. Many people in the front position said that 3 and 8 couldn't form a double wolf, but as a prophet, I can't say that. 3 is a good guy, 10th player's behavior is not like a wolf, 2nd player's speech is relatively benign, so the only player who can be a wolf under the police is 6th player. Although 6 also shot 8, I feel that he should be selling his teammates to shoot the hook. If 6 is not a wolf, I am afraid that the 4 wolves will have to be put on the alert. But now I still think that opening 3 wolves on the police is player 4, 8, and 12, and opening a wolf under the police is player 6. The witch will poison player 8 tonight. Tomorrow, players 4 and 6 will park. Once players 4 and 6 are cleared out, if the game is not over, then player 9 will be dealt with. These are all rounds, and we can't mess them up. After a pause, player 1 spoke again. Next, I will explain in detail the points that player 7 hit me with, so that no one will be led astray by him. First of all, he said that I returned the ticket to player number 8 because I didn't want to play number 12. This is purely his personal speculation, full of malice. If 12 and I were the wolves checking and killing the wolves, I would have pushed him and let him shoot and lead the guards. There would have been no need to protect him. If I protected him, he would have to eat poison at night. Wouldn't that be a waste of the shot? This alone is enough to show that I don't share the same side with player 12. Since we're playing a board game, we should make him go out and shoot and take the guard, rather than leaving him to eat poison. Secondly, player 8 said that I couldn't click 3 and 4 at the same time to enter the wolf pit, but I made it very clear that I couldn't recognize player 3 and had to check him out. As for whether he was a wolf or not, it was hard to say. Why did the words of player 7 change? If he wasn't a hunter, I would have said he was a wolf and tampered with my words, but he is a hunter, so I can only talk to good people and not be misled by his words. There are only guards and witches left on the field. Player 12 was just teasing the guard. To be honest, I think he is right. Player 3 should be the guard, and player 4 is a wolf in my eyes. Player number 12 said to use guards between 3 and 4, just to help his wolf teammates establish their identities. This move seems a bit low level, and they really think that good people don't know how to count. The guards should just guard on their own at night. If they can hold out until Christmas Eve, there will be a good chance of turning the game around. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will lose. Witch, don't hesitate, you must poison player 8. Don't trust player 7. He is a hunter who is here to make people laugh. It can be heard that player 1 is also a guy who can incite. He said that if he and 12 were teammates, he would definitely let 12 shoot and lead the team. But this depends entirely on his personal opinion, there is no certainty about it. On this issue, Ren Fan made it very clear that 1 probably didn't want to have any bad teammates, and wanted to push the prophet out of the game in one go to avoid any more trouble. After all, the poison was in the witch's hands. If he didn't open the poison at night, what if he wanted to listen to another round of debate between the two? That would be awkward. In short, player 1 said that he was a wolf, so the wolf king must come out to shoot, which is a pseudo-logic that seems to make sense. I hope the witch is not stupid, otherwise, this game will be too late again. That's all I have to say in my last words. The prophet is gone, and I'll give the police badge to player 11. The police have listened to his speeches twice, and it's certain that he has never met player 12, so he is undoubtedly a good person. But player 11, your ticket type disappoints me. But even so, after thinking about it, I decided to give you the badge. I am more or less suspicious of the others, even though I said they are all good people. You are the only one I feel very confident about, because I can't play 11 or 12 pairs of wolves. I hope you can stand on the right side when you wake up tomorrow, and don't make me regret giving you the police badge. That's it, it's over. Please ask the police chief to choose to hand over or tear off the police badge. Player number 1 gave the police badge to player number 11 without any hesitation. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. It's not that we are weak, it's that our opponents are too strong. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The police badge was handed over and the game immediately entered darkness. It all depends on the witch's decision tonight. As long as he doesn't poison player number 8, the wolves will explode tomorrow. At least that's what Ren Fan thought. 1 and 12 were the twin wolves. Not to say he was % sure, but at least he was more than %. This is the conclusion he came to after combining speeches, logic, status, behavior, and the wolf pit, and it should not be wrong. As for who the guard is, Ren Fan thinks it is either player number 3 or player number 9. The probability is 9. This kid jumped the guard as soon as he stood up. It seemed like he was joking, but in fact, he was probably speaking from his heart, just like confessing on April Fool's Day. Therefore, it is true that the logic of player number 12 in guessing the identity is correct, but when you meet someone like number 9 who doesn't play by the rules, you can only accept the defeat. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, a prompt box immediately appeared on the screen. The two players who died last night were player 3 and player 6. There was no order of death and no last words. 3-6 double deaths? Seeing this result, Ren Fan was immediately delighted. It was stable. The witch did not poison player number 8, which meant that he was on 8's side. Otherwise, 8 would definitely not have survived until today. As long as they have the witch's support, the remaining 2 little wolf cubs won't be able to make any waves. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Player number 10, please speak. Player number 8 didn't turn over his cards, which means the witch also believes that number 8 is a prophet. The hunter and the witch both support number 8. I feel like this game is going to end badly, because I think 1 is the prophet. Just like he said, if 1 and 12 are wolves, it would be great if 1 can push 12 to shoot. Why should we give the vote to 8? Why? This is unscientific. Since that doesn't make sense, player 1 can only be a prophet. Anyway, my vote will go to player 8. The hunter and the witch are both overconfident. I feel like the witch was led astray by the hunter. Doesn't player 1's last words prove that he is a prophet? Last night, player 3 and player 6 both died. Player 6 must have been poisoned. If nothing unexpected happens, player 6 must have been killed by the wolf. There are still 2 wolves left on the field. As long as player 8 is killed today, we still have a good chance of winning this game. Player number 3 got stabbed, and he was obviously going for the guard. I don't believe anyone else will jump on the guard. I'm being frank. Obviously, 10 doesn't want to play the double wolves 1 and 12, he wants to play player number 8. He admitted that what Ren Fan said yesterday made some sense, but player 1's last words made more sense, so even if Ren Fan was a hunter, it would not change his mind or side. Just as player number 1 said, Ren Fan was like a gambler, and he bet right that player number 12 was the wolf, which was really amazing. But on the question of whether 1 is a prophet, he must have made the wrong bet. The wolf pits I ordered are 4, 6, 8, and 12, and none of them are wrong. Player number 8 will appear today. If he doesn't appear, he's done for. Player number 11, before player 1 left, he gave you the badge because he trusted you and hoped you could lead the team. Others can play 1 and 12 as wolves, but you can't. If player 1 was a wolf, why would he give you the badge? Think about it yourself, isn't this the truth? Listening to the speech of player number 10, Ren Fan rolled his eyes. Why did you give the police badge to player number 11? It's just to muddy the waters, dirty 11's identity, and win 11's favor. 10 keeps helping player 1 to incite and set the pace, and talks to the good guy to bring out player 8. The banditry is quite big. Moreover, yesterday, 10 was wearing guard clothes under the police, and he wanted to vote for player number 8. In the final exile vote, he also voted for player number 8. When he got up today, he still wanted to get level 8, and he didn't take the hunter and witch's side seriously at all. I'm afraid there is something wrong with this mentality, a big problem. I don't know if player number 8 listened to him and went to check number 10 in the evening. Player number 9, please speak. Why do I feel like player 3 is a witch? Judging from what he said yesterday, he's probably the only one who can avoid being poisonous. If the witch was in the external position, player 8 would definitely not be alive today. From the current situation, both the witch and the hunter are on the side of 8, which makes me a little confused. It seems a bit inappropriate to continue to betray. After all, the 2 powerful gods, the witch and the hunter, are supporting 8. If 8 is really a prophet, I will become a clown. But if you don't turn against me, I don't think 1 and 12 are like the wolf checking and killing the wolf. 1 can obviously return the vote to player 12. Why did you play 8 and let 12 take the poison? This really doesn't make sense. As long as this point doesn't make sense, there's no need to think about other logic. So, I'm still inclined to play 8 today. If he is a prophet, 1 and 12 will leave, and the poisoned player 6 is likely to be a wolf, so there will only be 1 wolf left on the field. We are ahead in the round. If 8 is a wolf, after he was released today, there should only be one wolf left on the field. Player number 9 must be the guard? When Ren Fan heard that this kid Pan 3 was a witch, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. Before, he was a little afraid that 3 was a guard. After all, 12's remarks yesterday about his identity did make sense. Now player number 3 is out after being stabbed. Player number 9 in 3th plate is a witch, which I think is a prelude to him jumping into the guard position later. If he also said that player number 3 was left as a guard and then jumped as a guard, who would believe it? Let's wait and see if player number 8 can report the person. Unless he's a really good chatterbox and can win me over, I'll leave the ticket to him. In fact, player number 9 is very conflicted. He doesn't know which side to stand on. Yesterday he thought he was right to stand on the side of player 1, but it turned out that both the witch and the hunter recognized player 8 as the prophet, which made him feel uneasy. Especially Ren Fan, who played with a gun in a fancy way. He voted for the Wolf King, blocked the bullets with his body, and then shot and took away player number 1. This operation was as smooth as flowing water and very showy. Since he swore that 1 and 12 were the wolf checking and killing the wolf and beating the wolf, we have to believe him a little. Is it possible that a person who dares to carry a gun and jump over the guard post to shoot player number 12 is just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse? Player number 8 please speak. Player number 10 is checking and killing me. Player number 8 originally wanted to say that he went to check on player number 7 because he listened to player number 10. However, when player number 10 heard that he had been checked, he blew himself up without even a second thought. Player number 10 explodes himself, the game ends, the good guys win. The golden dialogue box flickered on Ren Fan's screen, and brilliant fireworks kept blooming around it, making people happy. Then, the game settlement page popped up. 16101212. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 8, the witch is number 11, the hunter is number 7, the guard is number 9, and the rest are civilians. After everyone's identity cards were announced, the page turned to the specific actions of the night god and the werewolf. On the first night, the prophet checked that player number 9 was Jinshui, the wolf's knife fell on player number 2, the witch used the antidote to fish him out, and the guards were left guarding in vain. On the second night, the prophet found out that player number 10 was a werewolf. The wolf stabbed player number 3 with a knife, the guards defended themselves, and the witch poisoned player number 6. Player 1, I really admire you. Why did you vote for player 8? 12 is the Wolf King, but you didn't play him but played 8. What's wrong with you? Player number 10 was so angry that he started to curse. Since the game was about wolves checking and killing wolves, a good person should also send out the Wolf King, so he should do a favor. But he insisted on returning the vote to the prophet, which was really stupid. During the game he couldn't curse due to the rules, but now it was over and he had to vent his anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I'm afraid that the witch won't poison player 8. What if the witch poisons player 8 and lets him live until tomorrow to debate with me again? Who knows if the good guy will change his mind the next day and kick him out early to avoid any complications. Player number 1 sighed. Although he was upset about being scolded, he still explained patiently. He had problems in losing this game, but the fundamental reason was Ren Fan. The damn hunter jumped over the guard, shot him away, and then talked to the prophet to verify 10, leaving him no chance to survive. How can you play it like this? This game is called Werewolf, not werewolf killing. Ren Fan is somewhat unethical. So this is why you led us to defeat. Player number 10 had a very unfriendly tone. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose, but that he felt very frustrated when losing. Hey, what do you mean I'm the one who caused you to lose? It's not my fault at all. Well, how should I describe this game? Objectively speaking, it's not that we played badly, it's that player number 7 was just too awesome. As soon as these words came out, Ren Fan suddenly showed a knowing smile on his face. He liked to hear this excuse, and could describe it in 4 words, fresh and unconventional. Fuck, how dare you say that? Player number 10 laughed out of anger. If number 1 hadn't insisted that player number 8 be eliminated, would Ren Fan have pointed the gun at his forehead? A good hand of cards is ruined by player number 1, who is left with 4 2s and 2 kings, and only 1 3 is left in his hand. This is the kind of person player number 3 is talking about. Okay, maybe I didn't express it properly. Let me put it another way. Actually, the reason we lost this game was because we were unlucky. It was bad luck for us to run into player number 7. Is that okay? Player 9, you're a guard, why didn't the police jump out and shoot me? Player 12 was very upset. Didn't player 9 stand with player 1? If that was the case, why did he choose to stay there? It didn't make sense. I was originally planning to jump out and shoot you, but then I thought it was too impulsive. After all, I didn't even hear the words of the late prophet. I was a little afraid that the 2 of you were wolves checking and killing wolves and getting punished. So I thought I'd wait and see, and then I'd decide whose side to side with and how to reason. But I didn't expect that player 7 would wear my clothes and hit you, so I didn't have to jump again. But player number 10 is wearing my clothes again. I can't just sit there and do nothing. I have to show some reaction. Otherwise, no one will believe me when I say I'm a guard. Really. The mental journey of player number 9 jumping off the guard was exactly the same as Ren Fan's speculation. What is a master? This is a master. Not only does he have good logic, but he can also perfectly figure out other people's psychology and thoughts, like he can read their minds. Well, I thought you were a civilian who wanted to help the guards take the bullets. There's no way a real guard would jump out. Player number 12 was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Everyone he met in this game seemed a little crazy. Needless to say, Ren Fan, he carried a gun and fought against the guard, a big-hearted player. The real guard was afraid that his clothes would be stolen, so he anxiously told others that he was the guard. However, no one believed him. It was really funny. Player 10, what does it mean when you suddenly jump guard under the police? 9 asked curiously. If 10 hadn't jumped on guard, he wouldn't have jumped either. He jumped purely because 10 gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. You just want to pretend to be a good guy who took the bullet for the guard. Player 7, you really disappoint me. I took the bullet for you, and you even talked to the prophet to test me. The MVP of this game is player number 7. No one disagreed with this. Ren Fan's hunter was really amazing in this round. He destroyed the wolf team with just one gun. It is no exaggeration to say that the others won easily. Exit the game room and return to the points interface. At this time, Ren Fan's points had reached 20, and he was only 1 point away from making the list. As long as you stay on the list and don't fall down, you can advance to the second stage of the knockout round. This is the stepping stone to getting an invitation to the Champions Cup Challenge. As long as he overcomes this hurdle, the difficulties he faces will be easily solved. Didn't the old witch from the New Star Club want him to be unable to mix in the circle? Coincidentally, he was a person who would only respond to soft actions and not to hard ones, so he had to have a confrontation with the other party. Think about this. Ren Fan clicked on You Female Hunter Buys board again and started fighting. Even though he felt like vomiting when playing this board, he gained points quickly, with one game lasting only 20 to 30 minutes, and it was not tiring. The other boards take at least half an hour to complete, and the Wolf King guard I just defeated took almost an hour. From afternoon to evening, Ren Fan had almost nothing to eat or drink, and he kept gaining points. By 1 o'clock in the morning, his score had soared from 20 to 34, ranking him 10th in Nanjiang City. Now the person with the ID Chiangji is no longer at the top of the list. Instead, he is replaced by a guy with the ID Please privately message me if you want to rank higher. He uses this nickname, which is obviously a private training account. He reaches the top of the list just to show you his strength. In this regard, Ren Fan can only say that the masters are among the people. In a game like this where there are all kinds of people, even if a great player comes, he can't guarantee that he can win. If he dares to accept the help of a coach to gain points, then he is definitely a super passerby king who takes this opportunity to make extra money. Having not eaten for nearly a day, Ren Fan's stomach was growling with hunger. He stood up and took a look at the remaining noodle soup in the pot. He decided to reward himself. After all, he had ranked into the top 10, which was something worth celebrating. But don't think too much about it, it's just takeout. After browsing on his phone for a long time, Ren Fan finally ordered a braised kun-kun rice, with the note that he did not want kun-kun. After ordering the takeaway, Ren Fan subconsciously opened Weibo again. Wow, the messages were pouring out, and there were hundreds of at him. At Ren Fan, I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. You don't want to play in the game, but still want the bonus. Do you think you are the boss? At Ren Fan, are you the manager of a club you like? I am embarrassed to expose you. At Ren Fan, you are so young, why don't you follow the right path? At Ren Fan, I will curse you once a day from now on. The Xingxing Club has ruined its feng shui by having someone like you. At Ren Fan, you are such a good person, brother, you have good teeth. Ren Fa took a look at the number of people following him, and found that there were more than 20,000, almost 30,000. I'm afraid that among so many people, not one is his fan. They all come here to criticize him and greet him. But Ren Fan was still a little curious as to why so many people came all of a sudden. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He followed the clues, flipped through several links, and finally found the guy who caused trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, 12 Gargoyle Gravekeepers. As Ren Fan expected, it was the New Star Club causing trouble again. To be precise, it was the dog that was protecting it, hoping to gain credit and reward. Disgusting things like this can be found everywhere. Just a few hours ago, Xiao Huai, a big anchor under the New Star Club, mentioned in the live broadcast room that he was expelled from the club. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked too. He started to slander Ren Fan in the live broadcast room. It was said that Ren Fan was unwilling to play in the club and was coveting the bonus, which violated the club's rules. After his money was deducted, he went to the manager to make trouble. The club warned him several times, but he refused to change his bad habits. He even sent harassing text messages to the club manager in the middle of the night, saying things like I like you, I want to be with you, and I can't sleep without hugging you. Not only that, he also said that Ren Fan had a very bad relationship with other people in the club, was full of foul language, had very bad character, and was a complete second-rate person. The club had no choice but to expel him and report it to the club alliance to prevent other clubs from suffering. According to Xiao Huai, Ren Fan was simply a naughty guy who was just waiting to die, a rat shit, a shit stirrer, smelly and mean. A young man in his 20s sent harassing text messages to the club manager, and he was crazy about hooking up with a rich woman. After watching this video full of malicious slander, Ren Fan showed a sneer on his face. You want to play, right? He'll accompany you to the end. After silently saving the video, Ren Fan returned to his homepage. If you like to talk, just say more. In 2 days, I will send you to have a free government meal. Friendly reminder, I have been slandering you for more than 1 year but less than 3 years. Congratulations, you have been offered a job. Although it was the middle of the night, as soon as Ren Fan posted this update, many people immediately commented. Tisk tisk, you still have the nerve to speak like that. If I were you, I would just buy a piece of tofu and kill myself with it. The scene brings back emotions. You lack scenery and emotions. I don't understand what the above person means. Can you please not be so polite when swearing? It makes me look stupid. Stupid, the scene brings back emotions. Without the scene and emotions, you are just a beast. Brother, you are really not picky about food. I went to look at your manager's photo today. It's really hard to describe. On this point, I respect you as a man. Ha ha ha, I went to see it too. It's really outrageous. She must be at least 40 years old and very fat. She can even eat this. Can you handle it? Are you going to confront Xiao Huai? You have the nerve to slander and spread rumors, and yet you don't let anyone tell on you. Really? You must at Xing Xiao Huai. Someone wants to confront you. It's no big deal to watch the fun. I also whoever is cowardly is a dog. I will scold him every time I see him in the future. Maybe the other person was already asleep. Faced with someone who had him like this, Xiao Huai did not respond at all. However, Ren Fan was looking forward to his response. This Xiao Huai was quite popular and was being promoted by the club. By taking advantage of his traffic, he would probably gain another wave of black fans. As far as Ren Fan knows, Xing has cultivated many popular anchors over the years. The most powerful one has nearly 10 million fans, and several of them are in the millions. Xiao Huai's popularity is soaring, and his fans are about to break through 1 million. The new Star Club has invested a lot of resources in packaging him. Ren Fan likes to go against anchors of this level, and he wants to absorb some of their luck. The time I spend on Weibo always goes by quickly, and half an hour has passed before I know it. Just as he was about to open the app to see how long it would take for his takeaway to arrive, there was a knock on the door. Ren Fan raised his eyebrows. He knew that his braised kun rice had arrived. He got up, opened the door, brought in the hot kun meal, and Ren Fan couldn't wait to start eating. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I've been playing games all day and only just got time to eat. It's so pitiful just thinking about it. The only consolation is that his points ranking is very high now. As long as he doesn't lose consecutive games later, he should have no problem advancing to the second stage. After eating kun's meal and simply washing up, Ren Fan prepared to go to bed. Don't stay up late, as it can easily lead to sudden death. So, he decided to browse Weibo for another half an hour to calm down. Open the Weibo homepage, and 4 of the top 10 hot searches are about the Champions Cup Challenge. Such popularity made Ren Fan excited. As long as he could get the invitation letter for the 4th track, he would immediately become a top star. What to do after you have traffic? Everyone knows, start live streaming. If live streaming can be successful, even if he doesn't achieve particularly good results in the Champions Cup Challenge, he will still have a place in this circle. The only thing to be afraid of is that both ends will be lost, and then Ren Fan will want to restart his life. 7th on the hot search list. Hashtag various werewolf killing clubs have begun to extend olive branches to the top 10 players in their city. Hashtag. I just received an invitation from the Luan Club. I feel like I can quit my job and play professionally. Calm down, brother. Signing with a club doesn't mean you can play professionally. Luan is just a B-rank werewolf club. Isn't the speed of recruiting people too fast? It's just the beginning. The points are high now, but they may drop later. Some people are just lucky. It's not that simple. I have a friend who has also received an invitation from a club. The contract requires him to reach the 2nd stage before he can officially sign the contract. Otherwise, he can just stay where he wants. I understand. You have to make a reservation first. If things get bad later, you can return it. Those who can make it to the 2nd stage have some potential. Cast a wide net and you may catch something big. Ren Fan did not receive any invitation from any club, and even if he did, it would be useless. After all, he could not sign a contract with any club within a year. Perhaps it was because he overused his brain, and because he had just finished his meal. He was sleepy and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. The phone fell on the bed and the screen gradually went dark. When he opened his eyes the next day, it was already past 11 o'clock. Damn, he had a hungry dream, a very hungry dream, and then he woke up because of hunger. He eats before going to bed and eats after getting out of bed. He is a person who eats a lot. I won't order takeout this time. I had an excuse last night, so today I can only continue to eat noodles. After dinner, Ren Fan opened the competition page and felt terrible. He was ranked in the top 10 last night, but when he woke up he had dropped to 19th. Isn't this rate of decline too fast? If you don't move forward, you will move backward. It seems that I am too happy too early. The first stage of the online auditions will last for 1 month, and the top 100 players in the final points ranking will advance to the 2nd stage of the knockout rounds. During this month, if players slack off even a little, they may fall off the leaderboard. In other words, being on the list now doesn't mean anything. It's only temporary, and you may be squeezed out at any time. Such a long audition cycle will screen out all those who have climbed up by luck, and the ones left at the end must be the real masters. This mechanism is ingenious. It not only extends the time period of the online auditions, allowing as many people as possible to participate, but also eliminates those who are not there easily, killing two birds with one stone. In fact, the Event Alliance has put a lot of thought into the online auditions for this Champions Cup challenge. There have been other competitions held online before, but there was always a problem, that is, the levels of the matched players were uneven, which particularly affected the gaming experience and performance. The Alliance has made special optimizations for this event, dividing people in different score ranges into different player pools. Players will only be matched within their player pool. Why does Ren Fan feel that the speed of matching games becomes slower and slower as the points increase? It is because the player pool becomes smaller. Even if he cannot be matched with anyone, he will not be assigned by the system to a player pool that does not match his score. In this way, the problem of rookies and masters competing on the same stage is greatly solved. Click on the game. Ren Fan started a new journey again. This time he was going to play the Gargoyle Gravikeeper's board for a change of taste, and later he would play the Pre-Hunter White's board to quickly gain points. Start matching? 1 second. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After waiting for more than a minute, Ren Fan was matched into the game. From this, it can be seen that the player pool that Ren Fan is in is pitifully small. All players please note that the board for this game is 12-player Gargoyle Gravekeeper. Board configuration. Good camp, Prophet plus Witch plus Hunter plus Gravekeeper plus 4 civilians. Werewolf camp, Gargoyle plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a sheriff. The sheriff has the right to return the vote, and has an extra 0.5 votes and seconds of speaking time. Double explosion swallowing police badge. Gargoyle, a werewolf character. Every night, the gargoyle can check a player's specific identity, such as witch, hunter, werewolf, etc. The gargoyle has a closed-eye perspective and does not meet other werewolves at night, and other werewolves do not know who the gargoyle is. Moreover, gargoyles cannot self-destruct, and when examined they are always found to be werewolves. Gravekeeper, a good character. Every night, you can check whether the player who was exiled in the previous round was a good guy or a wolf. Ren Fan especially likes to play with this board, because it is suitable for good guy show operations, such as a civilian pretending to be a gargoyle to trick the little wolf into self-destructing. This is definitely the most enjoyable moment, more satisfying than rewarding yourself. This kind of happiness is lasting and you won't feel empty and bored after the pleasure. Similarly, if you get the wolf card, you can do the opposite. Civilians can dress up as gargoyles, and so can the little wolf. However, you have to find a good way to make the good guys think that you are a civilian dressing up as a gargoyle to show off, rather than really turning you into a gargoyle. Everyone wants to play the Big Brother. Usually special werewolves can be given the Big Brother card, but the gargoyles are the only ones who are busy looking for gods and wolves. Of course, if the gargoyle is happy, he can also act like the Big Brother, and then it will depend on whose acting is better. Players please check your identity cards. A prompt box appears on the screen. Ren Fan flipped the card, and the word civilian instantly came into his sight, which made him a little depressed and disappointed. Although civilians can pretend to be gargoyles to show off, so can witch hunters. It's not just civilians who can show off. Anyway, without an identity card and without any skills, Ren Fan always felt uneasy. He was especially worried when the witch card was in someone else's hands. The witch's nickname is the Wolf Team Wizard. Her poisonous wolves aren't very accurate, but she is a poison hunter and poison prophet, and she never lets the werewolves down. In fact, in this board, the Gun Dad is the best card. You can lead the team with a police badge, you can pretend to be a big brother and show off your skills. If you are suspected, you can take a picture of the gun, and if you are stabbed, you can shoot and lead the wolf. As long as the hunter doesn't encounter a psychotic witch, he will be fearless. It's a pity that Ren Fan doesn't have that luck in this game. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The system's prompt sounded in Ren Fan's ears, and he glanced at his seat number. 11. This is his lucky number and a good sign. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, it's time to call the police. Please select whether to report to the police. Yes. No. A dialogue box appeared on the screen, and Ren Fan chose to go to the police without hesitation. He had already captured civilians, and if he didn't go to the police to have a chat, then what was the point of this game? 10 seconds later, the police report came out. 2356781011112. The screen displays the Bureau's alert information. 9 people reported to the police, no more, no less. Generally, in such a situation, 3 wolves will be on guard, and 1 wolf will be under the guard to report the situation, or if all 3 wolves are on guard, it is very likely that there will be 4 wolves on guard, because gargoyles rarely stay under the guard. Randomly starting from player number 8 to speak in order. Player number 8 please speak. Well, brothers, I thought about it for a long time last night, tossing and turning. I want to try something new. Just take a picture of my identity. I'm a gravekeeper. Give me the police badge. As soon as these words came out, the other 11 people on the field were stunned. Jumping over the gravekeeper to get the police badge? It was indeed quite expensive. In the past, I often heard that the strong god would defend against the jump, the hunter would come out to get the police badge, the prophet would stand aside, or the prophet would simply not jump, and the hunter would lead the team to push deep. Now even the gravekeepers dare to jump out and get their police badges. That's incredible. One advantage of me jumping out to get the police badge is that I can check people at night. If I get up the next day and my badge is reversed, you can see how I fly the police badge and know whether I'm on the right side or not. If the one who is eliminated is the prophet, I will give the badge to the player who made a good speech in the external position. If the one who is eliminated is the wolf, I will give the badge to the prophet. This way, we can ensure that the good guys will not recognize the wrong prophet the next day. With the correct logical basis, it will be much easier to find the wolf. You may say that the gravekeeper is a weak god who can't prove his identity. If I jump out like this, aren't I afraid of the werewolf jumping back? To be honest, I'm not afraid. Putting aside the gargoyles that are outside the wolf team, there are only 3 people in this board wolf team. On the first day, they jumped into the role of prophet and gravekeeper. This is like hitting a snail. It would be fine if there were no problems. Once there were problems, the market would collapse directly, which would not be in the interests of the wolves. Besides, I'll be the gravekeeper first. I'm afraid the good guys won't think I'm a wolf. This way, the werewolves won't dare to snatch my clothes. Listening to the speech of player number 8, Ren Fan couldn't help but express his admiration. According to what 8 said, it seems that it is okay for the gravekeeper to jump out and take the police badge to lead the team. As long as the wolves don't pretend to be the prophet and the gravekeeper at the same time, the gravekeeper will definitely help the good guys to see things clearly the next day. But there are pros and cons. The police badge can only play the effect of the police badge in the hands of the prophet. If the gravekeeper takes the police badge, what will the prophet do if he gets stabbed at night? I think my playstyle is quite promising. Either the wolf team sends 2 wolves to make a bold move, or I can only correct the situation the next day. Under pressure from standing aside, the wolves can only play the hook and don't dare to charge forward, because once the good guys are positive, anyone who does banditry on the first day will be the focus of suspicion. It will be difficult to get away with it then. As long as the wolf makes a counterattack, the prophet will be more likely to push the wolf out of the game. It can be said that this is a virtuous cycle. And if I jump out, I can also help the prophet and the good guys to clear the way for a pit, and reduce the living space of the wolves. It can be said that I have the best of both worlds. The only downside is that the prophet can't get the police badge, so he can't perform the police badge trick. But there's nothing we can do about it. Everything has its pros and cons. In general, I think it's better for me to use the police badge to correct the perspective of the good guys than for the prophet to use the police badge to perform the police badge trick, which the good guys may not recognize. Anyway, I've already jumped out, so just give me the police badge and let me play the hell police badge style, and the 2 prophets will compete in speech. Sometimes a correct perspective is more important than verifying a person's information. A person's information, whether it is a check or gold and water, cannot solve the fundamental problem, but once the perspective is correct, the logic will be easier to understand. Okay, that's all I want to say. You must give me the police badge, otherwise, I've jumped out for nothing. Ren Fan finally understood that player number 8 was acting without prior approval. He has already jumped out. It would be a bit unreasonable if we don't give him the police badge and let him look at it correctly. And he is right. It is more important to give good people a correct perspective than to report more information about the person who has been verified and may not be reliable. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. The gargoyle and the witch's clothes are all mine. Player number 10, please speak. Player number 11 is checking and killing. The police badge flow doubles the police 1 and 9 to test it. 10 stood up and threw a check on Ren Fan. In this way, Ren Fan opened his perspective. 10 was a tough guy, and the real prophet was still in the back. As for whether 10 is a fraud, it's not absolutely impossible, but it's almost impossible. Player number 8 in the front position jumps to the gravekeeper and takes the police badge to lead the team. Player number 10, as a good person, does not comment on player 8 and instead moves to the back of the police to check and kill. What if this happens to the hunter witch? The gravekeeper jumps, the prophet jumps again, and then at 10, the witch or hunter is tricked out. Isn't that almost the same as showing the cards? So 10 cannot be a good person who fakes his identity, unless he has a mental problem. I find that this prophet is becoming increasingly difficult to play. Not only is the wolf trying to snatch the badge from me, but even the gravekeeper wants to join in the fun. Isn't this just making trouble? Originally, I turned over the cards and checked and killed player number 11 last night. As long as I get the police badge and check the people for a day, the wolf team will basically be gone. In the end, I never expected that player 8 would be able to jump into the gravekeeper and say he wanted to use the police badge to fight the underworld police badge flow. I was really amused by him. Can't you just play honestly? You have to make trouble and show off your police badge. I think you are a very evil person. Forget it, let him do whatever he wants. He can play however he wants and have fun, but he must give me the police badge so that I can show off my police badge skills. There are only 3 people in this game, 1, 4, and 9. To be honest, I played the police badge style of 1 and 9 just to canvass votes, including player 4. You must not listen to 8 and go and vote for him. The police badge must be in the hands of a prophet to play its due role. Moreover, I have the check and kill. If the police badge is given to me, the good guys have at least an 80% chance of winning. But what's the point of giving it to player 8? Even if the perspective is correct, it may not be possible to find the wolf. After all, the wolves are not stupid. They know that the good guys will have a correct perspective when they wake up the next day, so they will definitely find a way to defeat the good guys and establish their identities. So, it is more important to report one more day to verify the person. I believe that based on my speech, good people can recognize me without the need for a correct perspective. Player number 10 talked passionately, with rich emotions and sincere words, and his state was at its best. The key is that he is very brave. Generally speaking, this bored wolf will not be checked and killed even if he comes out to jump, especially he cannot be checked and killed behind the police, because there is a possibility that the check and kill will hit the big brother. This kind of situation is not uncommon. The little wolf accidentally killed the gargoyle, forcing the gargoyle to jump into the god card. It would have been fine if the gargoyles had talked well, but they didn't, so they were eliminated on the first day and the wolves were in a bloodbath. In order to prevent this situation, if the little wolf really wants to throw the check and kill, he should throw it under the police, because the gargoyles rarely appear under the police. Or you can throw golden water to canvass votes, which is the safest way to jump in, and when the golden water is thrown on the gargoyle will know that the opponent is a wolf teammate, making it convenient for him to choose to charge or hook. 10 Without listening to Ren Fan's words, he directly threw the check and kill. This was considered as risking everything. He must have been thinking, how could it be such a coincidence that just because I wanted to kill a good guy, I would end up targeting the big brother? Oh, by the way, one last thing. If player number 11 jumps from where I am, I will have to eat the police badge unanimously. If he shoots at the people, we will shoot him today. He won't dare to do shamanism. The hunter can shoot him directly, and the witch can feed him coke at night. He can't wear the Gravekeeper's clothes anymore, because I believe the good guys have already identified player 8 as the Gravekeeper. His speech is invincible. If I'm lucky, maybe 11 is actually a gargoyle. Anyway, the good guys must come with me to get 11 out first today. That's it. We've passed it. Player number 11 please speak. Player number 10, oh player number 10, why did you choose to send the check to me? You are unlucky brother, you hit a wall, I am a witch. Last night, the knife point was on player 1. He didn't go to the police, so he couldn't pick up the gargoyle card. As long as player 1 is not a gargoyle, he can be recognized. There's no need to use the knife on this board. Many witches on this board don't prescribe medicine on the first night, for fear of saving the gargoyle who got stabbed on the first night. It is precisely because of this that little wolf doesn't dare to cut himself. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't encounter a witch who won't prescribe medicine on the first night. Of course, I will definitely prescribe the antidote on the first night I take on the witch. Even if player number 1 is a civilian, I will still save him. Ren Fan started to act rashly again. His trump card is obviously not a witch, but he wears witch's clothes when he is being investigated. This is a bit of a death wish. Apart from anything else, when the real witch in the external position sees Ren Fan wearing her clothes, she will subconsciously stand on the side of player number 10, which is equivalent to Ren Fan sending the witch to the wolf team. By then, the perspective of the entire good guy will be ruined by his operation of jumping into the witch, causing the team to collapse. After all, no one could have imagined that a civilian would accept a wolf's attack, but instead of showing off properly, he would wear witch's clothes. Is he out of his mind? It is impossible for Ren Fan not to have thought of these serious consequences. He thought of them and still did so he naturally had his own calculations. From now on, he is no longer a civilian, he is the big brother of the wolf team, the gargoyle. He wants to talk more explosively, but not too obviously, otherwise, he will end up making things worse. Ren Fan is now walking on a tightrope. Either he will perform brilliantly or he will fail miserably. Therefore, he had to strike a careful balance. If he made any mistake, the family tree would be in danger of being destroyed. The point of Ren Fan's speech this round was not to get the good guys to recognize him, his purpose was to make himself sound like a gargoyle being checked and killed. But this alone is not enough. The good guys, especially the witch, must be given the illusion that he is seeking death and wants to be a high-level prophet. Only in this way can it be possible to let the witch play double wolves 10 and 11, and then deliberately not jump, making him the only witch on the field. Of course, such a headache-inducing operation is not suitable for low-end games. Ren Fan trusted these talents to do the work. After all, they were all players who ranked high in points in each city, and their level would not be too low. If one person can't figure out that he is a gargoyle, does that mean that no one can figure out that he is a gargoyle? As for the witch, it depends on how smart she is and whether her thinking and logic are sufficient. Ren Fan's operation was based on the fact that the witch was a king. If the opponent was a bronze, it would be embarrassing. Player number 10 threw a check at me, just to fight for the prophet behind the police. There may be multiple wolves behind the police. There are 3 people 1, 4, and 9 under the police. Player number 1 chooses to go out. Players 4 and 9 can only send 1 wolf at most, or even no wolf. Oh, yes, player number 12 is very likely a wolf teammate of 10. 10 and 12 are double wolves to kill me. 10 is afraid that I am a prophet, so he took the initiative to jump out to me to check and kill. My suggestion is that the prophet should check 12. Even if 12 does not stand with 10, or even if he pins 10 to the ground and beats him, he should still check him. Who knows if he hits 10 just to distance himself from 10. To be honest, I'm thinking about calling the police on the 4 wolves now. 10 threw a check and killed me. He took a big risk. It's definitely not just to throw a check and kill the good guy who resists the push. You know, we basically don't dare to check and kill this guy who's a tough guy. If we check and kill him, it will be difficult to hold on. And this kind of thing happens frequently, and we can't wait to encounter it. Player number 10 is risking the chance of killing the boss and moving behind the police to kill him. This means that he has a high chance of killing the prophet, or the possibility of killing the prophet is very high. According to this line of thinking, among the 6 players 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 12, 3 wolves will appear. This means that player number 10 has a 1/4 chance of fighting the prophet, which is enough for him to take a risk. I don't know if there are any wolves in the back position who will fight against the witch. If there are, they are planning to charge. Good people must not get involved with the wolf team to do banditry. No matter what, you can't rely on me today. If you want to play player 10. If you really don't believe I'm a witch, play the prophet in the back position. He was pushed back, and the good guys only had 1 round less. But if I was pushed back, the good guys collapsed directly. Player number 8 was the first to speak up and said that the gravekeeper wanted to get the police badge. I thought he was messing around before, but now I think it's a good thing. At least he got the police badge, and tomorrow he can help the good guys see things in a positive light. As long as I don't play today and poison a wolf tonight, I'll have a good chance of winning this game. Ren Fan seemed to be chatting freely and easily on the surface, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. Because he wanted to talk more explosively, but he couldn't let people hear that he was talking explosively on purpose. At the same time, he had to let people know that he was a gargoyle and was being checked and killed, and that he and 10 were wolf teammates. It was too difficult to be a high-level prophet at 10. In fact, the effects that Ren Fan wants to achieve are simple if taken individually, but putting them together is fatal. It's just like finding a partner. There are many who are over 1.8 meters tall, many who are rich, many who are family-oriented and can do housework, many who are handsome, many who have gentle personalities, and many who don't smoke, drink, or go to bars. If it's just one of the conditions, getting out of being single will be a matter of minutes, but if you want all of them, just forget it, because dreams can give you everything. This is what Ren Fan is doing now. He wants the good guys to treat him as a gargoyle to be checked and killed, and he also wants the good guys to treat him as 10 and 11 double wolves. He pretends to be a witch in order to play the role of a high-level prophet 10. Player number 12, please speak. Player 11, although your words and logic make me a little uncomfortable, you did play the witch after all, and my trump card is not a witch, so I won't fight you with personal emotions. And I can more or less understand why you said that player 10 and I are wolf teammates, and why you said that 4 wolves are on the alert, but I can tell you responsibly that I am not a wolf. Don't subconsciously use player 10 and player 12 as a double wolf to kill you as soon as you receive a check. Luckily you're a witch. If you were a civilian and made such a statement, I would have hammered you into the ground. Although I won't beat you to death, it's inevitable that you will side with player number 10. Do you understand what I mean? Don't be so blunt next time you come to check the water. I admit that your logical thinking is correct, but I don't like the way you speak. Player number 12 was a good-tempered person. Although he was somewhat disgusted with Ren Fan, he still held his nose and accepted Ren Fan as a witch. Otherwise, what can I do? I am not a witch, so why would I rush to fight a witch with poison? That would definitely be unwise. Speaking from his position, he had to temporarily consider Ren Fan as a witch. There would be a counterattack later, and it would not be too late to attack Ren Fan after the police arrived. The prophet in the latter position can come and test me. It's nothing. I like to be tested by good people. If I receive a check and kill, I will know who is the tough jump. If I receive a gold and water, I don't have to worry about being in the anti-push position, and I can play the logic however I want. It's very comfortable. Player number 11 said that this game might be a 4-wolf war. I cannot agree with his statement. 149149. Just because the number 10 player threw a check to the back of the police, it doesn't mean that the police will not open the wolf. That's not the logic. Player number 11 is talking about an extreme situation. If the Queen of Alarms releases 3 wolves, player number 10 wants to fight the prophet. So the question is, if the Queen of Alarms releases 2 wolves or 1 wolf, will he not fight the prophet? As long as he wants, he can still do it. Some little wolves are afraid that the check will be thrown at the big brother, so they hold back a little for fun and give out some gold water to attract votes, but some people don't care about these things. They will throw the check when they should. If it is thrown at the big brother will not sit still and wait for death. He will definitely show his strength. Then they will know that the check was thrown at the big brother. So, player 11, your logic and thinking are too rigid and inflexible. It feels like you are just reciting a formula for table water. Player number 12 seems to be happy to take the risk. This is the difference in people's thinking. Some people don't like to take the test no matter whether they have the good guy card or the wolf card, but 12 has no resistance at all and is even eager to try. This is the interesting part of Werewolf. Even if the whole cards are the same, even if the board is the same, as long as they are different people, they will have different speeches and logic, and the game will always be full of unknowns. Give the badge to the gravekeeper. I think in this situation, a positive perspective is more important. If 10 is the prophet, and he found 2 wolves on the first day, that's enough. Don't be too obsessed with the badge. Don't have any expectations when you get the prophet card. Be prepared for the worst. It's nothing if you don't get the badge. It's uncomfortable to be beaten by everyone in the audience. If the prophet is in the latter position, then there is no need for a police badge. All you need to do is report the people you tested last night and then line up the pits. There will basically be no room for werewolves to survive. Anyway, I support the Gravekeeper getting the police badge and playing the Underworld police badge style from a positive perspective. Oh, by the way, if there is a witch jumping in the back position, it is recommended to play the double wolf at 10 and 11. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to tell them to use the wolf to check and kill the wolf. I've never seen this kind of play on this board. I mean, it's possible that player number 10 accidentally threw the check and kill onto the gargoyle. Although the possibility is very low, we still have to think about it. As a good person, we have to think about everything we should think about before making a choice. After listening to player number 12 talking for a long time, Ren Fan was very anxious. Fortunately, this kid finally talked about some things he wanted to hear. That is, he did not rule out the double wolves of number 10 and number 11, and he was a gargoyle. But this is far from enough. 12 seems to have just mentioned it casually and didn't take it too seriously. I hope someone smarter will come out later. Especially for the witch, don't be a fool. You can beat her as a wolf, but you must think of the double wolves in play 10 and 11. As long as there are 2 wolves at 10 or 11, you can just lie back and let the wolves kill each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Please beat me to death. Thank you. Player number 2, please speak. The only true prophet in the whole place. Player number 1, Jinshui. Player number 10, wearing my clothes in the front position. And 1, Tai Lang. For the badge type, I'll just go with 12 or 4. There are 3 people under the police. 1, 4, and 9. Player 1 doesn't need to play the game. He has honeysuckle dew on him. One of the 4 and 9 players must be a wolf. The probability that all 3 of the police are good people is too small. Player number 11 said that player 10 should go to the police to check and kill. It is very likely that 4 wolves will go to the police, and then 3 wolves will go to the police. The logic is correct, but this idea is indeed a bit extreme. Listen to the speeches. If players 4 and 9 both have a good chat, I will consider playing 4 wolves on the police. But before that, I think it's better to play a standard game. Player number 2 stood up and reported that 1 was Jinshui, which was a coincidence. The knife edge that Ren Fan casually reported turned out to be the gold and water that the prophet had verified last night. He was a little worried that the good guys would use this plate to throw the gold, water, and silver water on the face of player number 2, just to get his votes. Originally, when player number 11 took over the killing, I was also very suspicious of the duo of 10 and 12, but after listening to 12's speech, I think he should be a good person. If players 10 and 12 were wolf teammates, player 12 would have probably already played witch with player 11, and would not have said to player 10, although I am not happy with your words, I won't play you because my trump card is not a witch. I thought 12 was supposed to be a good guy, but the first badge flow was thrown at him. You must be wondering why. There are mainly 2 reasons. First of all, listening to the speech is not as reliable as directly verifying it. What if 12 is a wolf who has prepared the speech? Secondly, I actually want to give the police badge to player number 12 and let him lead the team. I feel like he is a person with a relatively calm mind, and his logic and judgment will not be affected by his personal emotions. I feel more at ease knowing that he is Jinshui's team leader. Although player number 2 used the first police badge flow on player 12, according to him, he did not go to check and kill player 12, but wanted to give him gold water to lead the team. This was a bit beyond the good guy's expectations. When he first heard about the 2 versus 12 police badge flow, he also thought that 10 and 12 might be double wolves, but it turned out that was not the case at all. If someone in the back position plays witch against 11 or 11 is not a witch, I hope the good people will not call me a wolf because of this. Player number 12 also mentioned this just now. It is possible that 10 and 11 are both wolves. 10 wanted to kill the prophet, but ended up fighting against the big brother. Speaking of this issue, I don't know if you have noticed some of the meaningful words that player 11 said during his speech. For example, he said that he couldn't play him today, so if he had to play, he would play 10, or the prophet in the back position. For example, he reported that player number 1 was Silverwater. Could it be that he was passing on a message to the wolves? I remember it very clearly. He said that he would definitely prescribe medicine to save people on the first night he got the witch, even if player 1 was just a civilian. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, or if 11 is quietly hinting that wolves player number 1 is a civilian. We had a great chat. It was such a great chat. Ren Fan was very satisfied with player 2's speech, not because of how good 2's logic was, but because 2 noticed the hook he deliberately put out. In fact, whether he inadvertently mentioned that player number 1 was a civilian, or said that the prophet in the later position could not be used, he was conveying a message to the wolves. It seems to be a casual mention, but people with a keen eye will always think more about it. Unfortunately, player number 12 is not a careful person and did not notice the 2 places where he looked like a gargoyle. Player number 2 talked it out, which is very good. The key is to ask Ren Fan this question at 2 o'clock, which will win the favor of the witch and make her want to stand on his side and play 10 and 11. Player number 8 jumped out of the Gravekeeper and wanted to play the Hell Police badge style. What can I say? Forget it. Let's not talk about him. It's useless to say anything. Anyway, he has already jumped out. If we don't let him play the Hell Police badge style, then wouldn't it be a waste of time? As Captain Jia once said, you bullied me when Huang Jun didn't come, and you still bully me when Huang Jun came. Then, didn't Huang Jun come here in vain? I can give up the badge, but I can't be the one to get voted as a good guy today. If I have to play, I'll play number 10. If someone plays the witch against number 11, you can consider playing the wolves at number 10 and no 11. I now recognize 11 as a witch, just because there is no one on the field to jump against him, and he is a reverse gold after all. I can't just say he is a gargoyle on the police, right? But I do have a little doubt in my heart, because the more I think about the 2 points I just talked about, the more I wonder. I guess the wolves are just like me, wondering whether player 11 is the big brother or the witch. Then let's see if there's anyone dancing witches with him. If there is, let's listen to how they talk. I can listen to the two of them talking for one more round. By then, I think I should be able to tell who's the real one and who's the fake. Back to the point, I used the second police badge flow to fight against the number 4 player under the police because I wanted to find the wolf between 4 and 9. If the test result shows that 4 is gold and water, the player number 9 must go to the anti-push position. On the contrary, if 4 is a check and kill, 9 can temporarily accept it as a good position. Of course, I won't predict which of them will be the wolf. I still have to listen to their speeches. Suppose I find out that player 4 is gold and water, and player 9 doesn't talk like a wolf, so I will predict the 4th wolf to be the police. Okay, that's all I want to say about the police. The trump card profit, player number 1 is Jinshui, the police badge flow is 12, 4, and that's it, it's passed. Player number 3 please speak. Player 2, you are not sure whether 11 is a witch or a gargoyle. I don't know if you are overthinking it or if the other party is really passing on a message in secret. I feel the same way about you. You played the game on alert and saw that player number 11 might be a gargoyle. Look at the bright side. You and number 11 are not on the same side. You thought a lot and played the game very comprehensively. You even thought of the card of little wolf checking and killing big brother. But at the same time, I also have some doubts that you are trying to distance yourself from player 11. If the witch behind you can talk well, we can recognize her right away. Then you can retreat to the next best option and play the two wolves 10 and 11. After all, you have already laid the groundwork in the police department. Moreover, such remarks and your attitude towards player 11 will definitely win the favor of some witches. I wonder if you are the former or the latter. Player number 3 seems to be hostile to player number 2, otherwise, he would not have suspected the double wolves 2 and 10 in the 11 ND set. Perhaps he is trying to distance himself from his wolf teammates. Logic has two sides, it just depends on which direction you want to go. The logic in Werewolf follows one principle, the butt determines the head. Let me put it this way, if someone wants to hit you, he can find faults with you no matter how well you talk. If he doesn't want to hit you, he can still recognize you no matter how well you talk. This is how the ultimate gangster who doesn't sound like a gangster is born. Although my trump card is not a witch, to be honest, I find it hard to recognize the witch 11. I didn't even hear a few speeches from the police. As soon as I received the call for a check, they called 4 wolves. It made me feel very bad. Let's just say that you at least listened to the speech. If the police continue to criticize you, I can barely accept it. But 11 is so impatient and speaks out without hesitation. He immediately said that among the 6 of us, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 12, 3 wolves will be found. If we exclude the prophet, there will be 3 wolves in the pit from the 5. Brother, aren't you asking for a fight? Before player 2 jumped out, I wanted to stand on the side of player 10, because I couldn't recognize the witch 11. He was just like a wolf who took over the killing and jumped into the god to avoid the push. But he can't wear the Gravikeeper's clothes. According to what player number 8 said, who can snatch the clothes from him? So player number 11 can only pretend to be a witch. Speaking of this, I think player number 8 was quite prescient in pretending to be the Gravekeeper. Otherwise player number 11 would definitely say that he is the Gravekeeper. As for the side, I am more inclined to side with player number 2. Although I suspect that he is playing 11 to distance himself from 11 and avoid being dragged down by his wolf teammates, he can play 10 and 11 double wolves, and his mentality and behavior are still very good. I will trust him for one round on the alert. I hope player 2 won't betray my trust. If you are a wolf, you should confess to me sooner. Maybe I can forgive you. After these words were spoken, everyone smiled and said, you must have walked into the wrong set, brother. Let Wolf be honest with you. This is bullshit. Player number 10 did not throw gold water to the player number 9 next to him, but he put the player number 9 into the police badge flow. If the police start the wolf, I'm afraid it will be player no 9. I guess 10 didn't throw gold water to 9, but was forced to throw it to the police for investigation. If he throws gold water at 9, it will put 9 in the focus position and into the prophet's sight, greatly increasing the risk of his wolf teammates being exposed. But if he throws gold water to the police queen, he's afraid that she'll turn against him and make him a police officer. He has to report information to the external position and write a mental journey, so he can only bite the bullet and throw 11 checks to the police queen. It doesn't matter how many wolves the police queen opens. Later, he used the second badge flow on player number 9. Most likely, he wanted to pretend that he didn't know player number 9 and pretend to solicit votes from player number 9. It was a bit like trying to cover up one's own faults. and his badge flow is 1 and 9 in sequence, which seems to ignore the existence of player 4, but I don't think 10 will sell such an obvious perspective. If I'm not mistaken, he actually wants to dirty up the identity of player number 4 and let the good guys play 4 and 10 double wolves. You may be curious about why I think so. It's simple. When I was pretending to be a prophet, I like to deliberately sell some wrong perspectives to good people. Maybe player 10 is using the same tactics as me. Of course, if players 4 and 10 are really a pair of wolves, then I can only say that player 10 is a good at selling out his teammates. Player 4 must have almost lost his mind after hearing his speech. Player number 4, if you are a good person, you should thank me for figuring out this logic. Otherwise, the good person will definitely suspect that player number 10 is selling the perspective. You, player number 4 and player number 10, are 2 wolves. My request is not high. Just consider me a good person, officer. It's just a courtesy. Player 12's speech sounds pretty good. He is hostile to player 11, but because player 11 is holding a bottle of poison in his hand, he doesn't dare to hit him. It can be seen from the moment 12 stood up and told player 11 that he was a little unhappy listening to his speech that the two of them have never met. If 11 is a wolf, 12 must be a good person. If 11 is a witch, 12 must be more suspicious. Similarly, player 11's plate 10 and 12 could be the twin wolves, and after multiple conversations, the prophet who was in position checked 12, which could also indicate that the two of them did not meet. So in my case, you can't play 11 or 12 double wolves. If anyone leads the rhythm and says that 12 steps on the wolf teammates as an identity, then they will fall into my wolf pit. I will support player 2 first, and I will see if the police will change their minds. I can't accept the witch 11 at the moment, unless there is no one to fight against her in the back position, or the witch in the back position has an obvious burst point. Otherwise, my vote is for 11. That's it, it's passed. Player number 5, please speak. Is the witch under the police? I'm not a witch either. The only players who haven't spoken yet are number 6 and number 7. If they don't jump, the badge vote will go to no 8. I think we shouldn't just jump into the witch role just because 11 is the only one on the police. Then give the police badge to player 10. I'm afraid the witch won't be on the police by chance. Some people like the police because of the witch, but some people just like to hide under the police and poison people silently at night. In order to prevent the police badge from falling into the hands of the wolf, let 8 use the police badge to fight the hell police badge flow. Anyway, 2 himself said that he doesn't need the police badge. Listening to the speech of player number 5, Ren Fan frowned. This person is probably a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's okay to suspect that he is not a witch. After all, he is not a good chatterer and he deliberately leaves hooks waiting to be hit. He will feel uncomfortable if good people don't hit him. 5312312. 12 Although I suspected him, I was not very hostile towards him and I did not have any murderous intention. Although player 3 played the double wolves at 2 and 11, he was ultimately more inclined to side with player 2. No matter if he wanted to back hook or something, at least he behaved well and stood on the right side. Player number 5 is completely different. He seems not to want player 2 to get the police badge. He says it in a high-sounding way, fearing that the witch will open a police station and the good guys will make wrong judgments due to lack of information, causing the police badge to fall into the hands of the wolf. But to Ren Fan, these words sounded like he was trying to set the tone, fearing that the good guys would believe he was a witch and give the badge to player number 2. I can't tell who is the prophet right now. 11 can't really hold the witch card in my opinion. From this perspective, 10 is definitely more of a prophet. Unless disc 11 is a gargoyle, I didn't intend to go in this direction. After all, the possibility is too small. Good fellow, 10 came out to try to kill the prophet, but he failed to kill the prophet and instead got hit by the big brother. It's a bit of black humor. But after listening to player 2's speech just now, I suddenly felt that 11 might really be a gargoyle. His speech on the police did seem like he was passing on a message. For example, when he talked to the good guy, he told him to use the prophet in the later position and not to touch him. Later, he also mentioned that player 1 was a civilian, which showed that his identity was very suspicious. If 10 and 11 are really 2 wolves, the wolves will be a little bit broken in this game. But it still depends on whether we can make the right choice. We did get 10 or 11 wolves, but whether we got it right is another matter. As things stand, if I have to choose between 2 and 10, I would still prefer 10. 2101132111211. Teammate must sell out when it's time to do so. There's nothing we can do about it. Player 11's own speech was too bad. He can't save it. Even if he jumps into the witch trap, no one will believe him. After listening to the comments from the front position, I think player 3 can admit his mistake. He was able to talk to player 2 about the 2 wolves, 10 and 11. He might be trying to distance himself from player 11. This doesn't seem like someone who is on the wolves team. Unfortunately, player 3's side is different from mine. He prefers 2 to be the prophet, and 10 and 11 to be the wolves, while I think 2 and 11 are the wolves, and 10 is the prophet. Player 12's comments were relatively benign, so he is most likely not a wolf. Mainly because his conversation with player 11 made me feel like the two of them didn't meet in person. I remember very clearly that 12 stood up and said that 11's speech made him unhappy, and that 11's speech was too stiff and mechanical. If they were teammates of the wolves, then I can only say that 12 is good at creating an identity for himself. But it doesn't matter. If he is an identity, he will be found out sooner or later. Anyway, I just think he has an identity preference and didn't recognize him. Player number 1 is supposed to be a good guy, but 2 and 11 threw gold and silver water at him, and it's obvious that they are trying their best to get votes for no one. I just don't believe they can give identities to their wolf teammates like this. They are so blatant that they even hit silver water and gold water in the face. Besides, there are very few wolves pretending to be witches and prophets. It is not a wise choice to directly throw gold and silver water at wolf teammates and make them the focus. Anyway, I have no protection for player 1, the police will find the wolf between 4 and 9. Oh, by the way, you don't have to doubt my identity. I must be a good person. If you really can't tell who the prophet is, you can use me as a logical basis. After listening to player No 5's speech, a gleam of light flashed across Ren Fan's eyes. This guy is a bit crazy. He actually dares to talk to a good person and use him as a logical basis. Most people can't say this. No, even ordinary people can't say this. It's rare to hear someone position themselves in this way. Player number 5 should have a status. Since he didn't jump into the role of a witch, he can only be a hunter. With a gun on his shoulder, he can indeed talk in a more arrogant manner. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, The Wolf's mentality is about to explode. Player number 6 please speak. Who is the witch? Is the witch really under the police? Player 7 is the only one left who has not spoken. No matter who the witch is, I'm telling you, 10 and 11 should be the two wolves. In this game, player 10 played too hard and killed the big brother. Player 2 has very good logic. He completely grasped the details in 11's speech, which is enough to prove that 11 is a gargoyle. And you all said that 11 opened 3 wolves directly after the police, and it was too careless not to open the wolf under the police. It doesn't seem like a good person's mentality. That's right. Do you think he doesn't know the consequences of chatting like this? He knows it. He knows it too well. He knows the consequences but still wants to chat like this. There is only one possibility. He did it on purpose. The purpose is probably to beat the witch into the wolf team, so that the good guys can tell that she and the prophet in the later position are teammates of the wolf, so that the prophet of level 10 can be completed. Pretty? Ren Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to player number 6. This was the logic he wanted the good guys to follow. The purpose of pretending to be a witch is to act as the prophet of 10, so 10 and 11 are two wolves. And if the witch is smart enough, she won't be pushed back. Maybe the werewolves behind her will jump out to rescue her. After all, she is the big brother. Haven't you seen a little wolf blow himself up in order to save his big brother? Unfortunately, the werewolves in this round were not very strong. They just watched their big brother get beaten up without even setting off some fireworks to cheer him up. In fact, there are two directions for the comments of player number 11. Do you think highly of him, or do you simply think that his comments were lame? For me, I just look up to him. I think he beats people up and stirs up hatred, and he talks like a wolf, all on purpose. Maybe I think too much. I guess most people don't think it's that complicated. Anyway, I've already dealt 10 or 11 wolves on the police. I don't know who the witch is, but I sincerely hope that the witch can think about whether what I said makes sense. And I definitely didn't come out to set the pace with the two wolves at 10 or 11. I was afraid that the witch would misunderstand my intentions and end up making things worse, which would only make the witch more determined to side with player 10. That would be embarrassing. 32101111102111. This means that player 3 is not a wolf teammate. If he were a wolf, he would definitely trick the good guys into standing with player 10, and maliciously speculate on the intentions of the two wolves, player 2 and player 10, in the second set. 532112111011. Later he said he must be a good guy and we can use him as a logical basis. In my eyes, 5 is either a gun or a wolf. Only hunters dare to say they are the logical basis. As a civilian, what qualifications do you have to define yourself in this way? It doesn't make sense, right? Player number 12 can be temporarily recognized. His conversation with number 11 does not seem like a face-to-face relationship, but we can't say for sure. Who knows if number 12 is just putting on an act for us? Werewolves are all drama queens. They are good at pretending to have a blind eye and pretending to have an identity. The police officer still has to listen to what 12 has to say. It mainly depends on his logic, his side, and the wolf pit he points to. Player number 1 is Jin Shui. Needless to say, there is a high probability that a wolf will appear among 4 and 9. 9109101093910. 10944410. I agree with this logic. Although it is a bit subjective, there is a saying that goes, make bold assumptions and verify them carefully. Think about it first, and then make further judgments after listening to the speeches. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. Stand by player 2. 10 and 11 are the two wolves. The witch must think more and give it one more thought. That's it. We've passed? Player number 7 please speak. My goodness, I am the last one to speak, and I am not a witch. I suddenly thought that the people in the front position spent a lot of time planning the 10th and 11th pair of wolves. It would be awkward if no one followed the 11th pair to jump to the witch in the end. But to be on the safe side, let's give the badge to the gravekeeper. No one is betting on player number 11 on the police, but what if the witch opens on player number 1, 4, or 9 under the police? I feel like this game is going to be on the fast track. The gravekeeper policeman jumped out directly, and the witch was also stuck on the stage. It's only the first day, and the hunter is the only one of the 4 gods who hasn't shown up yet. Just now 6 said that player 5 is either a gun or a wolf. In this case, the god pit is full. In a situation where the cards are almost clear, we must not fall behind in our turns, otherwise the werewolf can just slash with the knife. Player 7 is not a witch either. Now, both the good guys and the wolves frowned. Could it be that Ren Fan is really a witch? Player number 10 has begun to doubt his life. Why is he so unlucky? The current situation is that either he is hunting down the eldest brother, or he is hunting down the witch. Blue lean mushrooms. What should he do? He suddenly wanted to self-destruct, and he couldn't continue playing this game. But this thought only flashed through his mind. Even if he found and killed the eldest brother, he would have to pretend nothing happened and get rid of him. If he directly blew himself up, there would be a complete collapse. Ren Fan was also amused and confused. Was it such a coincidence? The witch stayed under the police. If the gravekeeper hadn't jumped out to play the underworld police badge flow, player number 2 would have been able to get the police badge directly. Even if someone suspected that he was not a witch, he was the only witch on the field after all, and the good people under the police would not go and vote for player number 10. 6714982. 210 versus Prophet. Judging from the current situation, I can only stand on the side of player no 2. Not to mention that so many people suspect that players 10 and 11 are both wolves. The key point is that player 11 is the only witch on the field. No one shoots him when he comes to me. We can no longer assume that he is a wolf pretending to be a witch to avoid being pushed. Before anyone jumped out to shoot 11, I recognized him as a witch. 10 threw a check to the police and tried to kill the prophet, but unfortunately he kicked the iron wall. How about you just give up, player number 10? If I were you, I wouldn't pretend. If I continued to hold on, I would have to sell out a wolf teammate. It's not worth it. How about it? Would you consider it? I have risked being labeled a wolf by a good person to persuade you. You can't let me down. Faced with the instigation and temptation of player number 7, player number 10 was a little shaken, and even wanted to self-destruct for a moment, but he finally held back. Damn it, it's better to live a miserable life than to die. He is a prophet and can't always think of himself as a wolf or a big brother. There is no such thing as a good person at all. It seems like you're planning to go all out. Well, then I'll see who among you dares to challenge player 11 to the witch jump. The one who spoke the most like a wolf in the front position is undoubtedly player 5. He played 2 against 10 and 11, both wolves. In fact, his logic was to distance himself from 11. The more I think about it, the more it seems like he was trying to set the pace. If player 2 suddenly attacks 10 and 11 wolves without any logical basis, then we can suspect that player 2 has impure motives and has other intentions. But the problem is that 2 talked about the way 11 was like a gargoyle, and it really made sense, which shows that he was following the right logic and was not forcing 10 and 11 to play double wolves. Player 5 insisted on playing the 2 wolves 2 and 11 and wanted to side with player 10. I'm afraid it's him who has bad intentions, not player 2. But I won't kill 5 either. After all, he has already played the god card. He is neither a gravekeeper nor a witch, so he has only the hunter's clothes to wear. Player number 6 said that 5 is either a gun or a wolf. This identity is too appropriate for him. Apart from other comments, just these 4 words make me think that player number 6 is a good person. If nothing unexpected happens, 5, 10, and 12 will be the 3 wolves, and then the police will find another wolf from 4 and 9. Wouldn't the wolf pit be complete? Of course, all my remarks and logic above are based on the premise that 2 is a prophet and 11 is a witch. If I'm on the wrong side or 11 is not a witch, just assume that I didn't talk about anything on the police. Okay, that's over. The speech for the sheriff's election is over. Players under the police are invited to start voting. After player number 7 took the microphone, a dialogue box immediately popped up on the screen of the player below. Being at the polling station under police control is a very troublesome and confusing thing, for fear that you will be voted for by bandits and then be drawn into a wolf's den. But there is no such trouble in this game. The gravekeeper jumps out and takes the police badge, and then the people under the police can vote without thinking. In this board, it's actually quite good for the gravekeeper to come out and play with the underworld police badge. We can't be bound by the inherent thinking logic. I always feel that the police badge must be given to the prophet, so that the maximum value of the police badge can be brought into play. But sometimes it's okay to change your thinking, and it may be more effective. Just like in this game, player number 8 jumped over the gravekeeper to get the police badge, which was definitely something that Wolf did not expect. Since the good guys can see things in a positive light the next day, there will definitely be wolves that will take advantage of the situation today. After 10 seconds, the voting results were presented to everyone. People 1, 4, and 9 all voted for the police badge for player number 8 without any prior arrangement, and no one did anything weird. Anyone who votes for the alien at this time, whether they vote right or wrong, will be led into the wolf pit, just at a different angle. If you vote for player number 2, someone will say you are playing a hook. If you vote for player number 10, someone will play charge for you. If you don't want to be the focus, it's best to just follow the crowd and vote. Player number 8 was elected sheriff. The prompt message popped up on the screen again. Christmas Eve last night. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 9 please speak. If 11 is really not a witch, then the witch must be between 1 and 4. I am not a witch here. Player number 9 stood up and told the important information first. What the good guys are most concerned about now is whether there is anyone who can fight against Ren Fan to play the witch. If not, this game will be easy. If you ask who is most likely to be the witch between 1 and 4, I think it's most likely player 4. 11. The witch who pretends to be a witch will not throw away the silver water randomly. She should report the true information of the knife edge last night. In other words, player 1 is real silver water, but last night was Christmas Eve, which means that player 1 cannot be a witch. If he is a witch, there will be no Christmas Eve. But to be honest, after listening to her speeches so far, I feel that 11 might really be a witch. We are just overthinking it. I'm afraid there is no such thing as a pair of wolves at number 10 or 11. The little wolf checked and killed the big brother, which was the simplest case of a tough wolf throwing a check and hitting a wall. No one in the wolf team was willing to pretend to be a witch to cooperate with player no 10. To put it bluntly, wolves sold player no 10. Listening to the speech of player number 9, Ren Fan was secretly delighted. It's better if the witch doesn't come out. That's right. As for who the witch is, Ren Fan has a rough guess in his mind. Whoever stands on the side of player number 2 on the police, and whoever has the most active 2 wolves at 10 and 11 is the witch. 3251067. Player number 6 is most likely to be a witch. Ren Fan remembered that when he got up, he told the witch that 2 was a prophet, and told her not to be hostile to 11 just because 2 was a wolf. Such remarks and status are actually enough to support the argument that player number 6 knew that he was a wolf but deliberately let him put his clothes down. Because the 6th player has to be 2, he wants to bring out player number 10, so naturally he won't jump out to shoot Ren Fan. Now the only player who can stand on the side is player 2, and the only player who can open the wolf under the police is player 4, because player 1 is gold and water. If 11 is a wolf and 4 is a witch, then this game is 4 wolves on the police. If this is the case, the prophet can come and test me. I am more like player 12. I don't mind the prophet coming to test me. I can even say that I am extremely happy to do so. 51051021011111. Player number 3 is a good person that I recognize. His speech and logic are very correct, and his behavior of standing with player number 2 is also a good thing. Player number 6 is on guard and talks to the witch. Players number 10 and number 11 are the 2 wolves. Don't be influenced by player number 11 and want to side with player number 10. If he can talk like this, his mentality is not that of a wolf. In this case, the last wolf will be between 7 and 12. Actually, their speeches weren't bad, but there's nothing I can do. I went to the police station to find 3 wolves, and I killed 5 and 10. There's still 1 wolf pit left to fill. I've accepted 3 and 6, so who else should I fight if not 7 and 12? Player number 2, if you don't want to test me, I suggest you test one of 7 and 12. If the result is gold or water, the other one will be the anti-push. It's a pity that you don't have a police badge. The wolf probably won't let you live to report for inspection the next day. Moreover, 8 jumped from the gravekeeper to get the police badge. He originally wanted to help the good guys correct their perspective, but now he doesn't need it at all. It's like jumping in vain. He also intercepted the police badge of the prophet. It's a bit self-defeating. Player number 9 hit the nail on the head with this statement. In fact, the starting point of the 8th policeman jumping into the gravekeeper was good. He thought that this was another game where the good guys were on the wrong side, so he let him play the underworld police badge style from a positive perspective. As a result, things developed in a somewhat unexpected way, and there was no need to look at it from a positive perspective at all. Ren Fan is now the only witch on the field, and player number 10 is Tai Lang. In this case, there is no point for player number 8 to jump out, and it is a waste to get the police badge. Let's send out player number 10. I hope player number 11 is the witch. The other werewolves have probably already started to play the hook. Logically, in this situation, whoever rushes in will die. If I sell my teammates a hook, there might still be a chance to turn the tables. Of course, if someone in the back position jumps to the witch, then I will consider whether to go back to stand at 10, or play 10 and 11 double wolves. Alright, that's all I have to say. For now, I'm on the side of player 2. The tentative wolf pit is 4, 5, 7, 10, 12, 5 into 4. That's it. We've passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. This wave of logic in the atmosphere. Player number 10, please speak. To be honest, I'm actually a little glad that player 8 jumped from the gravekeeper to get the police badge. The witch didn't go to the police. After a round of speeches, no one voted 11, which made the good guys think that he was really a witch. If it wasn't for player 8, I'm afraid the police badge would have fallen into the hands of the wolf. Although I haven't got the police badge yet, the situation is not too bad. After all, I can get a badge in the underworld. When I wake up the next day, I can see the perspective. Good people don't go down the wrong path. To be honest, I don't know what's going on in your heads. You don't use logical reasoning. 1 or 2 of the police officers said that player 11 and I were teammates. I accidentally killed the big brother. Not to mention that the possibility is very low. Even if we want to do this, shouldn't we put it aside? Is it appropriate for you to have such strong malice towards me on the first day? I am a prophet, not a wolf. Could you please not approach my words and actions with a questioning and hostile attitude? Let's take a step back and say that even if we have 2 wolves, player 10 and 11 will be the first one to play today, right? The witch shouldn't poison me tonight. Tomorrow you will see how player 11 flies the police badge. Also, don't think that there is only one witch on the field. It's impossible. 11 is my flopjack, and he is Iron Wolf. 1 of 1 and 4 will definitely jump to the witch later. Doesn't player 2 suspect the duo of 10 and 11? Don't just talk about it, watch his actions and see if his vote will be placed on player 11. Player number 10 tried to remain calm and appeared fine on the surface, but he felt mixed emotions inside. No one on the police force tried to slap Ren Fan, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that Ren Fan is indeed a witch, not the eldest brother. After listening to Ren Fan's speech, the police officer was almost scared to death. Even he himself suspected that this investigation was aimed at his eldest brother. Now that the dust has settled, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Ren Fan is a witch, the gravekeeper has also jumped out, and there are 3 divine conches on the table. Even if he is pushed out, he may not lose, but he still has to pretend. He didn't self-destruct when he was on police duty, so he can't do it when he's a police officer. What if by chance the witch is in 1 or 4? Player number 1 accepted the honeysuckle dew from the wolf. I think he is not on the wolf team. How can he give an identity to a wolf teammate like this? I can only guess that he is trying to win favor and votes. 14949. I don't want to discuss the 4 wolves now. What's more, 9 is still on the side of 2 recognizing 11 as a witch. The statement itself is not good. If 1 is a witch, then it depends on what player 4 says. Anyway, a wolf will appear under the police, either 4 or 9, one of the 2 will appear. Player 4 will jump to the witch, and 9 will stay in the wolf pit. On the police's 3rd player board, I and 9 might be teammates with the wolves. I played his police badge flow to give him an identity and to create the illusion that he and I have never met. I can only say that you think too much. Although you made some malicious assumptions about my remarks and took the wrong side, I think you are most likely not a wolf. Do you know why? 210111111. Brother, you hit the nail on the head. That's what player 2 thought. Your logic is fine, but your choice is wrong. When faced with the choice between the 2nd and 11th wolves and the 10th and 11th wolves, you chose the 10th and 11th wolves. I'm talking to you now because I hope you can turn back and stop messing up the pace. You said I was a little wolf and player 11 was a gargoyle. You're simply trying to lead a good person into trouble. Player number 5 is on my side, so he should be a good guy. Even if he hits a hook, it's not going to be a deal in this round, unless the chat between number 5 and the police is particularly explosive, then he is here to cushion me. Good guys should pay attention to this. Player number 6 has a very bad status. When he stood up on the alert, he stood on side 2, and then played double wolves on 10 and 11. This behavior alone is enough for me to click him into the wolf pit. Not to mention that he also talked to the witch. Don't stand on my side just because 11 is a wolf. Throughout his speech, he didn't even think about the possibility that I was a prophet. I thought that since he didn't believe that 11 was a witch, he should be inclined to stand on my side. Why did he think I was just pretending to be a witch? I listened to him talk for a long time, but he didn't seem to be able to come up with a reason or a tenable logic. No matter his mentality or behavior, player 6 has done a very bad job in my opinion. I have shown enough tolerance by not marking him as a wolf. Player number 7 followed the lead of player number 6. He sided with player number 2 and played with players number 10 and number 11. He did no less evil than player number 6. The only thing he did well was that he did not trick the people under the police into voting for player no 2. So, the status of player number 7 is slightly better than that of player no 6. 2467911. Today, let's send out player number 11 and beat him all the way. If the witch wants to make a plan that number 11 and I are wolf teammates, we can do it tomorrow. It's not like I have to check and kill number 11. He is a wolf and will kill me right away. Alright, that's all I want to say, officer. 11, 11, 11. Important things should be said 3 times. That's it. Over. Player number 11 please speak. Brother, you are not tough in any way except your words. Do your wolf teammates dare to come out and fight me against the witch? They have already sold you out, and you are still talking nonsense. If it were me, I would have set off fireworks right away. Oh no, not only that, I would have told the good guys who my wolves teammates are. Who told them not to come out and cooperate? What do you think, player 10? If you have a bit of temper, I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. What is a wolf teammate? It means to act according to the situation and cooperate. Where is their cooperation? They watched someone die without helping. What's the point of having such a teammate? Let's go. Ren Fan is also a talented person. He didn't even bother to show off and directly started to trick player number 10 into self-destructing. Maybe after hearing what he said, 10 felt wronged and betrayed his teammates. Anyway, before the real witch jumped out, he was a witch. It didn't matter if the blade was not reported correctly, because there were many witches who did not report the correct blade. If the witch jumps out and hits him later, he will be the big brother in the eyes of the wolf team. And this is exactly what makes player number 10 depressed. No matter what cards Ren Fan has, he feels uncomfortable. It seems that you still have to bite the bullet and hold on to the end. Well, then I will discuss it with you again. After I received the check from the police, I suspected that the 4 wolves were on the police, and I also suspected that 10 and 12 were double-teaming me. 10 was afraid that I was a prophet, so he threw a check at me to force me to jump. I'm sure you all remember these words. It turns out that I was right. Numbers 10 and 12 are probably the twin wolves. Player number 12 gave in. I played 2 wolves at 10 and 12. He said he was unhappy with me but didn't dare to call me a wolf. Why? Because he was afraid that I would get angry and poison him. He had no choice but to give in to me, hoping to dispel my suspicion of him in this way, but the more he did this, the more I felt that there was something wrong with him. If he wasn't a wolf, he would have jumped on the table and confronted me. This is the reaction of a good person. Player number 12, if you kill him, take a picture of your identity. If you don't, I will poison you to death at night and make you drink all the coke. Player 5 is probably a charging wolf. He is not a witch. Hard disk 2 and 11 are both wolves. Logically speaking, can the statement made by player 2 be considered a bluff? He doesn't even dare to acknowledge me as a witch, for fear of being implicated by me. If I were his wolf teammates, would he start with 10 or 11 wolves? Listening to Ren Fan's speech, the good guys rolled their eyes. Why not? He was afraid that your bad speech would implicate him, so he quickly cut off his relationship with you. Both positive and negative logics can be discussed, and both make sense. What does it mean that player number 2 can't be a tough jump if he discusses 10 and 11 double wolves? Is this a test of the good guy's IQ? 5, 10, and 12 are most likely 3 wolves, and there is another wolf between 6 and 7. Although both of them are on the side too, because I am a witch, it is unlikely that the wolf team will charge like 5, so the hook is indispensable. When I heard the speeches of 6 and 7, I felt like there was a wolf among them, especially player 7. No one patted me when I got to you. I was the only witch on the field, and you asked the good people to vote for player 8. You must have asked the prophet to get the badge. You say you're on the side, but you don't do anything for the good guys. In that situation, if the gravekeeper gets the badge, the wolf team will probably be very happy. You are most like Barb Wolf. Player 6 is just a little bit better than you. Ren Fan completely let himself go. He didn't care. He could talk like a wolf as long as he could knock player number 10 out of the game. Before, he was worried that the configuration of good guys was not good enough and he couldn't achieve the effect he wanted. But after listening to the speeches of the police, he knew that he was worrying too much. As expected, those who ranked high in points in each city were indeed very capable, with sufficient logical level and thinking ability. Although no one completely talked about the speech he wanted to hear, it was almost the same after piecing together some of it. It would be even better if the witch didn't jump out. There are 2 wolves at 10 and 11. If player 10 is pushed out today, he will be poisoned in the evening. Maybe the wolves will kill him. The next day, the gravekeeper had a correct perspective, which was pretty good. The only pity was that the police badge was not on player number 2, 5671012. Player number 9 already believed that I was a witch. He didn't jump against me. This is done well. Player number 1 is Jinshui. I won't say much. I haven't heard the speech of player number 4 yet, but judging from the attitude and dialogue between 10 and 4, it seems that 4 and 10 will not meet, so it is highly likely that the wolf will not be opened under the police. I knew it. Player number 10 was willing to risk getting in trouble with the big brother and go behind the police to investigate and kill the prophet. It's because he has a high chance of killing the prophet. The 4 wolves went to the police. Now it seems that what I calculated was absolutely correct. Many people on the police said that I didn't even listen to the speeches, but I took it for granted when I discussed the 4 wolves. They said that my logic was extreme, but the result was exactly the same as mine. Player number 10, since he doesn't want to self-destruct, just kick him out. Player number 2 will check it out tonight. Forget it, I won't tell you who to check out. You won't even see tomorrow morning. Alright, that's all I want to say this round. Player 12, tell me your identity now. If you are not a hunter, your next speech will be your last words. Player number 12, please speak. You want to tell me your identity? I said I'm a witch, do you believe me? Stop pretending, brother. I was unsure whether you were a wolf or a witch when I was on duty, so I lowered my profile. Now I can basically confirm that you are a wolf. And it's most likely the eldest brother. Isn't it very uncomfortable to be checked and killed by the little wolf? You asked me to reveal my identity. You just wanted to find out my identity for your teammates. If you want to know my identity, you should have told me earlier. I won't tell you anyway. How about you come and check it yourself tonight? Oops, sorry, I seem to have forgotten that you won't live to see the evening. You'll have to chirp today. Player number 12 was still timid on guard. He didn't dare to confront any of the 10th and 12th wolves. He could only say some complaining words to express his dissatisfaction. But after hearing that Ren Fan was not a witch, the boy suddenly became tough. Poison him? He was so scared. When did wolves have poison in their hands? I'm on the side of player 2. Players 10 and 11 should be the 2 wolves. Player 10 was unlucky, and the check was against the big brother. The big brother was honest enough. He jumped up and jumped into the witch, secretly passing a message to the wolf team, saying that player 1 was a civilian. I guess he checked one last night. Unless player 1 comes out and says he is not a civilian, then we have to consider redefining the identity of player 11. Otherwise, player 11 is definitely the big brother, and he will not point out player 1 as a civilian for no reason. In fact, when 11 was speaking, I was thinking about how he would explain his behavior on the police and how he would smooth things over. As a result, I underestimated him. He didn't even talk about it, as if nothing had happened. When it comes to playing dumb, I have no one but you, player 11. Player number 12 originally thought that Ren Fan would explain well in this round that the police chat one was a civilian matter. For example, he was just giving an example casually and was a good person who thought too much. But Ren Fan never mentioned this matter from beginning to end, and he had mastered the art of covering his ears and stealing the bell. To be honest, I didn't intend to play 10 or 11 double wolves so early, at least not today. After all, this is an extreme situation and a low probability event. The first day is mainly about the logic. Let's get player number 11 out first. The witch will go to the outer position to start poisoning. Tomorrow I will listen to the debate between number 2 and no 10. But after listening to the speech of player number 11, there has been a voice in my mind telling me, 10, 11 double wolves, 10, 11 double wolves. Why did player number 11 play 4 wolves on the police and offend a lot of people? It's not that he's outspoken and says whatever he thinks, nor is it that he doesn't know how to express himself. I'm afraid he did it on purpose, hoping to make himself look like a prophet. This round of comments is also the same. He even put the alarm on the 4th wolf, doubled the wolf on 10 and 12, and even pressed 6 and 7 to the ground. He didn't even consider whether such comments would cause trouble for player 2. As for the logic, it's a complete mess, like dumpling filling, scattered, and disjointed. I won't say much, I believe everyone can tell the difference. Player number 12 not only saw that Ren Fan was a wolf and a gargoyle, he also saw that Ren Fan was deliberately chatting and attacking, pulling hatred all over the field and sending player number 2 flying, in order to face the prophet number 10. Such operations may not be seen in novice and low-end games, but in their score range, there are definitely people who can perform it. After all, those who can make it into the points ranking list, or even the top 10 in points, are not ordinary people. They may not be considered masters, but they are all old hands who have played Werewolf for many years and know many tricks, and they dare to use them. If you lose, you lose. It's just 2 points deducted, but you are not eliminated directly. The psychological burden is completely different. If the outcome of this game determines whether or not you can get an invitation to the Champions Cup, do you think Ren Fan would still dare to play so coquettishly? If you have concerns in your mind, you can't let go, and if you can't let go, your performance will naturally not be good. 10 and 11 are 2 wolves. The ones who speak better on the police are players 3 and 6. They sound very positive to me, not like hooks. Player number 7 is different. Although he is also on side 2, I can't help but suspect that he is playing a hook. He doesn't sound as good to me as 3 and 6. Of course, 7's turn is always after 5th player. If I remember correctly, 5th policeman played 2nd and 11th double wolf, which is a bit like charging wolf. 51011727. There are 3 people in this game, so we have to have a wolf. Player 1 is Jinshui, so the wolf is between 4 and 9. Player number 9 didn't jump to the witch, so it depends on whether player number 4 jumps to the witch. If player number 4 is a witch, player number 9 will go directly into the wolf pit. But if player number 4 is not a witch, player number 1 will be the witch, and then player number 4 and player number 9 will compete. Let's play player number 11. The witch can actually choose not to play. Anyway, number 10 and number 11 are 2 wolves. If you don't play, treat number 11 as the real witch and carry number 10 away first. If you play number 11. The witch will poison number 10 at night. After listening to the speech of player number 12, Ren Fan raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel more and more that this boy was a witch? On the surface, it seems that 12 is talking to the witch, but in fact, he may be explaining his behavior, so that when he plays the witch again tomorrow, the good people will not understand why he doesn't reveal his identity now. Ren Fan really hopes that the witch will not jump out. He will send out player number 10 today. If he eats poison at night, the wolf team will probably think he is the big brother and leave. Once the werewolf subconsciously thinks that the big brother is out, the difficulty of the gargoyle delivering the message will increase sharply, and the little wolf will most likely not take it seriously. After hearing the speeches up to now, Ren Fan labeled 2 people as witches, one is player number 6, and the other is player number 12. Although players number 1 and number 4 have not spoken yet, the possibility that they are witches is not high. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Little Wolf, are you showing your wolfish feet? Player number 1 please speak. This is interesting. I'm not a witch, but I think we are overthinking it. Really, let's not even think about 10 or 11 pairs of wolves. Although the 11th player's remarks were a bit harsh and not very pleasing, and he was stubborn and insisted on having 4 wolves on the field and 2 wolves on the 10th and 12th, but if you think about it from his perspective, it's not completely incomprehensible. As a witch, she holds a bottle of poison in her hand, so she's naturally a bit tough in her words. After all, she has the power of life and death, so her mentality is a bit inflated. In fact, let alone witches, some people are even more unscrupulous and reckless than 11 when it comes to talking about the people. What I fear most is the mob, who talk nonsense to everyone, even if their logic is shattered, and yet they feel good about themselves. Player number 1 has some good feelings towards Ren Fan, after all, he threw silver water at him. The key point is that up to now, no one has jumped into the witch mode to shoot Ren Fan, except for player number 4, who has already spoken. It can't be such a coincidence that player number 4 is a witch, right? Anyway, player number 1 thinks that Ren Fan should be a witch. The wolf team may have sold out player number 10 and don't want to fight the witch head on. This is actually a wise choice. 10 Since the tough guy has hit a wall, he should be sold. You can't let the whole wolf team go down because of him. What's more, Ren Fan might be a gargoyle. If he rashly tried to snatch the clothes from him, it would be embarrassing if the little wolf and the gargoyle fought against each other and the real witch had to watch the fun. So just don't jump and sell your teammates to hook the meat. There is no guard on this board, and the police badge is not in the hands of player number 2. Just give him a knife at night and then make a deep push the next day. The police started talking about the wolf. I think it was player 9. Although his speech didn't have any obvious highlights, he just felt like a wolf. It didn't sound good. He didn't say anything that would make people's eyes light up. I recognized player number 3. Why did I recognize him? Because he talked about the two wolves of player number 2, 10, and 11. Maybe he was trying to distance himself from player number 11. This is the perspective of a good person. Most importantly, he didn't follow this logic and lead the rhythm to support player number 10. Do you think he can be a wolf? Not necessarily, but it's definitely not available now. Similarly, the identity of player number 6 is also done well. He can think of talking to the witch. Don't stand on the side of player number 11 just because player number 10 is a wolf. With this mentality, how can you beat him when he is a wolf? Although it is possible that some wolves talk about these things to create an identity for themselves, but at least they talked about it. Why didn't you talk about it? Or can you think of something else to talk about so that good people can recognize you? In the end, it all comes down to speaking. If the wolf is good at chatting, then there's nothing we can do about it. There is nothing wrong with what player number 1 said. No matter whether they are good people or wolves, they are all trying to elevate their status. It all depends on their abilities. You can't insist that people are talking about this because they are wolves trying to elevate their status. Isn't that hooliganism? Of course. You can suspect the other party's motives and question his or her identity, but the question is whether you can make the good person in the external position believe your logic. If not, then it is just impotent rage. Accept both 3 and 6. Player 7 has a preference for identity. After all, he is on the side 2 on the police. Now is not the time to play a hook. Player number 5 stands on side 10, and there are two wolves on plate 2 and 11. The bandit side is obvious, but we need to listen to whether he is a wolf or not. It would be too hasty to kill him just based on the police's speech and stance in the last round. But it is inevitable that you will fall into the wolf's den. If you stand on the wrong side, you will be beaten. Be honest and don't get emotional. Don't think that the good people beat you wrongly. Oh, by the way, player 5, didn't you say you were the logical base? Player 6 defined your identity as either a gun or a wolf. Let's see how you respond to him later. Player number 1 did not kill Bandit 5. In his opinion, although Bandit 5 was big, he was not necessarily a wolf. The reason why he chatted like this was because he had a certain liking for player number 5. The police officer saved him in the air, and he was quite touched by this action. He had to give him some face or be tolerant. Player number 12 has always been hostile to player number 11. He was so soft in the conversation on the police, but suddenly became tough under the police. The change is quite big. And just now he was playing the double wolf of players number 10 and number 11. I feel there is something wrong. I wonder if 12 thinks player 11 is the boss, so he's still beating 11 to create an identity for himself, without realizing that no one on the police line is jumping the witch to beat 11, so he can't keep beating 11 to be the wolf. How about player 2, go check 12 tonight. To be honest, it's true that he has some bad side when playing 10 and 11 double wolves, but this round, his logic of playing 11 as a gargoyle to deliberately blow up the second player is really eye-opening, and it makes me a little unsure whether he is a wolf or a good guy. I forgot, you don't have a police badge. If you had a police badge, you could report it for verification tomorrow and this game would be over. Forget it, let's just play player number 10 today. The wolf pit I ordered is 5, 7, 8, 9, 12, 5 into 4. That's it. I passed. Player number 2 please speak. I am very pleased that everyone can stand on the right side. Regardless of whether 11 is a witch or not, I must be a prophet. This is an ironclad fact. I briefly considered that 10 and 11 might be the twin wolves. 11 was the eldest brother who was accidentally killed because his speech did sound like that of the eldest brother. So far, no one has played against him on the witch. Currently, only player 4 has not spoken yet. Let's wait and see what he says. I definitely hope that 4 doesn't jump into being a witch. In this way, 11 can be confirmed as a witch. Once the perspective of the good guy is correct, it will be much easier to find the wolf to identify the good guy later. I won't tell you who I'm checking tonight. Without a police badge and no guards, it's useless to say who I'm checking. It depends on whether the werewolf gives me a chance to report the person. The one who sounded most like a wolf in the police is undoubtedly player 5. He followed the logic of player 3 and said that I played 11 in order to distance myself from him. He was full of malice and the pace was very fast. Maybe he's not a wolf, but a good guy who's on the wrong side. But now I have to point him into the wolf pit. Whether he can climb out depends on his own ability. It can be heard that player number 2 is very hostile towards player 5. 101110115115. However, 2 at least left a little room for 5 to climb out of the wolf pit. Didn't 5 police say that he was the logical basis? This statement is definitely the mentality of a gunfather. Without a gun on his shoulder, how can he say this? Therefore, the only way for player number 5 to be a good person is to jump the gun. Otherwise, he will definitely be in the position to resist the push. Today is not his turn, and it may be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There will be a wolf between the 4th and 9th players. I haven't heard the 4th player's speech yet, so I won't define his identity. I've already listened to the speech of player number 9. To be honest, it's just average. Player no one's comments on him are very accurate. There are no highlights, but there are no bright spots either. He is the kind of person who will be used as a wolf at any time. Player number 3 can be on good terms for now. He suspected that I beat up player number 11 in order to distance myself from him, so that I would not be implicated if no 11's identity was exposed. Objectively speaking, the possibility and operation he mentioned does exist. As a good person, it is normal for him to reach this point. I will not think he is a wolf just because he questioned my words and actions. What's more, he didn't stand on the side of player 10. In the end, he chose to believe me and played with both players 10 and 11. Players 3 and 5 are actually in stark contrast. One thinks the best of me, and the other thinks the worst of me. With different mentalities, their positions and sides are naturally completely different. On this issue, player number 7 saw it particularly clearly. He said that my suspicion that the two wolves at 10 and 11 were logical and not forced, because I found a place where 11 looked like a gargoyle. If I didn't talk about any reason and just said that 10 and 11 might be the twin wolves, then maybe I was hitting 11 just for the sake of hitting 11, but I'm obviously not like that, so I definitely didn't hit him just to distance myself from 11. Player number 7 can talk about this level of logic. His identity is well established in my opinion. I think it is unlikely that a wolf can help me smooth things over in the last position. Player number 6 should also be a good person. I was very moved by his speech on the police station. He directly told the witch not to side with player number 11 just because player number 10 is a wolf. He was very firm in saying that players number 10 and number 11 are two wolves. I can't say he's a good guy, or a hook to sell out his teammates to win my favor, but I can't say he's the one until the last round. 11510129. This wolf pit may not be completely correct, but it should be roughly correct. The only one who might have made a mistake was player number 5. His tone in his speech did have a bit of a gun-like feel, but his logic and behavior really forced me to point him in the wolf pit. Player 5, if you are not a wolf or you are a hunter, don't be emotional and side with player 10 just because I pointed you into the wolf pit. I hit you because your words on the police were not as good as those of a gangster. If you speak well, why would player number 6 call you a wolf? If one person hits you, it may be his problem. If two people hit you, it may be the wolves setting the pace. But if 3 or even the whole audience hits you, then you should reflect on whether it is your own problem. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Send out player number 10 and beat him up unanimously. At 11 PM, you go to the wolf pit I pointed out to start poisoning. That's it, we've passed. Player number 3 please speak. Are the wolves really that cowardly? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Although player number 11 jumped the witch, his speech has not been very good. As long as the wolf team sends someone to jump against him and the conversation is a little better, there is a high probability that player number 11 will be eliminated. But no one jumped. The more I think about it, the weirder it seems. Did they just sell out player 10? Player number 3 did not bite the bullet and acknowledge Ren Fan as the witch just because Ren Fan was the only one on the field. For the wolves, playing like this is tantamount to waiting for death. To be honest, the speech of player number 10 was not bad. As long as there is a wolf jump witch in the external position to cooperate with him, there is a high possibility that Ren Fan will be eliminated on the first day. In this board, as long as a witch is pushed out, especially a poisonous witch, the good guys are basically doomed. After all, there are gargoyles to check people. When the good guys fall behind in turns and there are no guards, they can use knives when they wake up the next day, or the gargoyles will jump out to talk to the wolf teammates and self-destruct, and he will continue to check people and look for God. With such a good opportunity in front of them, the wolves remained indifferent and watched the number 10 player being pushed back. It didn't make sense no matter how you thought about it. I think it's highly likely that 11 is not a witch. Maybe the witch is player 4, it's just a coincidence. Of course, it's more likely that the witch didn't jump. He thought that there was no need for the wolves 10 and 11 to jump out. He first sent out player 10, and then poisoned player 11 at night. His identity didn't need to be exposed, and he could perfectly deal with the two wolves. But there is a problem here. The reason why we played the double wolves at 10 and 11 is largely because the 11th player talked too much like a wolf, which gave us the illusion that he wanted to push away the second player and make a high profit face at 10. But is it possible that we are overthinking it? 11's speech about taking the wolf to check and kill was so bad that we complicated a simple problem and thought he was in the atmosphere, but in fact he was underground. After these words were spoken, Ren Fan frowned. Little black boy, oh no, little wolf cub, you've shown your wolfishness. In this case, player 3 really is a werewolf with poor speaking skills and obviously has problems with his mentality. Although this speech does not mean that 3 is a wolf, perhaps he is a good person who thinks enough, but in Ren Fan's eyes, this is just an attempt to lead the pace. Why don't we just send out player number 11? No one will jump out as a witch to shoot him. I am the witch. Who doesn't have poison in their hands these days? Player number 2, I am the good guy you recognize. You should trust me when I play the witch. I will play 11 today. I will see in the evening whether I should poison you or not. If I do, I will decide who should be poisoned. Player number 3 was chatting when a witch suddenly jumped out, which caught Ren Fan off guard. Of course, not only Ren Fan, but all the good people were shocked and surprised when they heard the 3-jump witch. The witch didn't jump out when the police were on level 3 and took a frontal shot of Ren Fan. What does it mean that she jumps out now? The key is to listen to the tone of his voice when he was dancing the witch dance. Why did it seem so reluctant, as if he was putting on clothes? But he also made it very clear that he was a witch and wanted to be player number 11. In that case, no one can insist that he is not a witch. If player 2 is the prophet, then 9, 10, and 11 are most likely the 3 wolves. The other wolf should be between 6 and 7. As for player 5, I'm afraid he is not a wolf. Because of his speech on the police, he is doomed to not be able to get the wolf card. How can a wolf charge his wolf teammates like this? He even shamelessly said that he is the logical base point. To dare to say such a thing, player number 5 must be a hunter without a doubt. And this is why I feel like I might be on the wrong side. Even player number 5 was used to make up the wolf pit of number 10, which means that the wolf pit we chose was wrong. No matter what, let's play player number 11 first. He will always be the wolf. If 10 is really a prophet, 2 and 11 are the 2 wolves, and 6 and 12 both have banditry, and they are not small, especially player 6. When you are on the alert, talk to the witch. Don't stand on 11's side just because of 10. This sentence is a bit like washing the witch's hair. If player 2 is a wolf, player 6 must also be a wolf. He is a provocateur and a pacemaker. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I'm leaning towards side 2, but I hope good people can do the same as me and think about whether 10 could be a prophet. Don't be too stubborn. Let's just play 11 today. That's it. Pass. After listening to player no 3's speech, Ren Fan could be sure that this guy was definitely not a witch. If he is a witch, he will definitely let the good guy appear between 2 and 10, so that player 8 can play the underworld badge style at night. If he comes out, wouldn't it be useless for player number 8 to get the police badge? Although he is a good person, player number 8 will be able to report the information tomorrow that he did not escape as a wolf, but now player number 3 does not know that he is a good person. 3 knowing that he is a wolf and after resisting him, 8 cannot use the hell badge flow, but still wants to use him. This is a problem. Not only that, 3 has not considered a problem. He is a wolf and maybe a gargoyle. If he resists, he will be given the opportunity to report people. If he waits until night to poison them, won't he be unable to report people all day? As a witch, how could player 3 not think of this? He is totally incompetent. Anyway, judging from the overall statements of the 3, Ren Fan didn't dare to say that this guy was definitely a wolf, but he was definitely not a witch. At best, he was a good guy who wanted to show off his skills. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. The wolves' mentality is about to collapse. Player number 4, please speak. Player 3, are you serious, or are you just showing off by wearing clothes to block the knife? I'm telling you I'm not a witch. If your trump card isn't a witch, then 11 is the only witch on the field. At least that's the obvious way to look at it. If you choose her, what if something goes wrong? Why not go with player 10? Putting aside the identity of player 11, comparing the statements of players 2 and 10, player 2 is more like a prophet. Firstly, he noticed the logic of the 10th and 11th wolves. He had no intention of protecting the 11th player from the beginning to the end. The two of them did not seem like wolf teammates who met each other. Secondly, he drew the line that 10 and 11 are 2 wolves, and 11 is a gargoyle. I agree with this logic. If 11 is not a witch, then it must be a gargoyle. Since 2 can talk about this, I really want to stand with him. Finally, let's talk about the identity of player 11. If he is a witch, then player 2 is the Iron Prophet. If he is not a witch, then he is the gargoyle that was checked and killed by the little wolf. And 11 was so bad at talking. I don't agree with him saying that he used wolves to make speeches. Relatively speaking, the logic of player number 12 is more in line with my thinking. Player number 11 should be deliberately talking about the high prediction of player no 10. Player number 3 asked if we were overthinking it. He said that 11 was really a bad wolf. That doesn't exist. I think we didn't think too much. It was just right. 3's speech when he was on police duty was very good, but something was not right when he was off police duty. Is it possible that he wanted to play the witch and trick the good guys into pushing 11 out of the game? If 11 is really a witch, then 3 is a bad guy. Not to mention that he kind of thinks Pan 10 is a prophet, so his identity is quite questionable. Player number 4 did not jump to the witch either, and now Ren Fan understood. The witch didn't jump, but he had already identified the 10th and 11th wolves in his mind, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed there and not come out to see the real thing. Judging from the speech, 12 might be the witch, or it might be player number 6. Player 3 cannot pick up the witch card, and his status is civilian or below. If you look at it in a positive way, he is just a civilian who shows off his skills by wearing clothes, but if you have any evil thoughts, you will try to resist him. The purpose is naturally to save the life of the wolf teammate, to trick the witch not to poison player number 10, and even to prevent player number 3 from really thinking that he is a witch and taking the opportunity to push him back. Then number 3 is very likely to be a gargoyle. The only player who can start the wolf under the police is player number 9, but I don't want to kill player number 9, so maybe there will be 4 wolves and police in this game. Because the police officer 10 jumped into the prophet and threw a check to the back position 11. This action was obviously aimed at killing the prophet, but his luck was really bad. Not only did he fail to kill the prophet, but he also checked and killed the big brother. 1012121112. Player 5 is standing next to 10. Many people are attacking him. I won't go into the details of the reason. Unless he can shoot a gun, he definitely can't get the good guy card. Some people may think that he is a good guy and think that 5 and 10 are wolf teammates. It is too obvious and does not conform to common sense. But I don't want to do it this way. If we always say that the person who goes against logic is the one who commits the crime, then we can only say that the person who stands on the opposite side and speaks well is the wolf. This is definitely not appropriate. There's going to be a hook between 6 and 7, and I think it's player 6. His words to the witch on the police are quite righteous, but I don't know why. The more I think about it, the more I feel that he is using this method to create an identity for himself. To put it bluntly, it's just pretentious. Of course, this is just my feeling, it may not be correct. Player number 4 did not hit the 9 marked wolf, which is a very good behavior and mentality. If he were a wolf, he would probably follow the trend and click 9 to join the wolf pit. After all, many people in the previous position have said that 9's speech is average and has no highlights, and he can be used to join the wolf pit at any time. In this case, 4 does not kill 9, which means that he does not have a strong killing intention and does not intend to find a position to resist, so he naturally does not act like a wolf. Let's go with player number 10 today. This way it's more stable, but I'm definitely not saying this to keep player number 11. I'm afraid that player 3 is a good guy in clothes. He thought the witch didn't jump or thought I was the witch, so he jumped on my behalf. I can't even rule out the possibility that he is a wolf who wants to set the pace and push the witch 11 out of the game. In short, it's best not to touch 11 today. Once you make a mistake, the price will be something good people can't afford. After the 10th player comes out, let's see how 8 flies the police badge tomorrow. I think this is the wisest choice. Player number 5, please speak. Stop guessing. I'll tell you, I'm the witch, and Yinshui is player number 9. That's why I, the police officer, have the confidence to talk to the good guys and can use me as a logical basis. Your thoughts are very clear and your plan is very correct. If I were just a civilian, I would definitely not talk like this. The reason I talk like this is to pave the way for my police to jump into the witch. I didn't jump because I was afraid the wolf would explode. At that time, you were all talking about 10 and 11, 2 wolves. 11 is the big brother. But from my perspective, 11 is most likely little wolf. I suspect he is jumping into the witch trap in order to find the witch and then explode himself. 11 2 wolves for 2 gods, the gravekeeper is still on the table, the gargoyle can test people, it's hard for the good guys to win this game. But sir, I have to jump out. If I don't jump out, my clothes will be snatched away. After Ren Fan and player number 3, another witch jumped out, which made the good guy extremely speechless. What we are saying is that if the witch has no poison anymore, it would be fine. If you wear her clothes, she can only stare at you helplessly and won't be able to do anything about it. The key point is that the witch has poison in her hand. She attacks everyone in the face. Do you really think the poison in her hand is just for decoration? Especially player number 5. From the good guy's perspective, he is tied to player number 10. The witch who jumps 3 times looks like a good guy who shows off his skills by putting on clothes, but there are 2 possibilities when he jumps, either she is a real witch or a wolf. After listening to the speech of player number 11 in this round, I feel that I am on the wrong side of the police. Players 10 and 11 are probably double wolves. Just as player number 12 said, he is just deliberately talking about the explosion and padding. On the police, he played the double wolf at play 10 and 12. On play 10 wolf, the police played the double wolf. Although it was a bit aggressive, it still seemed to be a normal surface water, so I didn't play the double wolf at 11 and 10. I said I tend to stand on the side of player. But when we got to the police station, he still played 10 or 12 double wolves, and even said that I was hitting the pad and flying. That was a problem. He clearly didn't want the good guys to recognize him. A wolf will have this mentality after receiving a check. There is only one possibility, he wants to hit the pad and fly. So, I'm back on the side of player 2 now. Players 10 and 11 are 11% likely to be twin wolves. And player can't be a little wolf, it must be a gargoyle. We can't kill him today. If we kill him, he can report the person when he makes his last words. He once hinted that the wolves' number 1 player is a civilian, but a hint is a hint. As long as this information is not reported clearly, the wolves will be suspicious. Anyway, I want to directly send out player number 10 today, and then go and deliver coke to number 11 in the evening to coax him to sleep. Every word of player 5 was beyond Ren Fan's expectations. Previously he thought the witch would appear between 6 and 12, but now it seems he was wrong. 5 is the witch. 510-510-1011. 510. Nothing this man says is expected, including what he does. However, Ren Fan felt that 5 wanted to directly send out player number 10 and leave him to eat the poison. In addition to not wanting to give him the opportunity to report people, it was probably more because he wanted to poison the gargoyle to get the MVP. Perhaps this is the more important and real purpose. The so-called prohibition of allowing gargoyles to test people is probably more of a high-sounding excuse. But there is a saying that goes, being too clever may lead to mistakes. Originally, it would have been quite comfortable for player number 5 to poison the tough wolf, and he might have had a chance to win the MVP, but by poisoning Ren Fan, he completely lost the chance of winning the MVP. I recognize player 12. His definition of the relationship between players 10 and 11 and his comments on player 11's remarks really touched my heart. He can't be a wolf. Player No 3's speech on the police was undoubtedly well done, but this round he jumped the witch in the front position and wanted to change the vote to player number 11. How should I put it? It seems a bit like a good guy showing off his skills. But his words always sounded like he wanted to help player number 10. He said we were overthinking it. No 11's speech was just so bad. He didn't want to block the prophet in the back position, nor did he want to make a high prophet face for No 10. When he talked like this, wasn't he implying that 10 might be a prophet? When he made this statement, I began to doubt whether 3 and 10 were a pair of wolves. Of course, I just have doubts. Is he a good guy or a wolf? Am I overthinking or am I right? Even I don't know. If possible, player 2, go check on player 3. He has some criminal features, but they are not obvious. Only player 4 can start a wolf under the police. Actually, his speech was good, not wolfish at all. Normally, if he is a wolf, he should have chosen player number 9 to enter the wolf pit. It is unlikely that he would say that player number 9 is not necessarily a wolf and still want to put the 4th wolf on the alert. This mentality is like that of a good person. If 9 wasn't silver water, I would have accepted him. But 9 is silver water, so I have to play him and open the perspective. I dare not kill player 9, for fear of arousing the hostility of the witch. Or maybe after he killed 9, the witch came out to face him, and he had no way out. He tried to win 9's favor at this time in order to bring 9 to the police with 4 wolves later. Let's listen to player 4's talk again tomorrow. I can only say that his speech was good, but his perspective was not good. It was a bit eye-opening. I think there will be a lot of hooks between 6 and 7, but to be honest, both of their speeches were pretty good, each with their own highlights. For example, player number 6 should talk to the witch and stand aside to avoid being influenced by player No 11. For example, player 7 said that player 2's double wolf on disc 10 and 11 is not a hard drive, which is logical. Both of them have their own strengths, but it's unlikely that they are both good people. Otherwise, the wolf pits are not aligned. I can only say that the wolf among 6 and 7 is quite good at speaking, and it may not be easy to find him out. After saying so much, the summary is that there are 2 wolves at 10 and 11. Player 9 is most likely a wolf under the alert. Another wolf will appear among 3, 6, and 7. All the external positions are released. Today, I will release player number 10. I will poison player number 11 tonight. That's it. We've passed? Player number 6, please speak. Okay, player 5, I can recognize you as a witch. I knew you were a powerful god when I heard you speak, but you didn't fight against player 11 as a witch at that time, so I can only say that you are a hunter, so I define you as either a gun or a wolf. Now you said you are a witch. I thought it should be okay. If you are a wolf, the police will stand on the side of player 10. It doesn't make sense for the police to pretend to be a witch to resist 10. This doesn't conform to the behavioral logic of the wolf. In this case, 11 is the wolf. Our judgment is correct. 10 and 11 are both wolves. In addition, I also think that the comments made by player number 12 on players 10 and 11 in this round were the most accurate. It should be said that he perfectly portrayed the operation and mental journey of player 11 after he received the check. I'm afraid that player number 11 would never have thought that his show-off moves would lead to him being stripped naked. Player number 12 can be recognized. His logic and thinking are correct. For the time being, I cannot see that he is a wolf. As for player 3, I think there's something wrong with him. He danced the witch dance too much like a person wearing clothes to block a knife. It was a bit of an overacting. The most important thing is that when no one else in the field jumped to the witch and hit player number 11, he actually jumped to number 11 and then voted for number 11. He was not afraid of what would happen if number 11 was really a witch. This kind of behavior and mentality is not good. Player number 6 stood up and immediately recognized the witch 5. Logically speaking, 5 cannot pick up the wolf card. He does not share the same side with 2 and 10, and is obviously an independent good guy card. Combined with the statement made by player number 5 when he came on alert, doesn't this prove that he is a witch? However, 3 is very hostile to player number 6 who also plays the witch. Is it normal for a person whose trump card is not a witch to jump out and play the only witch card in the game? It is definitely not normal. Unless player number 3 has a very strong ability to listen to speeches and can tell that Ren Fan is definitely not a witch, but no witch in the external position jumps out to shoot Ren Fan, he has to take over the responsibility. Otherwise, player number 3 is very likely to be a wolf, so he should at least be paid special attention to. Player 5 said that we need to place a hook between 6 and 7, otherwise the wolf's pits will not be aligned, but I am definitely not a wolf. If I were a wolf, I would not have such a strong conversation with the witch on the alert. I would stand aside and not be influenced by player 11. I want to play a counterhook, so I can just stand by the second player. There's no need to talk to the witch and beat the wolf teammate to death. I'm not trying to flatter myself. My comments to the police have doomed me to be a wolf. I can't be on the same side with player number 10. I don't want to fight player number 7 either, because his speech was well prepared. It is logical for him to play 2 versus 10 or 11 double wolves, not a forced attack. In my eyes, this is not a good way to get the wolf card. What's more, he still thinks I'm a good person on the police. I can't backhand him into the wolf pit. Player 5, I think you are worrying too much. Since player 7 and I have made good speeches and have highlights, let's go to the outside position to find the wolf. 31011. 37. Alert players 4 and 9. I accepted player 4's speech at the beginning. I felt that his mentality was not like that of a wolf. He did not follow suit and attack player 9. But after you said that 9 was silver water, I knew why 4 didn't kill 9, because he didn't dare. After all, 9 had the witch to protect him, so he had to lay the groundwork for the 4 wolves to become the police, and this is the perspective opening statement. 3410117. There's nothing wrong with sending out player number 10 today, but don't give player number 11 a chance to ask for his name. It would be best if you gave him a bottle of Coke in the evening. As for whether player number 1 is a civilian or not, let the wolf guess. Up to now, I feel that the wolves have collapsed in this game. Player 10 wanted to throw a check to the rear guard to increase the strength, but ended up making things worse. This is fate, there is nothing we can do about it. Player number 11 wanted to show off his skills and knocked the prophet in the back position away, but he was seen through by the good guys again. These two can be considered brothers in distress. I won't say much else. The wolf pit is obvious. I'll poison 10 and 11. I'll fight against player 4 tomorrow. Finally, I'll PK 3 or 7. Don't doubt my identity. I must be a good person. That's it. I'm through. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. A group of idiots and wolf teammates. Player number 7, please speak. You are not a wolf, and I am even less of a wolf. Player 6. The wolf pit is a bit crowded now. Silver water players line up in one pit, gold water players line up in one pit, gravekeeper players line up in one pit, and prophet and witch players line up in 2 more pits. Player number 12 has also made a good speech. So when you add it up, there are too few people who can click. At most, there are only 5 players in the wolf pit. Player 2, why don't you go check on 12 tonight? To be honest, I'm a little worried about him. Although his speech this round was very good, and his logic was completely consistent with the actual situation on the field, and he analyzed the mental journey and benefits of 11 deliberately talking out to become a high 10 prophet very thoroughly, I also agree with it very much, but I am afraid that he is a backhook wolf who sells out his teammates. At this point, the wolves actually have no room to survive. From my perspective, the wolves pit is 3, 4, 6, 10, 11 into 4, and then the good guys will come out and it will be over. Player number 9 is silver water. The possibility of a werewolf self-stabbing on this board is extremely low, and a werewolf that self-stabbed will generally not stay under the police, so there is no need to doubt no 9. 1 is metal and water, 8 is gravekeeper, 5 is witch, these are all good iron cards. Then the only player who might have a problem is number 12. We can't give wolves any chance to exploit any loopholes. Even if you're testing for gold and water, you have to test 12. If 12 turns out to be gold and water, you'll win the game. But if you don't test 12, what if he turns out to be a wolf? I'm afraid the game will be overturned. Although player number 7 accepted number 12, he still hoped that the prophet could verify number 12. According to him, it was just to be on the safe side and not give the wolves any chance to find loopholes. You can be completely assured of the other cards. Silver water cannot be a self-saber wolf, and gold water will not have any problems. The identities of 5 and 8 are certain and there is no dispute. Only player number 12 made a good speech and had correct logic, and did not look like a wolf. However, not looking like a wolf and not being a wolf are 2 different concepts. After playing Werewolf for so many years, aren't there many people I've met who speak well, have sound logic, and don't have a wolf-like mentality, but yet are wolves? In order to ensure a sure win without any mistakes, the prophet needs to eliminate those who sound like good people but cannot be completely let go. Let's release player number 10 today, so that it will be easier for player number 8 to fight the hell badge flow. If player number 11 is released, then it will be meaningless for player number 8 to jump out. As for what player number 5 said, he didn't play 11 because he was afraid of giving him the chance to report the person. Hey, kid, I don't know why you didn't play 11. Before player number 7 could finish his words, he was forcibly terminated by the system. Because player number 10 blew himself up. When Ren Fan saw this, an ant-like smile suddenly appeared on her face. 10 finally couldn't hold on any longer? I guess player 7's comments were the last straw that broke the camel's back. My mentality was completely broken. I felt so depressed and just wanted to end the game quickly. Player number 10 chose to self-destruct. Please leave a last message. Just hand over your cards, and don't waste time. I really didn't expect that a random check would hit Big Brother. I'm just unlucky and there's nothing I can do about it. But I'm not trying to pass on the blame. You can't blame me for losing this game. It's mainly because of the comments made by player 11. If he had talked a little better, there wouldn't be so many people playing 10 or 11 double wolves. He might as well not think about the logic, so that player 5 won't turn around and stand on side 2. There was a hint of complaint and helplessness in the tone of player number 10. His aggressive attack on the Big Brother really put the wolves in a passive position. But if Ren Fan could have a better conversation and take this opportunity to beat the real witch and some good people into the wolf team, he would not have exploded. It can even be a blessing in disguise, allowing the witch to lead the good guy's perspective and logic astray, which is something the wolf team wizard is very good at. Unfortunately, Ren Fan's conversation was so fucking bad that not only did the good guys realize he was a gargoyle, but he also made the good guys start to play 10 and 11 wolves. Even the witch who was on his side on the alert went to stand on the side of player number 2 because of Ren Fan's speech. Meeting a teammate like Ren Fan is really unlucky. Those who have seen the prophet being carried away have never seen a teammate of the wolf being carried away. This big brother is really awesome. Player 7, I didn't mean to blow myself up, but I can't stand your comments. Why are you playing 12? If you want to find a resistance position, why don't you go to player 6? At most, you can PK with him. Isn't it just putting yourself in danger by talking about 12? Player number 4 is even more stupid. There are only you and player number 9 under the police. You said that player number 9 might not be a wolf. Isn't this selling your perspective? Are you afraid to fight him just because he is a silver water? The more you say this, the more the witch will think you are a wolf. Forget it, no more talk, let's end it quickly. Stab yourself tonight, and self-destruct tomorrow. That's it, it's over. After listening to the resentful speech of player number 10, Ren Fan was sure that this guy had really given up struggling and sold out his teammates, and was not pretending to be a good guy, because players number 10 and number 4 at 7 o'clock are both Ren Fan's wolves. The problem with the 4th bandit is that he doesn't dare to attack the 9th player who speaks normally. There is a problem with his perspective, and the witch has already been talked about. 7. The point of the bandit was on the police. He was speaking in the last position at that time. He was clearly on the side of player number 2, but he didn't think of letting number 2 get the police badge. Instead, he talked to number 1, number 4, and number 9 to vote for number 8. He was playing the underworld police badge style. This behavior made Ren Fan target him. This guy under the police wants to set the pace again and make the good guys doubt the identity of player number 12. Isn't this just looking for a position to resist being pushed? Player number 10 said that player number 7 was out of his mind, ignoring player number 6 and instead trying to provoke player number 12. This is not objective. It's not that 7 didn't hit 6, he did. After all, the wolf pit had already pointed 6 in, so why did he also point to player number 12? Ren Fan estimated that player 7 was afraid that player 6 would take on the responsibility, so he considered that player 12 might be the wolf. Once player number 6 switches to hunter, he can turn to resist the push of 12. Although his status is far inferior to 12 and it is difficult to resist the push of 12, it is always a direction. 4, 7, and 10 are 3 little wolves, and the gargoyle is most likely player number 3. It is doubtful that he can jump into the witch to change the round by breaking the votes. There is no one in the outside position who is more like a big brother than number 3. If there is one, the wolves may really be able to turn the tables. For example, if player number 12 is a wolf, it is not easy to get him. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 10 spoke his last words, the game immediately fell into darkness. That night, Ren Fan was a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting to be poisoned, but it was worth it. On the one hand, he risked his life to ruin the wolves team, and broke the mentality of player number 10, showing off in a very elegant and playful way. On the other hand, if the witch poisons civilians, forget about getting MVP. The prophet played mediocrely and didn't even get the police badge, so don't expect to be the MVP. The hunter did nothing, the gravekeeper changed his identity as soon as he came up, and the underworld badge style was meaningless. In this way, Ren Fan is the only choice for MVP. If he was really a gargoyle, player 5 would have a good chance of getting the MVP after poisoning him, but unfortunately he is not. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, a dialogue box popped up on the screen. The 2 players who died last night were player 4 and player 11. There was no order of death and no last words. 4 or 11 double death. Once this result came out, it showed that the wolves had really handed in their cards. Otherwise, this knife would never fall on player number 4. There is only one possibility for him to be hit, self-killing. Up to now, the victory has been decided, and Ren Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed too risky for a civilian to wear a witch's clothes and pretend to be a big brother. If there is any mistake in the middle, the good guys will probably collapse. Ren Fan can show off, not only because he plays well enough, but also because the level of the good people is not low. Otherwise, Ren Fan's family tree is hard to protect. In non-high-end games, you must not play like this. It is not recommended to kill in person, as it is easy to get beaten. But the show is really a show? Please choose the order of speeches for this round. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Player number 7 please speak. Player number 10, I noticed that you are a bit ill. If you want to blow yourself up, just blow yourself up. Why are you selling us out? No matter how badly we played, at least we didn't kill the big brother. But you, on the other hand, jumped into action and killed the big brother. You are amazing. If the good guys win, you deserve half the credit, don't you know that? Also, don't blame others. It's your fault that we lost this round. You're blaming Big Brother for not measuring the water well. Would he need a meter without you? You are not very good at this, but you are a master at passing the buck. Wait and see how Big Brother scolds you. That's it. I'm going to explode. Player number 7 chose to self-destruct. Please leave a last message. The system's prompt sounded in everyone's ears, which made everyone stunned and full of question marks. Nanny, aren't all the wolves dead? Why isn't the game over yet? Especially the wolves, their heads were buzzing, and only Ren Fan was smiling extremely obscenely. It's a pity that this was not a face-to-face kill. If it was a face-to-face kill, I really want to see how dark the face of player number 10 would be, and whether the gargoyle would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Something seems a little off. Let me sort it out. The 3 of us little wolves are out, but the game isn't over yet. Damn, player number 11 isn't a gargoyle. What the hell, guys, I'm so fucking torn. What the hell is player 11? He's definitely not a witch. If he is a witch, he can't possibly poison himself. Then player 11 can only be a civilian. Good fellow, a civilian who takes over the check and kills but doesn't show his ability properly. He actually wears witch's clothes. And we mistook him for the big brother, and then player 10 lost his temper and blew himself up and handed in his cards. Player number 7 was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This result was really beyond his expectations. They even admitted their mistake to the eldest brother. If they told others about it, wouldn't it make people laugh? The key point is that player number 10 blew himself up because of this. If he knew that Ren Fan was not a gargoyle, why would he hand in his cards? I really want to know who our big brother is. How come your clothes were taken away and you didn't react at all? No more words to say. Since the eldest brother is still alive, let's see if he can show off his skills. Let's kill the prophet first. After player number 7 realized that the gargoyle was still present, a glimmer of unrealistic hope arose in his heart. Although all the good guys were there, as long as the prophet was killed, there would still be a fight. Maybe player number 9 is a gargoyle, or player number 12. Until the last moment, it is still unknown who will win. Anyway, it is better to have hope than no hope. I thought it was over, but who would have thought that there was a sudden turn of events and there was still hope. This really proves the saying, when you are surrounded by mountains and rivers and think there is no way out, you will find a way out again. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player 7 spoke his last words, the game fell into darkness again. I don't know whether I win or lose this game, but Ren Fan tried his best. It is no exaggeration to say that wolves 4, 7, and 10 were all eliminated by him. Player number 10 was so frustrated by him that he didn't want to waste any more time playing and chose to hand in his cards. Player number 4 had no choice but to kill himself, and player number 7 was forced to self-destruct. The root of everything lies in Ren Fan's witch dance. If you can still lose after doing this, it can only mean one thing: all the other good people are trash. Don't play anymore and just uninstall and quit the game. Day 3. The system announced that the person who died last night was player number 2, and he left no last words. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 6, please speak. I won't hide anything now. Trump card hunter, here stands a gun, welcome to jump in. Let's play player number 3. He should be a gargoyle. This would explain why he had to wear the witch's clothes to get votes for player number 11. Because he knew that player number 11 was not a wolf, and no one on the field would play the witch against player number 11, so player number 11 must be the witch. In this case, as long as he puts on the witch's clothes and leads the team to vote, he will have a good chance of tricking the good guys into pushing 11 out of the game. However, he never expected that the witch was player 5 and even jumped out, so he didn't want to vote for 11. I won't talk about the rest. I want to interview player number 11 later. How dare you jump into the witch role? Aren't you afraid of destroying the good team? Player 6 thinks the last wolf is 3. The behavior of police under 3 was rather abnormal. He wore witch's clothes for no apparent reason and insisted on splitting his votes to oppose Ren Fan. At that time, no one thought that he was a gargoyle. After all, Ren Fan had completely taken advantage of the gargoyle's position. As a result, the actual situation told them that Ren Fan was a good person. In this way, it was natural that player number 3 was a gargoyle, combined with his speech and behavior. Now the good guys are almost certain to win, with the hunter, gravekeeper, and witch present. They don't even need to play for gold water and silver water. With such a big advantage in rounds, they can win even with their eyes closed. Player number 5, please speak. He really knows how to play. 11 can be a good guy. It's outrageous. I also want to hear what he thinks when he takes over the witch's killing. If he is released today, it will definitely be player number 3. Player number 5 was very depressed. Although he could win the game, he lost the MVP. He had thought that the poison gargoyle would be a sure win for him, but man proposes, God disposes. In the end, let alone the gargoyle, he didn't even touch the wolf's hair. So he felt a little unhappy, feeling that Ren Fan had ruined his MVP. Player number 3, please speak. Well, I am indeed a gargoyle. I can only say that I am unlucky. Maybe I didn't do anything before the start of the game, so I met such a bunch of wolves. Each one is worse than the other. I don't know how they got here. In fact, I used the witch to win the votes and push player 11 out of the game. You think he is a gargoyle, but in my eyes he is a witch. As long as we can push him out, we have a 5% chance of winning, if not a guaranteed victory. But the witch turned out to be, which was definitely beyond my expectations. Forget it, I won't say any more. You guys can just play me. This card of mine can't explode on its own. Player number 3 recognized the wolf, and the players in the back position quickly passed the microphone. This game is finally over. 347103. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 2, the witch is number 5, the hunter is number 6, the gravekeeper is number 8, and the rest are civilians. After everyone's identities were revealed, the next thing to come was the specific actions of the night god and the werewolf. On the first night, the gargoyle checked that player number 4 was a werewolf, the prophet checked that player number 1 was a good person, the wolf knife fell on player number 9, and the witch used the antidote to pick him up. On the second night, the gargoyle checked that player number 1 was a civilian, the prophet checked that player number 12 was a good person, the wolf stabbed player number 4 with a knife, and the witch poisoned player number 11. On the third night, the gargoyle checked that player number 12 was a civilian, the prophet checked that player number 3 was a werewolf, and the wolf knife fell on player number 2. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. A harmonious and polite review. After the system review is completed, players can discuss it freely. Ren Fan was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. His operation in this game was really beyond the understanding of normal people. It's a show indeed, but it's also really outrageous. Player 11, what are you doing? Why are you dancing to be a witch if you're not a witch? Player number 5, the witch, asked impatiently. And his confusion is exactly the confusion of all the players on the field. How dare Ren Fan to kill a civilian wearing witch's clothes? Fortunately, player number 10 blew himself up and the wolves handed in their cards, otherwise all the good guys would have been dragged into the ditch. It would be fine if Ren Fan was just a newbie, the key is that he can be matched with them, he is definitely a veteran. For a veteran to play like this is really a bit out of his mind. So no matter whether they are good guys or wolves, they are all very curious about Ren Fan's mental journey and reasons behind becoming a witch. They can't just decide to become a witch on a whim, right? Can't I jump into the witch role if I'm not a witch, brother? Did we win or lose this game? Why did player 4 self-slash, and why did players 7 and 10 self-destruct? Aren't they all because of my actions? Ren Fan smiled and said, I jumped the witch on the police to pretend to be a big brother. Don't you all think that I am very bad at chatting? Player number 12 is a smart man. In the round after the police, he finally realized that I chatted so hard because I wanted to become a high-level prophet. And this is exactly what I want you to get. In other words, I predicted your logic. I'm betting that you can get the prediction that I'm deliberately talking about and making a high 10. In this way, you will definitely be able to play 10 or 11 double wolves. Once the logic of the double wolves at 10 and 11 came out, if the witch knew how to play, she would not jump out to look for a knife, but would choose to hide, allowing me to push player 10 out of the game with my clothes on. Although I will take poison at night, when the wolf sees the reversed cards when he wakes up the next day, he will know that I am not a witch, but the eldest brother who left. This is my second goal, to occupy the gargoyles' pit to death. When the little wolves thought the gargoyles were no longer present, the real gargoyles in the external positions delivered messages to them. Believe me, they simply couldn't listen. As for why you can't listen, it has to do with your subconscious and psychology. I won't go into details about this. Anyway, you just need to know that this is one of the benefits of my witch dance. If the little wolves don't have that tension in their hearts, they will recklessly look for a position to resist pushing, and won't think about whether the opponent is the big brother. Then the big brother may be used as a position to resist pushing or be directly stabbed. In short, I will take over the witch's attack. First, I can send player 10 flying. Second, I can block a blow for the witch, provided that she is smart enough. Third, I can wear the gargoyle's clothes and leave, so that the real gargoyle cannot recognize the little wolf. As long as I eat poison, I will definitely be a gargoyle. Ren Fan talked about his thoughts and mental journey of dancing to the witch in one breath. There are indeed prophets, that is undeniable, but his entire operation and thinking are simply dancing on the edge of a knife. If one is not careful, things will go wrong and the good guys will fall. This kind of gameplay is only suitable for games of a relatively high level, and is suitable for people who like to play tricks and have a big heart. Otherwise, just keep the water level down. Ren Fan just wanted to pretend to be a big brother in civilian clothes and win the MVP for the show wolf team. Are you really not afraid that the witch will join the wolf team because of your words and actions? What if you are killed during the day and the prophet is poisoned at night? Have you thought about it? After hearing the reasons why Ren Fan jumped into the witch trap, everyone was speechless. They finally understood that Ren Fan was using the good guy's win or loss to show off his skills. If we lose, it's everyone's fault, and we lose together. If we win, it's his, at least he gets the MVP award. This guy is so dishonest, but it's worth learning. The bolder you are, the more productive you are. If you want to stand out, you have to be like Ren Fan and not take the usual path. Who of those who have accomplished great things since ancient times is a well-behaved and honest person? They are all desperate and risky people. Of course I've thought about it, so I said that playing this way will test the witch's configuration. It's best not to jump out of the double wolves at level 10 or 11. Ren Fan said, if you have to jump out, just like player 5, you should first play player 10, so that player 8 can play the Hell Police badge flow from a positive perspective. If he can't think of the 10th and 11th wolves or doesn't listen to other people's logic and insists on playing the 2nd and 11th wolves, first killing me and then poisoning player 2, then I can only say that he has encountered a pit bull. It is unlikely that there will be such a stubborn witch in this situation. I trust you. Upon hearing this, player number 5 rolled his eyes and thought to himself, thank you for trusting me so much. Damn it, Ren Fan's performance was impressive in this game, but he lost the MVP award. And if nothing unexpected happens, the MVP will definitely go to Ren Fan. Walk in other people's paths and leave them with no way to go. Ren Fan can do it? No, brother, you said you were going to take over the fight, so why not just be quiet and do the job? Why do you have to make it so exciting? You should always carry blood pressure medication with you, right? Player number 2 is still frightened when he thinks about it now. He was almost turned into a tough wolf by Ren Fan. Fortunately, Witch 5 is not stubborn, thinks a lot, and has high configuration. Otherwise, the good guys will definitely suffer a blood collapse. Ren Fan can be called the 5th wolf. A good indicator of water? Then let me ask you a question. If I shoot a civilian car and work hard to measure water for 2 rounds, is it likely that I will have to suffer from anti-push in the end? Don't tell me that it won't happen. Aren't civilian cars used to resist push? The reason why Ren Fan wanted to do such a trick is because he knew too well the result of his shooting at the surface. Unless 10 was a big hit, otherwise, he would definitely be the one to be resisted. I think player 11 played very well. Don't talk about ifs or luck. He really has the ability. As the saying goes, you can't do a job without the right tools. His speech achieved the effect he wanted. Player number 12 was generous with his praise. It's quite embarrassing now that I think about it. I thought I had figured out the purpose of player no 11's chat, but it turned out that he deliberately let me figure it out. I completely predicted what kind of logic my speech would lead the good guys to figure out. It's really awesome. I've seen many civilians dressed up as big brothers to trick little wolf into self-destructing, but I've never seen a civilian dressed up as a witch to occupy the gargoyle pit. The more I think about it, the more I think it's amazing. Oh, basic operations, don't do that. Ren Fan smiled. Player 3, you proved that I was a wolf on the first night, why didn't you tell me something? If you had shown some sign, we wouldn't have thought that 11 was the big brother. At this time, player number 4 suddenly said. They really didn't expect that player number 3 was a gargoyle. It was not until the game number 7 blew himself up that they realized they were fooled. Ren Fan was not the big brother. It was really embarrassing that he was fooled by a civilian with a wolf in his hand. However, player number 3, who was a gargoyle, didn't think of delivering a message to them, which was really wrong. It would be fine if player number 3 didn't know who his wolf teammate was, but the problem was that he had detected the wolf on the first night, so why was there no sound at all? Player number 4 thinks that player number 3 is incompetent as the big brother. His clothes were snatched away by others, but he was indifferent. Was he sleepwalking? Idiot, you still have the nerve to say this, isn't what I said on the police station obvious enough? Player 3 couldn't help but curse, I said 4 and 10 shouldn't be double wolves. If 4 and 10 are double wolves, 10 is too much of a camera, it's a complete betrayal to teammates. I repeatedly clicked 4 and 10 double wolves no less than 3 times. Do you have donkey hair stuffed in your ears? How many people ordered 4 or 10 pairs of wolves? I said 4 or 10 pairs of wolves so many times, even a stone should have understood it, right? But you were like sticks, with no reaction at all. Now you're telling me I didn't express anything, and I expressed anything. Damn it, do you want me to openly tell you that I'm the eldest brother? Oh no, I'm flattering you by saying that. With your limited understanding, I'm afraid if I claim to be your big brother, you'll think I'm a fake. Player number 3 was getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. He repeatedly clicked on the 4th and 10th double wolves on the police. It was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. He even felt that the good guys were suspecting that he was passing on a message. As a result, player number 4 didn't react at all, and now he blames him for not passing on the message. Where did this fool come from? The points must have been gained by someone else. Can't you just talk nicely? Why is your mouth so foul? You have to spew shit. Player number 4 frowned. But after hearing what 3 said, it seems that he has ignored this problem. But if you review the situation carefully and summarize the experience and lessons, you can improve your level. Why be so aggressive? My mouth stinks, haha, bro, can I ask you a question? Player number 3 sneered. What? Is your head full of shit? You're all I can think of, you idiot. Player number 10, let me ask you if you have a brain injury. If you want to self-destruct, then do it. Why sell us out? If you are in a hurry to attend the funeral, then don't play the game. Player number 7 was extremely upset with player no 8's behavior of selling out his teammates. The first day hadn't even passed yet and he had to hand in his cards, yet he was still telling him not to waste time, as if his time was very precious. Maybe he was just an unemployed vagrant. If 10 didn't rush to self-destruct, they would still have a chance to turn the tables, so player number 7 was very resentful towards 10. You bastard, you only have 1 page left in your household registration book, right? You are such a jerk. If you hadn't attacked player number 12 for no reason, would I have self-destruct? Don't you even look at your status? Can you beat player number 12? You are a piece of trash who can't even find a position to resist pushing. You are not useless. You were made to self-destruct by a commoner. It's so funny. Oh, you even curse yourself when you get angry, right? I remember a certain idiot blew himself up the next day. The Wolves replay was intense and friendly, with sincere greetings exchanged. This was a very high-level replay, so Ren Fan did not participate. He quietly exited the room and returned to the game page. At this time, his points had become 36. He got 1 point for winning the game and 1 point for MVP, a total of 2 points. Before starting this game, he had 34 points, which added up to exactly 36 points. Originally Ren Fan's points ranking was 19th, but now it has reached 16th. However, during this round, Ren Fan discovered that another new ID appeared in front of him. The competition is really fierce. Not only does the winning rate need to be high, but the total number of games must also be sufficient. Otherwise, it will be difficult to gain a place in the standings. Tink tink, tink tink, tinkle bell. At this moment, Ren Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. He was stunned for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. Hey, guess who I am? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and his Mandarin was not very accurate. Ren Fan carefully recalled the owner of the voice, but he really couldn't remember who it was. I don't know. If you don't tell me, I'll hang up. Ren Fan was in no mood to play guessing games with him. Oh, you can't even recognize your old friend's voice. The other party seemed to be afraid that Ren Fan would hang up the phone, so his tone was a little anxious. Old friend? Who is he? Frowning, Ren Fan felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. Damn, why is this routine so familiar? Could it be a scam? Give it a try? Oh, I remember now, look at my brain, you are an old bastard. Before Ren Fan finished speaking, the other party couldn't wait to say, yes, I am Lao Wang. I haven't contacted you for such a long time, I thought you had forgotten me. Hearing this, Ren Fan immediately smiled. It turns out to be a liar? He was actually deceived. In his previous life, he had nothing to do and liked to tease the liar. For this reason, he dated a girl who sold tea for half a month. However, he was short of money and could not help the girl's grandfather, so he had to end the relationship with great pain. After that, the cement-sealed heart no longer loves. Lao Wang, I remember you were still 2 years away from being released from prison. How come you were released so early? We can't be fugitives. Listen to your brother and go back to jail for a few more years. We don't want to take advantage of this. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Ren Fan continued, I know you feel wronged. Your parents are dead, some are crazy, you've been cuckolded for years, your wife was kidnapped, and your child is not your own. But, as the saying goes, if you want to live a decent life, you must have something on your head. Young people, it doesn't matter if you don't have money now, you will have many days without money in the future. Besides, you are not penniless, you are also sick. After talking for 5 or 6 minutes, Ren Fan felt a little tired and drank a sip of water. Although he couldn't see the other person's expression, he guessed it wouldn't be very good. That's right, the guy on the other end of the phone was really furious. He just wanted to scam some money, but he didn't expect to be scolded right away. It was fine at the beginning, as no one was mentioned by name, but later on, I was really scolded. Damn it, he's in jail, cuckolded, and his third leg is broken. How can he be so cruel? There must be countless horses running through his mind. After hanging up the phone, Ren Fan felt refreshed. Ding ding dong. Not long after, the phone rang again, still from an unfamiliar number. You still want to be scolded, right? Ren Fan asked, picking up the phone. As a result, there was no response from the other party. He frowned, feeling that the atmosphere was a little strange, and asked, why don't you say anything? Are you pretending to be deep? Excuse me, what can you do to me? A sweet, soft, and cute voice came. Okay, it turned out to be a girl. Could it be that he changed his tactics and tried to use the beauty trap? He is immune to this trick. When faced with a rich and beautiful woman who owned a tea estate, he remained calm, let alone a soft girl. Hey, are you listening? The girl asked again. I'm listening. I didn't expect you even knew my game ID, girl. You're not going to tell me that you won a prize, are you? To be honest, I've won a lot of prizes since I was a child, such as Ferraris, laptops, and 5 million. But I'm a rich man, so I don't care about these prizes at all. Ren Fan said with a smile. These days personal information privacy is like street prostitutes. Anyone can get it as long as they pay. I'm Xiaomin, a customer service representative from the Juya Werewolf Club operations team. I originally wanted to ask if you have any plans to join the club, but now I'm very worried about your mental state. Xiaomin's words made Ren Fan laugh and cry. It turned out that she was from the Werewolf Club. He thought the scammer had changed his tactics. The most embarrassing thing is that people think he is mentally ill and are starting to worry about his mental state. You may not believe this, but I was just joking with you. Yes, I am the boss and I can't do anything about it, but I'm sorry, beautiful, I can't join any clubs right now. Ren Fan shrugged helplessly. He knew about the Juya Werewolf Club, which was quite famous in Nanjiang. However, like the Xingxing Club, it was a Class B werewolf club. There are some resources, but not many. Not to mention that he cannot sign a contract with a club now. Even if he can, Juya would not be a team he would consider. If you want to go to the S-level club. That is the stage for the strong, and it will lead you directly to the highest level of werewolf killing, the A-level league, which is the focus of all people. Every time the A-League starts, there are at least several million online viewers in the live broadcast room, or even nearly tens of millions. It is said that the number of online viewers on the last night of the A-League finals exceeded 200 million, which is terrifying just to think about. If you can show off your highlights or perform some godlike operations on it, you will surely become famous and become a legend in this circle. Why? Our club can give you a higher platform, more resources, and packaging. We can give you more than what others have promised you. The other party obviously didn't understand Ren Fan's meaning and thought he was bargaining. But this is understandable. Now many clubs are extending olive branches to players with high points, but most of them are waiting and watching, waiting for the right price. Smart people will not easily choose a club to join. The other party thought that Ren Fan might have received an invitation from other clubs, or hoped to be recruited by a larger club. Sister, it's not that I don't agree to your request, I just can't. I just left the club and I can't sign a contract with other clubs within a year. You should know this rule, right? Ren Fan said with a smile. That's it, okay. When they heard that Ren Fan had a 1-year cooling off period for his contract, the other party's enthusiasm instantly dropped. After hanging up the phone, Ren Fan just wanted to go to the bathroom when his phone rang again. Hey, what can I do to you? Before the other party finished speaking, Ren Fan interrupted him. No club, thank you. What about food and lodging? You think I'm an orc? End of this chapter. Chapter 25-12 Werewolf Beauty Night. In the morning, Ren Fan received 4 calls, all of which wanted to invite him to join the club. But what's interesting is that there has been no movement from the Xingxing club. As expected, it is the strongest club in Nanjiang City and they probably look down on people like them. In fact, it is true. As the most famous werewolf club in Nanjiang City, the Xingxing club held a special meeting in its operations department last night regarding the recruitment of new members for the championship cup. Finally, we decided to hold off for the time being. After all, the online auditions have just begun, and the current rankings are not stable and are subject to large fluctuations. We will take action after the competition is halfway through and the rankings have stabilized. As for those clubs that have already taken action, let them go. It is not possible to attract people just by moving quickly. The name of the club is the Golden Signboard. Many people are waiting to be recruited and invited by their rising star clubs, and any temptation offered by other clubs may be of no avail. This is the confidence of the new star club. Although it is a bit arrogant, they do have such confidence in Nanjiang. Several phone calls back and forth took up a lot of Ren Fan's time. When he looked at his ranking, he found that his points had dropped from 16th to 17th. This made Ren Fan secretly complain in his heart. These animals, are they all playing games for their lives? Don't they want to go to work? Ren Fan felt under a lot of pressure. Although he was still at the top of the rankings, with the intensity of the competition, it would be more difficult than he had imagined to advance to the second stage. But no matter how difficult it is, we must overcome this hurdle, otherwise the rest of the road will be difficult. Ren Fan set 2 routes for himself, and it would be best if they were carried out simultaneously. One is to pass the online auditions and get an invitation to the Champions Cup Challenge. If he can advance to the finals and have a highlight moment, or even win the championship in one fell swoop, then he can gain a firm foothold in this circle. The new star club slandered and expelled him, and even used various despicable means to suppress him, and in the end he will become a laughing stock. The second way is to touch the new star club to gain popularity, and then start live streaming when there are enough black fans. No matter whether everyone comes to scold him or not, as long as there is popularity and traffic, he can make money. Money is such a good thing. We work so hard every day just for this little bit of silver. Ren Fan's situation is very embarrassing now, and he really needs to make money to improve his life. Who would want to stay in this shabby house and eat chicken feet rice all day? Oh no, he couldn't even afford chicken feet rice. It was horrible. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Ren Fan clicked on the game match again. This time he's going to play with Wolf Beauty Knight's board. My favorite card is the Knight. Good guys and werewolves are very afraid of him. Although the Knight card has many flaws, it is really a blessing for those who are not good at standing on the sidelines. Just be a slacker on the first day and wait for the Knight to turn the card over and take a positive view. The next day, just be a slacker and wait for the Prophet to return the vote and follow him. On the third day, just be a slacker and let Jinshui or Shenpai come out to lead the team. On the fourth day, I was still a jerk. This time the matching took a long time, and it took nearly 2 minutes to enter the game room. Please note that all players, the board for this game is 12-player Werewolf Knight. Board configuration. Good camp, Prophet plus Witch plus Guard plus Knight plus 4 civilians. Werewolf camp, Wolf Beauty plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a police chief, who has the right to return votes, and has 0.5 more votes and 30 seconds to speak. Double explosion swallowing police badge. The Wolf Beauty Knight's board adds a new character to the good camp and the werewolf camp to balance and restrain. Wolf Beauty Werewolf camp. One player can be charmed every night. If the Wolf Beauty dies, the charmed player will also die. No matter whether the Wolf Beauty is being pushed during the day or taking poison at night, as long as the Wolf Beauty turns over, everyone who is seduced by her will die for love. However, the Wolf Beauty cannot seduce the same player for 2 consecutive nights and can choose not to activate the skill. Also, the Wolf Beauty cannot cut herself or explode herself. Meet the little wolf at night and follow it. If the Wolf Beauty is stabbed by the Knight, her skill will become invalid and the enchanted player will not lose his cards. Knight, a clergyman of the good camp. After the police officer finishes speaking, the Knight can flip a card and duel with a player at any time. If the player is a werewolf, the werewolf dies immediately and the game goes directly into darkness. If the player is a good person, the knight dies and the day process continues. It should be noted here that the knight's skills can only be used after the police badge lands, and skills cannot be activated during the sheriff election phase. Therefore, it is best not to reveal your identity as a police officer. Although this board is guarded, the guards cannot save you if the wolf wants to kill you. Judging from the skill description, the knight is definitely one of the most powerful cards. The main thing is that he can identify the prophets and help the good guys stand on the side. When two prophets jump towards each other and the good guys can't tell them apart, the knight can poke one of the prophets. If the other party is stabbed to death, it means he is a tough guy. If the stab does not kill the person, it means that the other person is a prophet. It is precisely because of the knight's skill characteristics that the good guys have no pressure to stand on the side. Let me put it this way, in this board, the werewolves who try to act tough will basically die on the first day. The only difference is whether you are stabbed to death by the knight or exiled. Let me rule the werewolf sphere. Ren Fan really wanted to get the knight. Only in his hands could a divine card like this be guaranteed to play its greatest role. Although the knight can see straight, his mortal enemy is the wolf beauty, a skill that perfectly restrains the wolf beauty. It is true that the player who is enchanted by the wolf beauty wants to commit suicide for the wolf beauty who has lost her cards. However, as long as the knight catches Longmei, the opponent will be defeated. In other words, if the wolf beauty is stabbed to death by the knight, the enchanted player will not die with the wolf beauty. And so, it is most cost-effective for the knight to poke the wolf beauty, which is equivalent to chasing 2 rounds at once. Unfortunately, most people regard knights as tools to identify prophets. They all stared at each other, waiting for the knight to poke the prophet in the right perspective. This is actually a bit of an overkill. After all, every knight's dream is to stab the wolf beauty to death, rather than being a tool to identify the prophet. Of course, how the cavaliers will play depends on the specific situation on the court. If the knight thinks that the good guys are on the wrong side, he must flip the card and use the skill to give the good guys a correct perspective. But if the knight feels that the good guys are on the right side, then there is no need to flip the card and activate the skill. You can lie low and see who looks most like a wolf beauty, and then poke him. However, you must be mentally prepared to play this way. If you poke it right, it's fine. But if you poke it wrong, expect to be scolded when you review it. All players please check their identity cards. A prompt box appears on the screen. Ren Fan turned over his cards with trembling hands and excitement. Unfortunately, it was not the knight he had been thinking about, but the Sun Tzu card, the prophet. A god card that often shows water to 11 people. This card is tiring to play. If you have a bad mentality or a bad temper, it is easy to break down. Because some people hit you in such a tricky way, at such an angle that you can never imagine. It is precisely because of this that many people are reluctant to play the role of prophet. After all, no one wants to suffer that kind of anger. But then again, someone has to take the prophet in every game, so the game experience of this card is a bit worse, but it is indispensable. Although Ren Fan doesn't like playing the prophet, it is quite comfortable to take the prophet on this board. At least he doesn't have to be so humble as to persuade the good people to turn back. As long as the knight uses his skill, it will be clear who is the prophet and who is the tough wolf. In other boards, the good guys may treat the thieves as their fathers from the beginning to the end and never turn back. The most outrageous thing is that after losing, they blamed the prophet, saying that the prophet was too bad at talking. It's a bit like that. A true master does not stand on the right side just because the prophet speaks well, but he always stands on the right side regardless of whether the prophet speaks well or badly. Even if you stand on the wrong side on the first day, you can turn back in time on the second day. Unfortunately, most people are stubborn and obstinate, or they are unwilling to believe that they are on the wrong side and they insist on going down that path. Simply put, it is the gambler's mentality. Until the very end, one will not admit that he is on the wrong side. Players, please confirm your identity cards. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Ren Fan subconsciously glanced at his seat number. This is a really good sign, number 8. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. Prophet, please open your eyes and select the target you want to check. Now is Ren Fan's time to act. He decided to play a dragon locking game and check player number 6 in the alternate position. If it turns out to be gold and water, player number 7 will be locked in by him. At that time, we cannot say for sure that Pan 7 is a wolf, but his bandit side will become very big and he will be the focus of suspicion and attention. Since they are both standing on the wrong side, player number 7 will definitely be given priority to enter the wolf pit. This is a common method used in online killings. It certainly cannot be considered logical, but it does make sense. In essence, this is positional science, and the essence of positional science is probability. There are 12 people on the field and 4 werewolf cards. Divide everyone equally into 4 groups, which means that 1 werewolf will appear among 3 people. The core logic of the dragon locking game lies here. Some people dislike playing this way, some people like playing this way, and some people don't care. No matter what school, gameplay, or routine, as long as it can win, it is worth learning from. Tai is a good person. As Ren Fan was thinking about it, a prompt box popped up on the screen, indicating that Ren Fan checked that player number 6 was Jin Shui. Pretty good. Everyone has different ideas about the prophet. Some like to check and kill, which gives them a special sense of accomplishment. If they catch a wolf on the first night, they must kill it off. Some people like to test gold and water, which can be used to eliminate traps. As for wolves, they can be completely identified using logic. In fact, in high-end games, identifying a good guy is more important than identifying a wolf. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, it's time to call the police. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. Ren Fan nodded yes without hesitation. The prophet must be reported to the police. There are very few people who will play the role of a police officer, and this is considered a close call in an online killing environment, because everyone's tolerance for this kind of behavior is different. Some are acceptable, while others are totally unacceptable. It's okay to do this in face-to-face killing, but never do this in online killing. Although the rules of the game do not prohibit the police from making precautions, some things are taken for granted. Moreover, from the perspective of revenue, warning is extremely uneconomical. First of all, he definitely won't get the police badge, but the tough guy happily took the police badge and put it in the last position to incite votes. The most important thing is that the prophet needs a police badge to play the police badge flow. A prophet without a police badge is half useless. Secondly, the people who are warned by the police may not necessarily admit it. Especially in this world, everyone generally accepts police warnings and police jumping. As long as you want, you can jump on the second day or even the third day. It depends on whether the good person believes you. Simply put, here, as long as you don't swear an oath with your family tree, and don't say things like I am a wolf and will be killed if I go out and get hit by a car, and whoever is a wolf will have his entire family killed, everything is acceptable. It is precisely because in this world prediction is not considered close to the police, and it is common for police officers to pretend to be strong, that the prophet will not fail to join the police and get a police badge. If you stay as a police officer, you will never get a police badge and good people may not believe you. But if you become a police officer, you will have hope of getting a police badge. What should you choose? Is there any need to say more? 10 seconds passed. The alarm results are immediately displayed on the screen. 12478910127. They actually start speaking in reverse order from player number 7? Ren Fan frowned. He was a prophet, and it was not a good thing for him to be the last one to speak. Although you can listen to the speeches of everyone on the police in the last position, the perspective is clearer, more logical lines can be drawn, and the wolf pit you point to is also more accurate. But there is a fatal drawback, that is, if the wolf rushes to fight the prophet, the further it goes, the more dangerous it will be. For example, when he and the tough wolf are the only ones left in the back position, it is 100% certain that they will be killed. If there are only 3 or 4 people left, the probability of being killed is also not small. Moreover, if you play the role of prophet at the end, good people will subconsciously become more critical of your speech, and even find fault with you. Because after you have listened to everyone's speeches, you always have to talk about something eye-opening, otherwise it will feel like you are just being a tough guy. Why do the high-positioned prophet who jumps into the wolf often talk to the good people to show some tolerance? Because the high-positioned person didn't hear much speech, so it's understandable that the conversation was not good. But if you don't talk well at the end, forget about tolerance, the good people will make you feel what cruelty is. Ren Fan has always felt that it is best to jump to the prophet in the middle position. After listening to the speeches of some people in the front position, he can sort out the logic very clearly. In addition, you can also identify good people and point them to the wolf pit through the attitude of the people in the later position towards him. The most important thing is that good people will not have strict requirements on the prophet who starts from the middle position, as long as the chat is above the passing line. If there is 1 or 2 more highlights in his speech, there will be a great hope for getting the police badge. Player number 7, please speak. I'm not a prophet. I came to the police station to comment on the prophet, but I ended up being the first to speak. Then my being on the police station has lost its meaning. But I want to say something to the knights. If most of the good people are on the right side, don't flip the cards and poke people. There is no need to expose your identity just to correct that perspective. Of course, more importantly, it would be best if the knight could poke at the wolf beauty. After all, if the knight can poke the wolf beauty away in 2 rounds, the game is basically a sure win. Anyway, if it were me, I would only stand between the 2 prophets unless I felt that the good guys were on the wrong side and needed me to turn the cards around and correct the perspective. Otherwise, I would just stand on the side and vote normally. From the conversation between player number 7 and the knight, it can be seen that he is a man with ideas. Only those who are not confident in their side position will think that the knight must come out to poke people in the front view, while those who are stronger in side position hope that the knight can stay stable and save his skills to poke wolf may. After all, wolf beauty is the most important thing. Any knight with a little dream will have improper thoughts about wolf beauty, rather than being a tool for positive perspective. Of course, it cannot be said that the knight is not good for the front view, it is just a bit of a waste of talent. After all, the original intention of the knight to join the board was to fight against wolf may. It's just that for the sake of safety, to ensure that the good guys don't stand on the wrong side, many people want the knights to have a correct perspective. How should I put it? People who stand on the side of the good guys on this board will subconsciously develop a dependence on them. They always feel that someone is there to back them up, so they don't have to bother to identify the prophets. This kind of thinking is absolutely unacceptable. Because identifying a prophet is not just about taking sides, but also about the logic, speech, and details you show during the speech. These things can make people recognize you. If you just live as a drifter, one day you will be unable to make it and will be pushed around by others. Good people should not think that they don't have to seriously distinguish the prophet just because they have a knight. Just wait for the knight to correct his perspective. I just said that the knight can choose not to come out. We should not kidnap the knight and demand that he must turn over. This does not make sense. If he feels the need to flip the cards to correct the perspective, he will flip the cards. If he feels there is no need to flip the cards, he can just stand by and vote like other players, then he doesn't need to flip the cards. Anyway, good people have to be mentally prepared for this. If you don't speak logically and play badly to wait for the knights to see you, the werewolves won't do that. They will definitely seize the opportunity to set themselves up for a false identity. This board hooks the wolf. The wolf has many routines to check and kill the wolf. It's all because of the knight. The wolf team can't charge and can only fight quietly. What I fear most is the barbed wolf. It's not an easy task to catch these cunning guys. Having said so much, I just want to tell everyone, don't rely on the cavaliers when standing on the sidelines, just treat him as if he doesn't exist, speak as you should, and use logic as you should. The cavaliers don't feel that they have to come out and correct their perspectives, but make choices based on the actual situation on the court. Alright, that's all I want to say, police. I'm a good guy, but I'm not a knight. Maybe my previous remarks gave you this illusion, so I'll clarify it in advance. That's it, over. End of this chapter.